that, James?
It's contentious, and it will cause a lot of chaos. That is for sure.
It's contentious
hands
and
down,
will
there's no
cause
other way to
a
describe
lot
it,
of.
but it might cause some chaos.
For sure. And on top of that, of course, it's kind of been the year for changes and
Ako budu global partner i to dva onda sljedeća dva, pa to.
We're going to be adding the candy later in the year and a lot of guns and balances and utility
Znači,
has
ako
been
budu ovi što su se već kvalifikovali,
really
novi
been
udari.
everything once it comes to both the meta and how the game has been playing out.
What I'm reading for what you're saying
Phase
is
neće
that
biti
now we've
prva
added
dva
a few
sigurno,
new
tako da
things
ono
to
GG
chat.
klanjama.
Let's just go full on, go all in, jump straight on in there and see what's gonna happen. I, for one, I'm very curious to see what's gonna happen coming PGS 2 finals, that's for sure.
We're gonna have some Panzerfaust and mortar fun, that's for sure.
There are gonna be moments where it kills a lot of people, and people are gonna go absolutely wild. The commentators are gonna go crazy, and it's gonna be interesting, mate. It's gonna be interesting.
I'm just looking forward to that.
Hello, Pimte Pagozi.
He's doing a drive-by and he pulls out the Panzerfaust to the full US driving next to them and literally explodes a whole team in one single Panzerfaust. That's gonna be beautiful. Really excited about that, of course. But yeah, we are
Ovi
here
nas
for
banali na
PGS
Scrimsa, mi ne bi ni igrali
finals, and
svakako.
I'm
Reši.
Ja sam upisao na onog za što trola.
I know the last game was a little bit of fun in our yellow house there, but still, from first to 7th place was only 9 points.
Odgovorili mi tamo na
So
onaj
it could literally
lobby što sam
be
javno
anyone
poslao.
running away with it, and it's come down to the very last moments of the last game.
I mean, upper bracket really was a case of every team that needed something going got something going, and if that's anything to go by coming into the grand final switch, I mean, again, you'd have to imagine that it is, given that 8 of those teams are here today. Being able to find top 2, being able to make top 2, it's going to be one of the most tough competitions in all of EMEA PUBG ever.
Joj, da sam znao da će ovi 5 minuta srat ne palio streama.
And with how many good teams we have in
Pa do 15 be. U 7:15 će
yeah,
počnu gameove.
Kako be?
Pa tako.
15 minuta dile.
And on top of that,
Da,
we also,
da.
of course, have
Ja sam
our
se
lower
spočeo
bracket teams that are
6:45.
coming in here.
Jesu ovi
Some
ušli?
did some insane performances.
Ne
did
znam
really
sad
well
će
here.
vi.
The question is really how they're going to fare up
Nisu ovi
against
ušli.
our top 8 teams
Yes.
that are, our consistent teams that we see again and again.
I think if I had to look at the top of the lower bracket, I think Exhalation is the one on my mind that might be able to make a dent in these teams up at the top. I think that they have some veteran power alongside them. I mean, a lot of these teams do, but let's kind of just focus on Exhalation here for a moment. And I think in a lot of situations, they were able to overcome some decent adversity in that lower bracket. I'm thinking about the Miramar win that they were able to get on the board.
Ljudi, oficijalni PGS stream, Full HD, moj u 2K. Mislim da bi ja trebao to organizirati.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for some of the same clutch moments here, Toby. But also the question is for me, and what I'm really thinking about is they're able to run away with things a little bit. They're able to really perform better than, of course, some of the teams that are low break. They're able to perform vastly better. The question is, can they really withstand this amount of pressure that's coming in from having these top 8 teams stay alive for longer, be smarter in their rotations and so forth?
I'd say for the team like Exhalation, considering the fact that I did not really think much of them in terms of being able to qualify for PGS 1, and they were, what, 2 points away from doing that, about 15 seconds remaining in the very final game of the finals. I'm just not going to say they won't qualify, because if I do, they'll get real close to it. So I want to see them impress me. I think that's where I'm at. We saw them play a lackluster lower bracket, did not perform as we expected them to. Now they
Ja nisam odigrao ovaj fantasy, zaboravio jebot. Ju imamo 6 minuta, Fuzi, ja odigramo fantasy, Fuzi.
Ja kad igram fantasy samo mi je najlup. Ovaj.
Pick your team.
Sorry, who you were talking about?
I understand.
I've confused it from last time.
Kako si igrao, zaboravio sam.
You guys, right? It's every time you guys are commentating. It's Exhalation, it's Exalt, you guys, and then,
Pa ja imam tim be.
it's only one of the guys and the
Ko je ti?
that are going to be doing extraordinary
Ovo se
good
promijenilo.
otherwise.
Čureksi.
Next to the leaderboard, you
Ne, teo bi samo da izbacim ovog. Mogu li izbacim i da nađem Molo. Exalt igrali?
Koliko košta? Brate, skupi su jeboga Kruvić. Example. Može. Perfektix. Ja, već istrošio, brat. Izbacimo igram. Ostavit ćemo Perfektixa. It's Chris. A koga si ti Kureksima? Kakav bre Kureks?
Ja kad sam bre odigrao Lucky prošli put, sve sam pogodio.
A Bilbo Baggins 23.000 jebot. Ovaj Hobbit.
Bim. Bimi, brate, on će mi bude benched.
Pa nije mi ostalo keksa.
Pošto on plati. Pa foot ne igra be, kako će mi on bude benched? Šta radim ja?
Čem je Ivas, halu. Ti su i naši što je ovo?
Ako si jednog stavio i s tim ne možeš više.
Kojeg sam stavio, brat? Molodov, ti skrit Perfektić.
Ubre, Kiljakaj će mi je benched. To.
Nemaš ti priušti Ivasa, prijatelj. Izbaci Perfekt. Bravo, koliko mi ostaje para?
Veliki pozdrav za Ejku, veliki pozdrav za sve fanove na Ejku. Imate od mene pijenje kad god me vidite. Igra li Kiljakaj?
Igra, ali ja sam stavio Chris. Uba mi je jeftini. Perfekt, 32, Alija 31. Batulima, kaki Batulin će da ih namješta gore, ne može on kilom. Nikom je šta ostalo. Molodov. Čak Molodov to već sam stavio.
On će mi bude ovoj, a tim izbacimo ovo, ubacimo Kiljakaj. To. I najlup kapitan.
Igra li After All?
Ne znam, ja imam ovako. Čureksi, Molodok, najlup i Kiljakaj. I benchovani Liron.
Kaka crni najlup ima da ispada iz kola ako dobar dan, stan Ivas. Ivas je carrier. Ispaja. A zašto mi mijenja ovo, ili ja nešto pogrešno klikćem jebot? Daj mi Ivas. Te bro. Ovo dok Iva.
Almost no room for error here. So if you're willing to go out and throw that away because you're stubborn and want to drop in a spot that you arguably or probably, even if you do make it through, gonna get contested in PGC anyway, because or PGS2 I mean, because we know how there's always gonna be hot drops at PGS when we have global teams playing against each other. It's just not worth it. Find somewhere else, learn to adapt in these situations. If you make PGS2, probably will have to anyway.
And I think in general for the year being here as well, James, is like
Igra bez stavi ga. Stavio sam ga, volim ja da ga stavim, brate, u prvu postavu. 30 sekundice.
Kako će sejman, gdje sejman?
Pa i gore desno save. Još 25 sekundi, požuri dolik. 20 sekunde. Koliko si stavio?
Ivas, normalno.
Kakav Ivas?
Ivas je kapitan. Ne znam šta smo radili.
Najlupo si stavio, a Ivasa kapitana, Molodoka, Perfektixa i Kiljakaja, a nemaš nikog na klupu, veruješ u prvu postavu.
Verujem u prvu postavu, nema zajebanci.
As we get this rolling, we're heading to Miramar to get it on the road, and it will be the grand finals of the qualifiers. My name's Carlaris, alongside Toby. Toby, is it Exhalation or is it Exo?
Idemo, guys.
You know what's great? It's both of them because they're both here, so no reason to be confused yet.
We will see.
And also thanks for creating that confusion out of what wasn't in the past. So there's that. In any case, here we are. Very, very simple south to north.
Yep.
Now that does of course mean that considering where teams like to loot these days, Atala, Lasha, El Poso, all these more edge positions.
Ljudi, našli ste način da mi mapa vas da bude u...
Kind of the lay of the land
na mid.
how very nicely horizontal all these roads are.
Što si rekao?
Prate briga, sam rekao. Tičulici.
Jones.
Koga si stavio za kapitan?
Pa najlupo, brate. I oca moj trenira, znaš koliko.
Red Twisted Minds. Ooh, that's gonna be.
I oca mora da je sredina da ne izleti iz auta
It's blue
prvim
on my
metkom.
map, so I don't know. Maybe there's just this particular observer. But I mean, I have never seen as horizontal
ja se
a playing
uzdam u
pattern
vas.
as that ever. But anyway, or vertical even.
Ne, jel moguće?
vertical, so-
Samo se vi tucite, braćo Turci. Samo se tucite u prvoj rundi. Bog hvala da ispanete jedni i drugi. To. Navijamo se, svi pobiju.
Quick to the start. I need to book up my ideas as well. We're talking over each other all the time. Okay, down to business. We've got ourselves Lyran moving on around.
Da idemo zonu. Daj zonu na Mihajla. A brate, ste skontali da Mihajlo luta i vas okam? Dobro, može.
This is just this one small church location. Not exactly the most common of places.
Pa će ugasili ovu muziku više, dosadne.
Ne znam, brate, ljudi se retardiraju.
To be able to then rotate from this area, but yeah.
Daj gi pišem u chat.
These two, and they're gone.
Liron, bato, Liron! On mi na klupu usta ga jebem. 3 u teba.
So we know DA to be a team that likes to contest for vehicles, likes to contest for, or just kind of try and push teams away early on. But even
Ali za to moj Ace ima centar kilja Kajca.
I ti stavio Killa Kaja?
Pa on pokida, brate, zašto da ga ne staviš? Čekaj na trec.
Ja sam htio stavim Krica i Kric malo skupi, ali ne mogu onda i vas sad uzmem u njegu. Brate, Ivas je vas da najjeftin igrač na planeti, a vas da kerija.
A streamujemo PGS finale. Dođite na JT.
Ali nisi Nixija stavio, što nisi Nixija stavio?
Izbacio sam ga loši.
Ja
I
isto.
do feel like that's old DA though. I get what you're saying and I get the saying as a whole because it has been kind of a testament.
Stavio sam na threads, sad ćemo da li će rođe ljudi.
I mean, better part of PUBG's existence really, but with this roster they currently rocking.
Molodokić, Molodokić, vidi ga.
I'd say there are other teams that
Sinče, moje Sinč.
Sure, not as severely as
Molodokić, 16 godina, 17 ima.
Nemoj srat.
They have it in their playbook.
Nemoj srat, sa 17 godina ima li?
Pa sad je napunio 18, ako možda igra i turnir. Gledaj, gledaj koliko im se koči.
20 godina turnira fejka.
Pa vidio si kako u lici ima, brate, kod ima 10 godina.
Zapravo nisam ni pogledao kako izgleda pikao sam go ekip.
Nema veze, bitno da puca, brate, što je bitan izgled.
Normalno, brate. A meni briga kako on izgleda.
Bitno,
Tamo nabode 40 komada.
da ubiva, brate.
A bit će zajebano ako mi se pobiju mol dok ti vas. Nadam se da će kapiten da prevlada.
Da, pa mora tu kapitenč.
Ja sam navijački dao kapitena i vas.
I mean, honestly, with all the players you've selected, they could just pop off, so, yeah.
They could. And now watch Mexi as he made... No, he'll be fine,
Evo Mihajlo opet uleće u neka govna.
Nema veze, ali bitno da je agresivan i da se tepa.
A tu je Jovica, sad jedno zajedno da izginu.
Pa ne, Juricu će ga upropasti.
Jo, Jurica sam u kam, gle ovo. Gospodin Baronić.
My reason was he's Danish, so I don't know what your reason was.
Ako vi rotiraju, ha?
Then I selected my kind of not off pick, but a little differently than what I would usually go, was Kilyakai.
There we go.
He impressed me. He impressed me during the upper bracket.
Koji
Also, he
sen,
was
de.
somewhat cheap, so
Odmah pravi,
it's the
nema
first time I
zajebanci.
have an Ascent player on my roster, so we'll see how he fares. That's also actually not true because I've had Chris before. But in any case, and then I have T-Bone. And
that's good.
Because a 17k foot esports player, that's just too cheap. I mean, they will get late.
Ovo to bi je stavio Kiljakaj, brat, svi smo iste timove napravili, ovo nije... Puzi, ako to bi stavio istog lika koji mi taj lik ima da propane ko Grčka.
Ne be. Pravo be, Laki, ti si, ne si na dulika Sinče, ja tu usvajam.
Šta misliš za pick example, Molodok najlupi bica? Realno dobar pick. Sve zavisi ljudi, ako najlup dogrne do phase 4, pobit će ih sve. A ako
Ćao,
izbaci iz auta,
sebi
onda je
ću.
List them right now.
Može. Ode Liron. Lele, svegi u te pa.
As I say that, Howl actually. Nope, no, I was gonna say they need to come back up. They do.
Ma Lukaruk se ukrade.
Well, he put in a bit of work
Bravo, Lukic.
earlier on at least. so that's not too bad.
samo se
Now we
derite,
have
braćo moja
Howl
draga.
just finding themselves a position in
Tamo je
2-3.
on da farma.
For the most part, could get quite popular as
Bravo,
time goes
Lukic.
on. The other members of DA are far
Ubio
away.
ti ovog
couldn't
Lirona,
support.
bre.
Nema veze, on mi je
Because, I mean,
benchovan.
especially, they're kind of
Kojega
blocked
jebe.
by Entropiq right now as well.
Ovo
For them
jebe.
to try and move
Pa i da mi u
around,
prvu postavi
cross
kapitan.
off a position would be difficult.
Samo da šuše, da budemo vate prvi.
It's not a city you see too many teams.
Koliko si igra gemova? 18.
Duže, ma da sjedimo ovdje.
3 dana po 6. Sutra malo će moram da zakasnim zato što imam šljaku.
Tako imaš?
Šljaku. 3-4 sata snimanja.
Pa završi to malo ranije.
Pa sve mi od tortu mi sve zavisi.
Slušaj, ti umoči prst u tortu negdje na sat vremena prije, znaš da je ni iznosi.
I da si odemo. Da, samo ovaj vikend si igram. Ovaj vikendić. Požuri goste. A ako može se potepati da se prekine veselje.
Pozdrav za fuzija, veliki pozdrav fuzija za fuzije.
Ali kurac će se potepao, brate, ovo je kulturica Amerikanci.
Gle, pa dobro, na prvu zonu fuzi.
Debre.
Ovo je zal.
Yeah, I'm trying to spread out, trying to get as much info as they can as early as possible, given that obviously they kind of can't.
Na meni mi je trenutno Phase kako vozi kola.
Twisted has split up on the western hills, though. Issue could become if anyone gets in between them. It's very difficult to read.
Dajte na mapu,
When you're out
dajte
there in
na
the west,
mapu.
we'll see what happens. Only threat right now is question mark who's coming in on the.
Kako se mapa kvalitetu čita.
Yeah, and if it was me watching question mark, if they're going to do anything aside from stick out where they currently are,
That's
and
choice.
they do some scouting at the moment, I feel like they would go a little bit deeper south and then.
Ova mapa može, ova zona može
We'll
reći
see how that
3
goes.
brda
As for now, we're on
na
board
sve
with
3
Mono.
strane.
Gleba ovaj Misu i Vasku i Maus, be, brate. Koji su ovi igrači be oni igrali be ovaj?
Ne znam, ispao mi taj miš prije da glasam za njega, ne bi za 2 života.
A bit more slow. They are one of the
A dobro
teams
su igrali
that have
Monark, igrali
some
dobro.
question marks
Kako
around
se
them,
muzika
but they
čuje?
do fare
Čale
well
svira,
quite
brate,
well. We've seen some of those
harmoniku
players
onog
as well.
Borka Radivojevića vežba.
It is the first time that I've seen this particular roster.
Ali će zatvorim vrata ako se čuje.
And also, I mean, if you're
Neka on ne vežba
getting
prvo.
mega shifted away from
Pa će ga
comfort,
slušamo
you know,
posle.
everything's gonna be taken out the middle. Get that one extra first state, just take it chill. I mean, it's not like Finns are too unfamiliar with rotating in the blue in general, so I'm sure they'll be fine out there on the edge, just kind of waiting to
DA
see where
Lul.
the next circle is gonna take.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of room for them to move on through. Because again, when it comes to these first circles, we're in such a center circle meta at the moment. Everybody kind of wants to get as close as they can, especially in these kinds of hillsides. With just a few pokes and prods here and there from those teams in the middle, who are basically just kind of just ruffling up their feathers a little bit and making sure nobody's going to be coming into their
Feel
compound,
fierce,
into their territory.
feel fierce, still feel
So
first.
they will have some room to work with. Just depends on those hard shifts, because we see a lot of them.
Exactly.
Good talk, Fuzi, good talk.
Out here towards the west,
Cepa.
question mark
A nek cepa, nek se maje tu
issues.
so.
There's twisted minds ahead of them as said before, and now starting to shoot at one another.
Fuzi, ko mi na prvu mapu?
So
Ajde.
does
Entropiq.
Example,
U
starting
stvari,
off early,
betamo se, slušaj,
trying to get
betamo
the
se
point on
na četvrtu
to,
zonu, na treću. Hoćemo na treću ili
Entropiq.
četvrtu?
Evo, ja Entropiq odmah.
A to je sad, brate. Nego na četvrtu. Ne sve overall, nego u mapu.
And just as he gets ready.
Pa isto, svaku mapu Entropiq.
Teraz da pitaš ti prvo, prva dva. A ako je neko od global partnera ili FaZe Navi ili Virtus top 2, onda ide top 4. Što bi bilo ide. Znači, oni ako budu tu 4-5 i navijamo da Virtus i Navi budu prva dva. Ili FaZe, ali FaZe je prvo. Ne, ovo je kill.
Što, Phase je global?
Kako ne? FaZe Navi i Piston Mind.
Some support cover here.
Moram malo
Whilst this fight continues on,
smanjimo.
flash across. Ooh, actually also a nade.
Uf, dobar nade bio.
Schiller taking a lot of damage though.
I Hova ga knock.
I Howell ga knock.
Exhalation from the distance. Hobber gets the knock and Uber
Aha,
pushes
jo,
straight
nisam
on
Aliju
Lucy.
stavio, ti stavio Aliju.
Yeah, and this rotation from
Ma jak.
Exhalation is coming off of a knock that happened quite a while ago from Gustav. So they're
Uba.
going down to
I
get
za ovaj
the
tim
rest of
samo
the
Jubicu.
damage
Uba bio
happening
preskupan.
right next to us as well. So a nice
Evo ti
read
Entropiq
from
i
there,
gledaj,
but look at this.
prvi u
Look at where
rotaciju.
we're going.
I
Out
Global
towards
Army je
the
sad
west.
solo je da ga
Towards what I
ubijemo.
like to
Počeli
call
su
striking
stream moj.
fork down
Free
towards
points.
Valdemar.
Yeah, and Howell is
Ajde,
going to
free
be sitting
points, free
very pretty
points.
with the compound that they currently have, especially after
E,
the rest of
Miček
the
i Juri,
win
brate,
against
Miček i
EA
Juri.
first thing off. A lot of shots going off on
Mičo.
one another here as well, as after all, it's trying to wrap through Valdemar. They are being shot at by foot, but there's a lot of cover between them, so I don't think that a lot of those shots are really going to connect. And now back on with Sarvum, who are taking some shots.
Šta radi Joy?
Assault here. Nice.
Nema metkove flašovi.
By the way,
Baseline.
casually sprinting uphill in a vehicle and shooting people at 250 meters. That's not a whole lot you can do if you fade there.
Pa gdje ćeš fade, brate moj, nakači se, nije dao smoke.
I umre.
So we'll be finished off now.
A izbleda, pa nema niko ni blizu.
Gle, Jims. Koliko je mrtav Jims.
This is in hot waters that they're going to be landing in here. This is dangerous.
Kako
Yeah,
tebi,
sure
ti gdje
is.
ti
I mean,
vidiš
they're
Jimsa, brate?
kind of they
Pa evo ga,
ran
leti
right.
Tebi
spada.
da je ranije, ti
They
gledaš
go
na
to
Twitchu?
a compound with
Pa na
only
Twitch,
one
pa
player in it,
debila.
but do they know? You'd have to
Fali
imagine
nešto.
that now teams must hit
A,
it
nisam
for
ni znao da ima na YouTube. I sad neće znaju za ovog će gi na keca.
Holding the angle.
Će gi na keca 100%.
And reinforcements far away. Ferris has got a lot of work to do here if FaZe makes a bit of a move on this.
U stvari koga faka be neka umre, to.
Yeah. Not a whole lot James can do in that situation. I thought with
Ali sad ću Rexi će ga fraga i to je to, vete.
A rešava i 2 na 1, bre, vjeruj.
Mrš, ću Rexi mora da ubije. Što si ga da je desno? Evo ga, ću Rexi ide. Ajde, dođi, dođi. Tako je bre, free points, free points. Što si ti rekao da je taj pištoljić Kubura najbolji?
Vađi se s ovim ga i ubio stanje, bavi.
To je treba duplo pojene da se dobije.
Treba minus point da se dobije za to. Koga ubiješ od ko minus?
To je najbolje be.
A brate, ko ne, mi smo glasali za ovog Ilijaka i ja neće čorave kokuške nabost.
Pa to sad ćeš uplaši.
To bi ga je piko, zato to bi nas je izmalerisu.
Ko je najbolji aimer u PUBG? Brate, onaj iz New Happy boleštija, bete, onaj mali.
A dvije su mali.
Kako se zvaše be?
Muming.
Muming, da. Brate, bolesno, bolesno.
Valja li nam zona, ej?
Pa dobro, u zonu imamo, nema niko na našu stranu. A u Evropu, znaš ko mi najbolje puca u Evropu? Iskreno u Evropu najbolje mi puca... Pa ne znam.
U Evropi.
U Evropicu... Jebem.
Pa uba jebote.
Pa da, i on mi je pao na pamet. Evo, mi smo zvali ovo be Emergency. Ali Luka će pucam na... Ej, ali na krov su sreću.
Ali dobro, dvojice su samo malo. Ajmo guys, idemo guys. Idemo.
Ma je Luka ga našao odmah, bet.
Ma Ivas, a nema Ivas, ko je čije kilo Ivas?
Luka.
A jebote, da, sad ispod za Luku vas. Ovaj je moj isto. Ali ne bi valjalo, jebi ga, ne bi sad valjalo da uzme kilo.
Jao, imaš šotkicu, ja. Što ti je rekao? Znači, ja sam rekao da ovo radi, brate. I... Svi ga sad igraju. Nema ko da ti pomogne. Nema ko da ti pomogne. Luka će bio snake.
Dobro, 4 na 1. Ne smiju failat.
Full blind, full blind. Tako je, najlupče bre.
Gdje Ivasa, brate, mora Ivas...
Jeste, najlup je sigurno u top 3 pucača, brate. Ibica, jao, gledaj kako ga juri Ibicu, jao.
Ode Ibica. A jeb ga je bica nije plaža ovo.
Dobro ga nabode.
Kak ti ga nakjet?
Nakjeca ga, ovi neće pikuju više. Sad će se razmisli da li će pikuje.
Shut down the Woos opportunity to make
Shut
this
down
happen.
the Woos
And then they can just
opportunity.
fall back as long as you've got like an anchor player still in those buildings. Even though this isn't the most
Jao, i drop
secure
imamo, da li smo
compound
vidjeli
right
drop
now,
demo?
it does still
Ili tek će
allow
padne?
kind of, you know, an eventual move on through, and it really shuts down the Woos opportunity.
Ali Luka kola u zonu da ide na prednju ulicu. Bile su pred u zone, ali ovo je novi patch, ne znam.
Dobro, ođite zona, ja mislim. Čim ima zona kad tu završava.
Pa znam za to kažem. Ali mora povući odavde.
Sad kad spoji, kolamo ko će vina. Vadimo.
Something parachutes, something, I think.
Maybe? Okay.
ENTROPIQ.
Well, North shift. Okay. Navi was having a bit of a rough time in terms of positioning, but now they're going to be
Ne, pa 200 manje se povedu u zonu.
just leapfrog forwards into the compound.
Mada im Navi dobar spot ima.
Ne znam, brat. Ali znaš šta je fazon što mislim da bježi od... Ja isto kažem ENTROPIQ, ništa od ovoga, nećemo se kladiti. Ja isto mislim ENTROPIQ.
Ništa ovoga, nećemo se kladiti.
Ja mislim da zona bježi od Virtus.
Pa super, onda oni će se pofajtaju.
Kako ga je izvrnuo, brate,
I telo
ovako mene
kako mu
laki.
pade. Nixi, ne.
Sniki bikilaj.
Pa dobro, ovi naši su dole, kile, kaj nam je dole. Ovi dvojicu možda ubije.
Ajmo Niksača.
Evo, on nokova već.
Ali on nema i na dvojicu sam, brate. Samo da ne ubije Kilja Kaj.
Umre kile, kaj od Varda.
Jeben ti Varda.
Op.
Dobro, ajde.
I flaša ga. Jebem te, usta glupa.
Ima ih futbolist, brate. Oni su dobili od mene juče malo pomoć.
Pa gledaj kile, kaj ide je stao. Juče sam bio u top frageri bato.
Jel? Nisam gledao na kraju.
Pa šteta.
Ti i... Ko je bio?
Ja i Aids.
Awesome.
Coach
It is
Marco.
a very strong line that's going to allow them to have a lot of room at the moment, unless Exhalation somehow manages to get up this hill and start causing them problems, or Na'Vi comes in from the west side. Twisted Minds is controlling a lot of ground for a circle like this.
Kode Marković.
It's one of those where we see other teams try and do the same thing, but they commit too much or they spread out too wide and start taking casualties, but it's because Twisted Minds obviously now
Brate, samo smo se prepolovili healthy.
But it's because they haven't overstepped that they're able to maintain this control.
Ih je ovog pola.
Iskreno dobar sen.
Look over the shoulder of their nearby teammate.
Dobra rupica.
Looking through the windows with his SLR to find a few pot shots, doesn't quite hit anything though. Now we're seeing these slow moves
Jedan ih
alongside
iskrisa,
the
brate,
side,
treba mu
so to
dopremu za
Ascent and
planinari.
Foot, who are kind of
Šta
working
radiš na
parallel
terenu?
to one another to try and find themselves a little bit of room, but teams like Howl are absolutely not going to want to let anybody up this hill. But with two coming up at the same time, I don't know, it really depends on the dynamic of when the two...
Gledao da što će bude tepanje.
Also on whether Monarch opts to engage in this or not. I think Seabone, yep, definitely just heard footsteps on the other side. And that was the most unfortunate timing because I think it happened right as Vard shot towards Howl. So now,
Kladimo se, vi protiv nas.
Koji vi?
Pa čak, mi kažemo ENTROPIQ.
Na moćom vi se usta svi koji ne kažete ENTROPIQ. Evo ga, evo vam ga. Napušite nam se skurčine.
Man, the timing of that got really awkward for a second, and nobody really wanted to take the fight in the end. FaZe is trying to get rid of Monarch just above them, though, so that they eventually can transfer.
Evo, ode iću Rexi.
Down 8C, looking from that
Ma
high
nek ide.
is able to take
Koji me nek ide?
Jo, ja će sad
Diži ga,
brate, 400 kilova ide sad, gledaj. 76 ekipa na ivici.
Luka, brate, ima sad i Mixija. Dale, ejci, lud jebote. Pa zato što juče igra lobby s mene, pa zato je toliko lud.
Aha.
Mića. I njega ga nakica. I njega. I njega bre. I njega. A?
Ajmo, Mićo. Odar Lazara.
To hold that off, the torrent of people that are going to be coming up.
No, ne da se Lazar.
Lazar, though, trying to finish it off, will be able to kind of clutch it out.
Jebate Lazu.
T-Bone here is actually looking this way, just kind of holding them for now, but how losing two, bit brutal.
This somehow played perfectly into the hands of Foot Esports. They get the kills down below, they force the Sense to take the ball, and then
I da li da kažem ovo? Ivo mi je lajkovao story, znači tek sad je uzeo telefon, 15 minuta kasni, vinali smo. Win.
Da ne gledamo Steama.
Pa nema.
Nema gledanja Steama. Ako se vidi nas.
Ja na telefon mi stiglo, brate, ovo obaveštenje, što sad?
Svi mi vas lajka ili je vino ili je dobio po guzici.
Pa nema 15 minuta, znači to je već 35. Ja, vođenka, brate. No farma foot, brate, šta gi je?
O, perfekt, ja ga imam. Imam li ga, ja zaboravio koji mi je tim, evo.
Imaš ga.
Lazar.
A Čurek si se dignaja, be.
Čurek. Nije, pa dvojčaš.
Pa Čurek si dignut.
Čurek si gust.
A kako nakecaš Afex? Afex si teo da spasi Čurek si je.
Čurek si paša na Afex nakeca. Ovi naši neće vidjeti kilo, ali nema veze ako vide.
Če se dinaje.
Ovo, Lazar. Lazar is in trouble.
Dinaj, nikad ne znaš.
Alo. Bez takih predikcija. Opa, daj shift vamo.
Dođite sad na farmanje. Sad će pošalje Luka, Miksi ovamo i Ivasa. Na FaZe i Foot.
Mix kad je posla bio vas da umru.
Nije me, ubije.
Sam, ubijem, yes. Samo da vežu, najlupa treba vezati jedno 5 zona za zgradu neku. I onda ga pusti da napravi haos. Bježi zona. Sljedeći shift, pa što tam kažem, ide između Entropika i Afteralta tu. Novo brdić i onda shifta ka Entropik. A Virtus ispada.
Virtus ga puši.
Worst end of the circle for now, only by a marginal amount, of course. There is question mark still quite close to it.
Ode Helmetić, pogledaj. Ode Helmetić.
Da nabavio kačket, neće izvuku ga iz bekve.
I to neko od našega nekeca odozdo.
Nije odozdo.
Ma znam se ba, nije. Sa hijela gore.
Op, ide DA.
Sa 1 HP, kude ide s 1 HP? Ej, ukradnem.
Gdje će Mitar jebote? Mitar stao da ne našao rupicu u zoni. Bravo, perfektik, sam uzimaj killove.
Gledaj koliko se kolja ljudi međusobno. Kako li ne smo poslali jednog? Treba smo pošaljemo jednog. Čureksi tu će skupi kile.
Ma ne trebaju kilo, ako vinaju ne trebaju nam kilo.
Ona Čureksi je treba.
Evo ga ova Ramstek je, T-Bone.
27, imaš ga, ali Gustav će ga da keca sad. Najlup.
Evo ga. Jel ga flash?
I ukrad našemu. Ustate, jebem, Turska.
Samo Batulin smrdica.
Ruska.
Opa.
But I feel like that's still a pretty impressive game from them, considering that they had to keep chasing circles.
Kako su sad svi apovi, jako Narković?
Not an easy play whatsoever. So
Brat.
they'll take those 7 points, no doubt about it. In the meantime, question mark, our destined champions of match number 1 are finding themselves in a bit of a tricky situation here. As as long as Twisted Minds is suppressing them, they can't do a whole lot. But with Facepan now on the other side, things aren't exactly making them any
Mnogo farma Twisted i jebote. Bravo, drži bombu, glupčo.
Gle, nije loše da Twisted izdominira.
Pa da, zato što će su top 3 onda.
Jer svejedno oni ništa njima ne znači.
The west side of the circle and just keep battering teams up here.
Once the nearby threats are dealt with.
Ma da. Gdje vam je zona? Gdje vam je zona, bre?
Završava tu ispred Luke i Ivasa. Znači, Vina je ovo 1/1.
So if he falls, you'd imagine that it's completely breaks applied.
Nešto najlup, mnogo viri po ovim prozorima. Mihajlo, veži najlupa.
Yeah, definitely.
Veži Jovicu da ga ne flašaju slučajno. I Vinate.
Trying to move up as close as possible, doing it slowly, realizing that Twisted Minds was preoccupied slightly by the fights that were going on in the south. I mean, they're easy pickings for Twisted Minds. The real threat, if you're able to deal with now isolation...
Ne po zemlji jebem u kruh.
Yes, Entropiq is still...
Gle. Lik jepi napad da bio.
The fact that DA's made top 6, I think is pretty impressive.
Joj, kako će se pokrljaju sad svi. Ovi, Exalt, ne Exalt, šta je ovo, Excena? Kako se zove ekipca ova, da bumo? On će dođu Jovici na niša. Dinaj, to radite. Time se bavite. Kakvi neljudi.
Dobro, dno.
Kakvi neljudi. Evo Jovici na niša. Pa bilo bi dobro malo i vas da pripuca, brat. Dobijem koji god. Umjesto što ti lajka storije, tam bolje da ubija nešto. Napiš mu tamo da ubije poen, da dobijem poen.
Da ubije nekog.
Da. Evo ga Ćureksi. Gusti Ćureksi ostali. Kako će da naprave supicu od njih ovi naši sad? Sljedeći shift ide dolje.
Ma oni sad neka skine bate Twisted. Ne, najlupe! Ja, sreća. Ja. Znači, kičmu sam iskrivio. Ali evo, dade mu ga po faci. Po faci.
Mihajlo. Evo ga Jovica. A gdje će koba, prijatelj? Ajde Iva se, molim te, stavio ste kapitena da budeš.
Sometimes you just get to reap the rewards, but the game of course is far from won yet as the circle centers up pretty much right down the middle, loving the fact that Lokarux is already snuck out. They need to get some sort of landing zone. They need to find somewhere to go once they do leave the compound. And if they can't apply pressure enough, they need someone up there to sit and defend the off angle. And here
Ma ne, Jovic, pa sam rekao da ga vežete, bre.
This run out is going to be very
Dobro, faći će ga Mihajlo.
Maybe. Yeah, they were going to have to get him up
ovo je dobro.
Correctly, actually hits perfect from across the way. And now with the circle.
Ali dobra stvar je što u top 4 ulaze dva global partnera. Pa potpuno nebitno. Bitno je samo da vi XN umru, Exhalation.
Ma će umre oni bossi. Ali oni bušao perfektisa. Gle koja je ovo. Nema mrdanje to.
Gle bombe u žuglu.
Ovi ne znaju da je tu rupa 100% ovih hello my bad. 100%. 100% ne znaju da idu, brate. Ali Ćureksi. Luka Centrić uzeo. Ono će u rupu uzeo. Ja, će ga vidi lu, znaš. Nije ga vidio. Vidite, evo ga kod Dega nije vidio.
Ovaj sve vidi, brat. Ruski Luka.
Da be, znao si onda je tu, znao si, ja. Znao si ti, znao si.
Reportajte ga, si report, brate, ovoga ruskog Luka.
Glavi stvarno pušuju, ajde bre.
Feedaju, brate, svi feedaju Twisted.
I to ovi od ozgo Ćureksi neketaš. A mora se digne sad na fight.
Ajde, diš se Jovice, jebo ga dan.
Plavo ide, beži u plavo.
Exactly. Entropiq has the potential here to just shut this down and kind of clean up the scraps of what's going
Digo
on
se
at the
Jovica i
moment. Mexi,
Mihajlo.
Nail moving around on the right-hand side.
A
Ivas on the left.
Ivas u
Still
centar.
U centar pa mora da čuva da.
Against the teams that are constantly embroiled.
Jao, moši ga vidi, znaš.
Jo, gle
Dobro
bobica
je.
Ivasa.
The severity of them moving up.
Dobar će je taj nej, dobar je najlupe nej, dajte. Bacaj, od zonu pade. Tako je bre, tako je bre. 3-4 ovi se digli. A lov su, ajde, ajde, nok. Daj bombe, bombe, gle bomba. 3, noka 3, jao, 120.
To Mihajlo.
Jao.
Iva se nabodi nešto
Jao.
jevoga.
Ma mi tako jebemo bre, mi tako jebemo. Šta sam ti rekao?
Lagan.
Aj, ko ti je to napisao sad u chat, kaži mi. Napušite se skurci.
Ko je napisao
Mi takoj bre, mi takoj. Šta sam rekao? Šta sam rekao?
Uzi, ovo je sad 1-1 posto. Jebi ga, oba smo glasali da je...
Mi takoj igramo be. Ne, imamo novo, mi takoj jebemo.
Uzi.
Jao, nemam taj sound.
Finish that fight and then kind of reset. If there is that opportunity, a team like Twisted Minds or Exhalation,
Voli se bica otišao na plažu.
But the way in which they wrestled it away from Exhalation and
dobro je krenulo. Kaka je godina dobre.
Twisted Minds position. Twisted Minds had no chance. That was
Jo. Ovaj ajci izbio. Boga oca ovaj me. I Lazar isto. Lazar je on prilično izbio. Da vidimo šta smo radili.
Sa poenili? Nema toliko poeni brzo, ja mislim. Da.
What a game to start it off in general. Like the kind of the tense moments of these final circles as everybody can see everybody for the most part. You've got a little lip to work with.
A ovo se nastavlja u poeni, ti igrao li si prethodni? Adulić. Igrao li si prethodni? Kvale? Pa ti nemaš ići poeni be.
Pa nema veze, brate, ti kod da je bitno. Igramo sad finalu. Dobro ti kažeš, brate, ovaj Molodov ima 7 godina.
Pa ja ti kažem. Ali najlupijaše. Najlupijaše, bato. Ajde bre.
Lista Ivas mi donosi ove survive pojene.
Da, 10 pojena od survive. Jer ti je kapiten. Pa 10 duplo.
Nije 8 ukupno sam dobio. Ne dobio ja sam duplo, ja mislim, samo na kill je duplo, jel?
Valjda na sve duplo, ne?
Jurca nije nabao kokoški.
Ma nema idenje do grad, be, laki, sedi tu i dobro smo se kombinovali, brate. Ko ćeš kuru grad?
Vidi, nek Fuzi spojilo i naredni meč, baš tako zanimljivo gledati na ovom streamu.
Što? Ko je spojilo? Zašto ja? Ja samo zaključio, brate. Centar zone smo, koliko je vreme prošlo, mojim lepo.
Nije on isto spojilo, samo je objasnio ko je vinuo prije nego što su vinali.
Pa će damo onu tablicu bez dileja ako hoće, ko je to? Ali ja ne gledam to i nije zanimljivo kad gledaš tablicu bez dileja.
Ne, ma kakva tablica bez dileja, bre, to je pussy smoke.
To valjda ima na ovi turniri.
Ma ima, da.
Bege, mnogo sam se naložio, brate, moram da idem da popijem, da napravim nesić, da frcnem.
Ajde. A dobro su izletjeli na krojić.
Sreća na tu men što smo udarili. Ne mogu da im najlup koliko ima ubistva. 4 ili 5. 20 pojena, molim lepo. Ko ti dao, brate? Nito rao, nitko pao.
Lagani sandwich emergency na krović. Mladog Molodokta. Ali Mihajlo je bio 3 put bolji.
Man, kudos to them. I did think eventually maybe they were going to be open to Entropiq's line of sight, kind of on the south, but I guess that was not the case here.
A Luka ima dobru ideju, realno. Realno respekt što je izašao ranije. Ali evo ga, brate, ovaj Lu vidi Boga oca od ozgo. Baću, ja mislim da vi perfekti će ovom čitu, 100%, nema što.
Što? Da li dalje Luka IGL? Pa normalno, brate. Luka će uvijek bude IGL. Najbolji IGL ikada. Ali, brate, verujte mi, znači, Mixi je isto bio IGL i Mixi mu mnogo pomaže. On onako, razumeš, najljepše puca ovo, ono, traži kilove, bodove, ovo, ono, razumeš. I vas isto obezbeđuje teritoriju, Luka gleda što da se radi, onda Luka nije mogao sam sve to, razumeš. A sad Mixi dođe i kaže, Luka, možemo ovu opciju, ovu opciju, ovu opciju. Luka kaže, idemo opciju broj 2 i radimo to i to, razumeš. Mixi je više onaj scout koji ti priča da imaš što možda radiš. I onda, brate, mnogo pomažeš u tim, ja zato kažem da bolji line-up nije mogao da bude.
Ima više razloga zašto ovaj line-up bolji od prošloga.
Pa ima puno, ali nećemo. Ali najosnovniji. Mogli smo da napravimo private ladderboard, be.
Mogli smo, realno.
Pa ne znam da li može sad. Čekaj da vidim. Da li može. Create leaderboard. A, kurac, mora si premium. Ima li neko premium?
Koliko je premium?
A, mogu jedan da napravim.
3 eura premium.
Ne mora premium, može jedan. Create your private. Ajde, napravi, kako da pišemo.
Ne mogu zabrati. Ne, ovo je samo 12.
Brate, ovaj line-up je bolesan. Još Mića, kad bi naučio naš jezik. Bože. 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 On u stvari dok je bio ENTROPIQ, godinu dana pre ovo je učio u ENTROPIQ. U Liquid je učio srpski, srpski. Nebitno, to je isti jezik, srpski, hrvatski. I živeo je kod mamića u kuću, ne znam da ste to znali. On je kod mamića 6 mjeseci bio. I pričali su sve na naš jezik, razumeš? Da bi mogao da se uklopi u tim. I igrao je turniri odatle. Ajde, nema ovo više gi slušamo jebe, ajde.
Stvarno, brate, ja se
A?
Ko Foki seru.
Šta? Sa pen.
Karen seru ko Foki.
Da.
Kako smiješan ovaj Tobi show program.
Na mene mi ovaj u sredinu dođe kao vampir, bet. Kao iz Twilight onaj.
Kako Rocket League i običan meč Rocket League ima 50.000 pregleda, PUBG 4.000. Koliko smo prsli, braću dragi.
Ko je živeo kod mamića? Pa Mića, Mixi. 6 mjeseca pre nego da potpiše za ENTROPIQ. Da nauči malo jezik.
I da se navikne na burger od mamića.
Ne be, to je pravi samo u dvorište. Ti se sprdaš, ja pričam ozbiljno.
There's so many situations where, okay, teams have already got particular compounds in the middle, they're going to be sticking there, and it's going to be hard to rotate to them. But
Jao, kude počnamo s pobedu?
Jel moglo bolje? A znaš šta je još dobra stvar?
Šta?
Što je Twisted drugi, a Face četvrti.
Nema bolje. To.
As much as it's tough for Salvam to watch, it's very satisfying to watch how these guys are shooting and just...
Vranje protiv nasilja, bate, šeta 50 čoveka.
Ajde, braću, čujte, malo igramo od ovih match case.
And of course, again, guys, the last one of Miramar, we are going to be going, of course, into this next game here shortly. PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers. The top 2 goes to PGS 2 here, and of course, ENTROPIQ with an extremely strong start. That's really good to see here, and I hope we're going to see more.
Let's go.
Utilize the way that they, them being able to stay 4 guys alive and then go on to the win the game here with 20 points. That's a huge game.
10 sekundi.
And of course, we're going to be going into the game. So guys, take it away. Have fun with it.
Alright, well thank you very much, Martin. That's right, Toby. Let's get it done. It's time for the desert once again.
Pa nemam novo, ali...
Provided. Now, let's have plentiful more excellent games on Miramar.
Now, I'm going to ask you one simple question here, James, because we have been able to predict these in the past. Based on this plane path that we're seeing before our eyes here, to the air, are we ending southeast of Las Leones or in Junkyard?
Oh no! You know what? I'm gonna go Impala Fields.
Znaš što? Nemamo kuda da ripnemo. Nemamo kuda da ripnemo.
Okay. I hate everything about this.
Well, if you're an El Poso looting team, you probably will hate everything about this.
Ne, pa sigurno ima, brate, kad ostanu, tipa kad stranac umre, mnogo ti je lakše da prijavljuješ na srpski, razumeš, ali zavisi, mislim ne srpski, kajem srpski, ali naški, nebitno. Ali, pa nekad i nije fair taj četvrti kao da ne znaš šta pričaš, razumeš. I onda ti je lakše i za dalje razvoj da voda svi pričaju na engleski. Ako bude naš LAN ili nešto tako. I onda bolje se priča. Ali nekad imamo mi neke reči za koje ne možeš da prevedeš na engleski, brate.
Zato je mnogo bolje da pričaju naš.
Da, jedino to.
Evo ga Mić.
Jao, hvala ti gospode ove igre, bre.
Brendane, Green, veliko ti hvala.
Holy moly, that's a circle. Yeah, very southern. Alright, here's Yappa. Obviously, we didn't see much of them in the previous game.
Ovo me odon, ma visi, i masku i dalje nosi, još mu nisu javili da je prošla korona.
So they're going to have a bit more of an opportunity to play out the first game of the tournament for them, by the looks of things. And I'm excited to see what they can do.
I mean, this time around they have a pretty good circle, so they get to pick and choose where they want to play into it from. There's of course the risk of them running into ENTROPIQ. Have they done their prep right, which I would only imagine that they have. They should also know.
Gle kako mi se krijetovala, brate. Koja je glupost? Nazvala se Fuzi 4S.
Scary prospect. Don't want to be running into them. As Vard on the south side is already making fast moves here to try and secure
Fuzi 4S.
Evo ti link, ako mogu me banuje sad.
Unfortunately for them, they kind of bled out quite slowly during the previous game. They got a few kills on the board, but you know, they were just not really having the easiest of times.
Da, ja mislim to je 2 od 2, brate. Će vam javim da sljedeći like što će bude, to jest kad će bude.
Nemoj ništa da javljaš više, alo.
Yeah, it's in circles like the previous, or the games like the previous one, there will be those teams that are just going to become, I mean, point sponges for the teams. And after all, kind of became that this time around. We see now, I believe Marco found himself a flare gun. They're probably not going to be used yet, but whenever they do make their way further forward, you'd imagine
je zanimljivo gleda ljude kako lutaju, jel da?
Obožavam.
Filling the same role for Howl, the way that Vard has been doing it now for Foot. The teams send scouts a little early in this circle because there are just some compounds that are that much better, I mean, especially when the games end up there, than other cases. And if you have a chance to pick a game when
napravio Fuzi lider, ne znam, jesi napravio lider, bro?
Da, dao sam link, ali ne mogu da šaljem link na tvoj stream, brate, zato što nisam subscriber, jebem ti pleme pa na tebe. Evo ti.
Ljudi, evo private lider, bro, stiže.
Da li se dobija više PGS poena? Mislim da je isto za prvo mjesto 600. Mislim da je, većinom je isto, sem što na posljednji turnir, na ovaj 5 zimski, to jest ovaj, ko se kaže to, proleće, leto, jesenji, ko bude prvi on ide direktno na PGS, na posljednji turnir ko bude prvi. Ali i to će osvojimo, ne sekirajte, i ovo i to.
Koji je password?
Ma de znam.
Pa ti ga stavio je.
Nikola 95. Valjda.
Koji password?
Nikola 95. Probaj. Ne, da, valjda.
A ovo nije fair, brate, ti imaš 300 poena. Možda staviš samo za finale.
Da, ako pre što je bilo na jedan turnir direktno jedan tim na sedmicu. Jesi ušao?
Jesam, samo smo IT, evo. Ne ulazite, alo.
Ali ja sam igrao i kvale.
Pa ne možda obilježiš samo, možda obilježiš samo...
Na koji turnir misliš? Na PGS ili sad na PEC? Pošto PEC igramo 99%, a PGS 95%. Pa ne može, to je zato što sve se spaja. Sad su ovo napravili stranje vrte da im plaćaš da igraš ovo, znači najveća glupost, retardi. Da Bog da im se pokorilo sve.
3 eura, neću ni 3 eura da im dam.
A na 5 sigurno će igramo, 5 sigurno. Lele, sad Micaka mi napravi. Ovaj kako se zove. Nesić, uf.
Ja sam se joinao.
As you're saying, considering how widely split they are right now, no reason for them to really go overboard.
To si ti stavio Nikola DP, brat. Lik stavio svoj Instagram od Instagram password.
Pa nisam znao, to mi je password na sve.
Ali ja imam egzampla u ti, brat.
Ne može ga ne laži. Što je lepo. Ako budemo u top 5, vjerojatno smo u PGC. Ma ovdje treba top 2 da bi igrali finale. Top 2 da bi igrali finale, ba to, mora to je.
A ode Skofa u penziju. GG, Kleineman.
And Schofield's gone. Schofield was looking great for Howl in the lower bracket as well, so unfortunate.
Want to make it for that team, no doubt, but same was
Alija.
Yeah, this time around he's the one to
Lele, bat. A Ledić im, Mico? Ne mogu Mico.
No tags coming through.
I want to see that highlight making play.
Ja sam vam prvi. Halo!
Ko je prvi be?
Čeha prvi za obojcu.
Kako? Koji tim ima? Pa i Ragnar ima 424 poena na močom us.
Gdje si ide taj leaderboard?
Brate, on je uplatio premium, imao i upper bracket i lower bracket i finale, sve imao.
Kad su sad, za danas je,
Komp premium, pa oni svi imali ovoj be, brate.
A nema, brate, Ragnar šupak Meraklija, razumiješ, odmah uplatio 3 eura tamo, ulizuje s ovima iz Twajera da bi dobio bonus u bracket, sad on kao prvi kod nas. Gdje banuj Ragnara iz leaderboarda, ne može. Bana je Ragnar, alo.
Čekaj da im da li mogu stani.
Ne može, znači, pay to play se ne računa.
Ne može se bano je, kurac. Sad, nisi trebao password da ti kažem na javnu.
Ljudi, sljedeći leaderboard namještam ja i fuziju, puštam samo ove što imaju manje pojena od nas.
Koliko pa nemaš? 50 ne može. Mrš. Zatvoreno.
Ko ima više pinga nego pojena, ne može da uđe.
Just rotate.
Jo, ne mogu, to bi je već krenuo da daje savjet šta treba da igraju. On zna, stručnjak. Nije odigrao 3 ranke do života. Volim ove što ne igraju nikakve turnire, a prave se pamet. A tih ima najviše, duše skonto sam to brati po komentarima.
The circle is more likely to be moving down south of Los
Angeles
Spiro. And even if it's not, it's a bit harder to get down there compared to some of those northern areas. So everybody's grouping up below it. There is opportunity for these 3 teams in the north, be it FaZe, be it Exalt, be it...
Gde ćeš Kaća sad kad je tesno?
Ja, bati mi što dođe gleda.
Who's this?
Što ćeš da gleda?
Da, ti ide napolje, kada mi što gleda Jovicu.
You'd have to match at least. Yeah, you can see them now in the distance. Ascent, the ones flying forward. Last time
Fuzi, evo da dogovorimo. Ako vineju naši častimo ih ručak u Beograd, može?
Koga?
Njih sve.
Pa teško da pogodimo sve, ali Jocu znam gdje živi, ne sekiraj se.
Joca ima burger kod bake praseta.
Jocu možemo, ali i ono kako se zvaš ona kurotresina. Kako se zvaš? Kako se zvaš? Kako se zvaše be? Palačinkarina be, kuro tresina. Palačinkarina.
U glavić zvekno
Najbolji imamo spot, brate. 2 spota najbolja. Znaš zašto? Zato što sad, gdje su Najlup i Ivas. Najlup i Ivas, tu je uvek igrao Liquid taj deo. A ENTROPIQ je uvijek igrao gdje su Luka i Mixi. A razumeš, sad smo spojili 2 tima i sad smo preki brek!
Da, 4 kampa držim.
Da.
Ti skonto da Najlup igra sa Ivasom, a Luka s Mixi.
Pa normalno, 2 mozga su bolje nego jedan.
Brate, a što vi glume prvu pomoć?
Pa ne, zato što Ivas, brate, mora za rukicu Najlupa da ga drži.
Ovaj Lazar vas da uleti u neko sranje. Što znači pobije.
Čekaj da istopim šećer.
Šta radiš sa šećerom?
Šta radiš sa šećerom? Razbijam.
Ali realno mi se sviđa kako ovaj Havl igraju. Stvarno mi se sviđa. To od svih turaka oni su onako, zanimljivi.
Pa ima nešto. Opet ima to su.
Jesi jeo klobake pravi? Je, ono malo. I uopšte nije loš.
Brate, naprotiv, baš je dobro, pogotovo onaj burek.
Pogotovo kad skontate da je fast food, brate. Svi koji hejtaju, zašto njega ne vole isto. Nisam ja neki njegov veliki fan, ali realno mu je dobra. Moramo biti objektivni.
Da be, nisam veliki fan, on, brate, drugar mu. Žive u stan pored živi.
Ko?
Pa ti i baka prase, bet.
Baka prase u Beogradu vodi živi.
Sve znam, pa ti ne živiš kao šta. Lol, sad se praviš za stream.
Expose. Lazar sad na aparatima u našo šumu gdje sam, brate. Sad je u dilemi.
Pa džabe našo.
Džabe i traži.
Djali sam te sad expose. Jebi ga.
Za store.
Naši ti, bato. A Ragnar malo dođe, prošeta se pa otidne.
Ne, brate. Ragnar ti je
Leteći. Leteći. Ali onaj burek jeste da je mnogo skup. Satopljeni sir i suvo meso. Ali ono je bolesno. Dok čekaš pljesku, nije, za roštilj nije, ali za burek...
A brate, kako nije? 600 dinara je košta onaj... kako se zove, ono vrhunski sa čvarcima. Kako zove ono?
Nije 600, be 450. Jao, ponovo u centar u glavu.
To meni s dostavom bilo.
Pa dostava glovo ti naplaćuje, da.
Da, može biti.
Kakav si ti debil, imaš tu na tvoj bulevar i mrzite da se spuštiš?
Ne mrzim da se spustim, nego me mrzi da čekam, vrat. Bude valjda onih klinaca tamo milijard.
Ja sam lepo rekao, bebem ti deca.
Nije loše, nije loše. Ajde uzmite
Jason treba da uzme centar i mi da uzmemo dole.
Uzmite šekove, molim.
Pa ti si doktor, bre, Ragno. Ali ovo što si ne nakecajaš, što si prvi u ovoj...
To nije burek, ja se izvinjavam. Izvinjavam se ovima što su osjetljivi na tu temu.
Ko? Bosanci mora da su.
Što bi rekao Vaso Bakočević, izvinjavam se što kasnim, ali realno boli nas kurac. Burek s nutelom. Šta je burek s nutelom? To bi drao.
Ma kakav be burek s nutelom? Palačinka je s nutelom, bet. Palačinkarina.
Nije euro krem stavlja, to mi se ne sviđa.
A Karina stvarno je dobra, brate. Ko je ovo, alo?
Ja bi samo da se nadovežem da ne može biti burek sa sirom.
Evo ga ovaj.
Daj banuj ga be, molim te, bre.
Povrijeđen sam u svakom smislu te riječi.
Veliki pozdrav.
Jesi iz Bosne, ba?
Pa naravno.
Znači Bosanac.
Tipičan Bosarac.
Dante's like, yo bro, come on.
Još jednom, samo da utvrdimo gradivo.
To je oprošteno.
Cirnica.
Pitica.
Pošto ovdje, ili pitica, kako god. Cirnica ili pitica, ali burek je burek. I nikako drugačije.
S meso. To je ja znam.
Kažeš burek, dobiješ burek, jebi ga, smisao. E sad, ono.
Ajde. Ovo je istina, stvarno. Nije da prvi vučuje.
Pa, brate, nismo mi krivi, obratite se Baki Brazetu, piše burek za sirom.
Well, the 2-2 split of Yepa, they're trying to defend that as much as possible. Nixie was actually hit by Gustav as well in the air. Odin gets Keanu.
Kako sam iskusno izbacio Nixija? Ništa lično.
Ovo je, neću, rekao sam ne da serem. Kad vidim nešto glupo, ne da serem. A vi znate da mene iznervira najveća glupost. Znači, samo me glupost, nervira ništa drugo. Bog te mazo. Na ovu zonu kreša to. Dobro, neću ništa.
Cut our losses a little bit here, split up a bit and try and keep someone alive.
Gdje su naši, alo, nisam vidio.
Nisu ni mrdnali, brate, spojili su na najlupu. Pa što, spojili ništa, sve nije desilo spet.
In any case, if you're Odin right now and someone DC'd in your compound while you're getting hot drop, that has got to be the most terrifying thing in the world. So for Odin to be able to keep him alive right now, kudos, just play it safe.
Vadi, Vađenka. Imali smo ga, Vađenka. Najlupe.
Ajde, ima se jeboga krug.
Farmer. Brate, Zivosa možda ne vidiš kad je sam. Tad je najjači, bat. Lavč. Miksi kradi, doktore. Mićo, najlupe kradi, to. Daju mi poeni, što volimo kod ih izgrnem. Oko u džep, da imam grudnjak u grudi mi tu rao. Nego će mora obučem, bate, džeparice, pošto na short imam samo 2 džepa, a mnogo poeni, ba to.
Pušaju.
Daj poeni.
You're fighting your way into this circle regardless, so might as well battle them while they're wounded, and wounded they are, the boom down to just 2 HP, as all of Entropiq has just...
Gledajte ga, on ubio umjesto najlup. Oće najlup, jao gledaj.
Nema, sajde bac bombicu, jebo ga, krug.
Najlup, ma bravo, i njega, i nju i njega, i mene, svi.
Is the perfect play, and they're just getting the clean up here. This is perfect.
Ajde, najlupe. Imaš ga, Jole.
Nemo, Jole, pusti vas.
Ma kakav Ivas mora da zaštiti stranu.
Sad će vas da ga zapali. Bravo, bre! 2 boda, lagana! Lagana, 2 boda.
Čekaj, možeš jedan hole ostao? Alo? Još jedan hole ostao? Hole. Pa treba se ubije, tu je pored. Ivo se utepa od zonu. Nema jammer pack. Au.
Sad nemam poene za Survivora. Joj, umro je Mihajlo.
Au, svi umreš.
This Finnish defense line is
Luka živ. Gdje je Luka? Vidi Luki. Luka odsuo na egzibiciju.
I mean, great by Monarch, right? They needed the points here to get things going. They've got themselves 3 on the board here for this game so far.
Luka ušao u kamera.
They're only the 2 alive, but they're going to be able to work their way slowly into the circle because the defenders now move closer.
Ja sam ovdje vaš, a koji smo to mi naši? Pogledaj koliko se tepa timovi, bre. Kako koljaža. Nije u kambe, Luka odmara tu. U Dipić.
Jebi ga, braću. Da me unajme za coacha. Ovi šekovi da su uzeti sad win. GG.
It was a big fight as FaZe and question mark as well. These two teams, they will be Jeans cleaning up the rest of it alongside Fex. That is really, really good stuff here for them. Just check out a bit more loot. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds has taken
Ja kažem da bi na Ace.
Who are now going to actually have to move quite rapidly into the circle.
Otvori map sa strane jeboga.
Ne mogu, nervira me.
Ubio Lino, evo ti ubio Lino Lukaru.
Ace and Wina.
Pa i ja sam to rekao, brate. Ne možemo isto sve.
O jebam te, ne, a ja ću izabrati nešto drugo.
Ajde, ne. Šta prvo kažeš to se računa? I ja sam izabrao Entropiq prije.
How do you approach this one? Do you wait it out, do you let them come to you knowing you have to make a play yourself? Or do you go aggressively out, try and take him out? To then make your play on in. I guess Ali just answered the question.
5-10 sekundi map traje, ajde.
Let's see how this goes.
Kude ti je mapa?
Steady does it. As Metralius is sitting.
Bre, i FaZe možda Wina. Ne be Ace, FaZe. Ja sam FaZe.
Ali nema sad, ne može, ne računa se. Znači, prošli puste kontra od nas, sad je svi copy-paste, ne računa se. Znači, ako vinamo poen, samo meni fuzi. Pravit ćemo leaderboard za šutra, hoćemo života.
Za preko sutra.
Ja dajem 50 evra za top 3 ko na kraju bude sve pobjedio.
Što? Ti daješ 50 evra?
Da.
I ja se igram.
Ali samo ko vina, i po vinu se dobija poen, to je to.
Može.
I pravimo leaderboard u ovome notepadu.
Dobro, mi imamo za sad po jedan poen.
Mi sad, ne, sutra ćemo što nam mora namjestiti to. Mora sve bi regular.
Ja za tebi, za mene pamet.
Danas zagrijavanje, Twisted Winner. Marko, 22, preimenovat ćemo ga u Twisted. I proći koji glasa. Gdje je Twisted?
Če ga preimenujemo u Sašo.
Saša, preimenovat će u Sašo. Ali onda od prve zone, ne.
Ne, može od prve.
2 na 3 shift, evo, 2 na 3 shift. Realno od 4. zone lako pogledati. 2 na 3 shift.
Against Ascend, I think down from the south here.
Čim izgubi zonu, oni se raspadnu total.
Down towards the bottom.
Ivica, Boževica, Jurica je malo otišao van zone da vidi kako je šta ima. Malo ga je mrčnula zona, pa je onda otišao
Ma glupčo, pucali su ga. Glupčo. Glupčo. Glupčo.
Yep, they need to get up in 4 or 5 issues. They also
Što?
know that Sabum sat right below them, so they know that there's a threat if we run up, we're gonna get shot in the back.
A brate, jel meni perfektno živ je?
Meni Molodok živ, be. Ludnica.
I meni isto Molodok.
Ne, pa ne može isto. Pa ti si isti tim izabrao koja, brat.
Kako nisam? Molodok, Iljekaj, Perfektix i Jurica. I to staviti Juricu kapitena, on posjećuje plavu zonu. Kapiten prvi dume, respekt.
Ostane na brodu. Koji ton?
Luka to na brodu.
I guess it depends on Sabum really, because they haven't shown a whole lot to want to go aggressive on this front. If they don't push
Ajde, da mi pomogneš da rešim asocijaciju samo. Oliva, spanać.
Popaj.
Kurac mi poklopaj.
I'm impressed at how many smokes Exalts had during all of this as well to keep themselves alive. Because if they didn't, they would have been in absolute no man's land against Twisted Minds here. Still a few more assists.
Ja moram da Sneša pošaljem.
That was real close too. Real close. Impressive though.
Ko je boss na ovdje? Kiljakaj?
I mean, I was going to say they allow for them to back off, but then when you have...
I mi smo glasali za boss.
I mi smo za boss glasali.
Oh, wounded they will be. Sabum now are the ones to leave, so kind of as expected, Sabum calls it early, allowing Exalt to
nice.
It's a big move. It's a big move. Exalt straight away is taking the opportunity to do so. That's going to give them a bit of reprieve from the Twisted Minds shots that are going through, and they're going straight towards Yepa, who, I mean, if they know that they're here...
Vratim se. Ček, nije ga on flašao klupčo. Ukrali su mu ga.
Yes, brate, SRM.
Sava might be able to claim this territory.
full-on pull-up mode activated as Savin, while they have cleared this compound for...
Koji game je ubio drugi, kad sam te zajebao?
Brutalan, znači gledam, ne vjerujem nju Đuleću u autima.
Brutalan PUBG. I'm a little worried about him being here alone rather than them having maybe a 2-2, but I'm like either you take a fight to them or you back off completely, but here...
Onda na Molotov fuzi, ovaj Molotov meda ne može, ne znam što smo glasali za njega.
Umam, što smo ga zabrali.
Brate, lik nas hejta, bukvalno, zato je Ragnar
Nego ja ga stavljam, brate, sa strša kad igrajem, mogu da ubije, evo, u taj tim. A? Za šta? Što ćete? Pa što on uzete to što si gledao? Tu nema, ne diraj ništa tu. Nema, pa i ovaj je pisan ceo. Pa taj, ali tu imam ja podešavanja za pozivnice. Uzmi taj, be.
Gledajte Tibona, brać žbunjen.
Lele, Face će vina, ja.
I boga, shifta, neće ići vina.
Face, be, ja sam za Face glasao. 2 pojena.
Nemoj lagat, ima sve na stream, rekordaću.
Tu ne se vidi.
Yeah, get rid of that. Try and then slowly move in from the east. Try and get a knock-on phase once that fight comes along. Unless, of course, I mean,
Jao, kako dobro pogađam ovo, sam rekao Face.
If they feel like, I mean, going west is actually just into the complete jaws of the open. So,
brate, sad će nogi će ih krešaju.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Jebem te usta, gledaj Chris koliko ti kilovi ima, 4.
Their positioning ain't exactly great. They're sat down behind these vehicles for cover, but they're inside the circle. They can wait this one out, and if other people are forced to run, because they're running while you stood there shooting. So somebody has to apply pressure to Face in order for Ascent to try and make a play for the fields and not go south.
Ovo je dobro, sviđa mi se.
Znači ga nakjecav. Znači ga nakjecav, ali Face ako pogleda samo na gore. Ajde zonu baci be.
Ova X-Kring si igra s ovom trmačinom. To mačak, a ne perfektno.
And of course it's the M249, Chris, of course.
Able to get the first knock.
Abe, gori vatra, sad nama, kalakaj to.
Brat Istenko, pa ne može to, brat, ovo sam Rusimo. Istenko moli.
Što, kakav je ovaj nedut kalakaj, je retardiran? Bosančeros. Pogledaj.
Ma nema nejda, druže.
Ja bi mu skinao od platu, brate, ovo da uradi.
Realno, Kalakaj da igra u Virtus, on bi dobio otkaz.
Pa da, i treba. Gle. Kalakaj vina. Pa jesam rekao da je Ace vina.
We mentioned that they needed to dislodge Sarvam, and they made easy pickings of them.
A Čureks ili je mrtav u Face? Nije.
Look at this, now it's Foot Esports with the first step up here. Able to get up the hillside,
and
also
the
Face don't get to engage either. Had that fight prolonged, had there been knocks on both sides to more of an extent, it could easily have been to the downfall of Foot Esports.
Tu je već Čureksi, be, tu je Čureksi, moj bratić. Pa ko je umreo? A, Gustav. A Heci da igra. U
futboliste je boga dan. Futbaleri.
A oni su ceo line-up igrali juče s nama.
I said it at the end of the upper. I've got high hopes for them. I think they're looking great so far. And this is very well done. I think the emergency pickup has given them like almost new life. New lease on life. They're using it right as, like, for example, they didn't use it straight away when they were high north. They held onto it for so long to see when Circle 3 was moving and how it was moving. Even though they were close to the circle. I love what they're doing so far.
Napiše, hoće li biti dovoljno metaka kad u backpacku ima 250. Lig u Phase 8 ima 400.
Good to see them finally going from looking somewhat beaten to having
momentum
going their way again.
Če ti iskrše shield. Bucko, šta pucaš be, jebem te? Fokusiraj se.
Yeah, it's like, quick, I'll throw down a smoke. This will be fine, right? Help! Help! Very, very difficult to deal with. But now, I mean, also, Foot and Ascend here on this eastern side. FaZe is hoping that they run into each other, bump into each other, fight each other before the fight actually has to come to them.
I mean, we know that the final circle is going to take us into the field. I think with Ascend, it's kind of everyone is countering each other right now. It's a full-on rock, paper, scissors type situation where there's every good play is only good as long as the other team doesn't interfere. Ascend could push into Foot, but with the risk of being shot by FaZe. FaZe could push Foot with the risk of
Ne bi trebali za Ascend da navijamo, da.
regardless of which team they're going to fight, they're going to get shot by the other team. So
Mora
right
FaZe
now,
da win.
everybody is trying to set it up so that they can become the third-party team. I guess the only thing
Imaju auto i bombe, centar samo da uzmu na vreme.
Imaju shield, malo im je shield izbušen, ali može da
Pa kad ti izbušen ne možeš ga vratiš u ranac.
The smoke launcher as well, the new kind of angle that's given you to the game as approach is you can smoke off people's line of sight easier on like a long distance as opposed to using it for potential cover yourself.
A ne može. Ovo će se pofajt. Bravo, FaZe, ide na dobru stranu. Bravo, majstori.
Ali realno su najlošiji u poziciji.
Pa jesu, ali vi sad mora pođe od ozgo.
This is going to dissipate eventually. They're going to run out and they're going to be open.
Evo, Čureksi pogađa malo.
Ajde, Čuro.
Ali vi imaju najbolju zonu, Ascend jebem Glusa.
Nažalost, predikali smo vjerovatno dobro.
Ma to ti na Vardića.
Perfect start, the perfect opportunity here for Foot to continue capitalizing on all of this. As the circle narrows down, they're going to be close.
Oni se fajtaju. Nek se fajtajte, se fajtajte se. I onda FaZe wina.
And then if FaZe can actually see them on that cross circle angle as well. Brexico hits back against Fox.
Ajde, nokujte ga jednog, dva, nokuj, molim te. Kako ubija se ovo? Me zabava neko. Gledaj James da im priš.
He was able to blast 3 with the M249. Good with this gun. You're an absolute monster here.
Ovdje James ima dobru poziciju, ali mora nokuje dva.
He's pushed up this close. This is FaZe's ace in the hole.
Mora dva da nam.
Nema helmeta leži.
You see them in the distance, but James needs to be the difference maker.
Bravo. Bravo.
Ajde,
imaš ga. Čureksi bre, sve je nokovo. Ma što ne? Ajde, Čure. 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 Ne.
Ascend is able to take the victory.
James prodao, brate, mnogo promaši na prvi spray.
A nije trebao da puca uopšte.
Vam dobro je zapucao, onda pomogne.
Pa brate, prodao se. Nema free. Trebao je da uzme kill.
Pa trebao je li promašio. Piši mi tamo 2 poena za sutra.
Nema za sutra, pa i 2.
Pa 2 poena što?
Yeah, that was proper crazy. The facts as well.
Ne,
I
2
mean,
sam.
Ascend against that ridge line here. James opened up on the right-hand side and actually like caused a little bit of chaos. Again, I don't think they realized quite how close he'd pushed up. That was proper awesome.
Lele, Vlada što piše,
evo.
evo.
See that all unfold and Ascend coming out on top. One of the challengers here, the guys that were able to do so well at PGS 1, doing well here on home soil.
Back-to-back emergency pickup winners here in our first 2 Miramar matches. And I do think that Miramar is the map that is the most optimal for emergency pickups. If you know
Opa, Ivas mi donio 12 poena sad. Kill 2 poena.
What a great game, guys. Welcome back to the PGS 2
Bravo, doktor.
Guys, what an insane game. As you said here, Toby,
Jedno malo
it is
pista, brate.
really the game of the emergency pickups here. The way they're timing it, the way they're scouting while they're in there, making sure they can use it to maximum efficiency is just paying off so hard here.
Ja, 6 jebote, ovo nije fair, ali
24 points for them.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. It's great to see them make use of it. I'm just kind of curious. See, now we know it's good to do. When does the counter come in?
A džabe, stignao sam ga Sehicu, bate, on premium, ali gleda Ragnar 450, namočamo se u tije poeni.
Kako znaš da je premium? Zašto je zlatan, jel?
Da.
A nije ima Ragnar premium, šta se kod ima?
Pa, zato što imamo mnogo poeni, bate, ali jebi ga.
I guess you could probably get away with something like that, but I think that especially on Miramar,
Ragnar,
there's this
nemaš
grace
premium,
period,
brat,
there's
sve na
this
znanje.
Goldilocks zone, there's
pusti eksplozivo prije
samo
emergency pickups. Ja nisam ništa rekao.
Traži da te banjemo. Are the perfect.
Da, ja sam tražio.
Find yourself a spot. If you leave it too late, you're going to get blasted by 8 teams. If you do it too early, is that impactful? There is this window in the middle of Miramar which makes it just right.
Yeah, you can do it all the way through phase 4, and I feel that's definitely going to be too late here. Like like when Circle 4 is closing at that point, it's going to be too many teams looking down your neck while you're trying to dive in.
Mora da se namesti samo finale.
On nije fair. Especially with the one phase
nije fair, ja
nisam
stigao nego samo finale.
To get into that compound.
Nisu ni oni, nije ni Bale.
Phase 3 that I said here, the Goldilocks time between, you know,
phase 3 popping and phase 3 moving is a really good time to do that here, Toby.
Yeah, definitely. Catching the hard shifts and flying with them perfectly, especially in the area of the map where there aren't really any good horizontal roads. All the roads lead kind of straight down towards the water. You can't really cross west that easy, so all the cars going over all the bumpy area, you're definitely going to beat them to it when it comes to getting a compound.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see the match, boys.
Nice new zone here. The variants that we've been talking about has been great, James. While we take a look at the leaderboard. Of course, Ascend here, 24 points. Face with another good showing here. You talked a bit about them, James. Talk to us again.
I love it. I love what we're seeing so far. I think, you know, in terms of the emergency pickups, I feel like they've really hit the mark nicely about finding those timing windows to be able to use it. But I mean, even aside from that, I think that the way that they were playing in from the edge on the previous Miramar, and now playing the way that they were here, just buying enough time, using their utility properly here to be able to get them into the later stages of the games.
And of course, ENTROPIQ also managed to get 4 kills this one here, putting them 24, tying up Twisted Minds. Just 2 games to go, just 2 games done here. We got plenty to go, 4 more today, and a total of 18 before we're done.
Yeah, it's huge. I am still kind of interested in the fact that we had our 2 very different Miramar games kind of play out so similarly. So curious to see how that's going to unfold this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Foot also with some great consistency here, 17 points, and in general, how it looks, of course, Ascend, and we've talked a bit about it here, James, in terms of, you know, they got second at PGS 1. They had that kind of, you know, the points already. They had the success that was looking good, and if they're able to get into top 2 again, that's a huge achievement here for this year for them alone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they make themselves huge powerhouses of the region when, I mean, if you'd have looked at these names, you wouldn't have considered them powerhouses of the region since, what, PEL? Like when they were, you know, when some of these names were G2, so it's a very different landscape, but it shows that the kind of longevity of their ability to play here in the region is kind of steadfast.
And it's funny how FaceTime also had some success here. It's actually today is the 4 years since they actually won PEL Phase 2 and had like that monster 4-month run where they won, you know, they won Phase 2, then they won to Grand Slam and won that. They won Phase 3, Uber won Nations Cup, and then they got second at PGC, like $1 million plus if you count in Uber's prize winnings from Nations Cup. They're a huge run for them. Bounce off, you know, not because it's the same players, it's just, you know, face luck for today maybe here, Toby.
No, I mean, I feel like they're deserving of what they're getting going for them, because it's clear to see that they're working super hard to achieve what they're doing there. With all the stuff
da mi pomogneš da rešim asocijaciju samo. Oliva, Spanać.
We're seeing them pretty much always when they can't catch a circle, go out and find one of those emergency pickups to utilize them too. So very well deserved that we're seeing this roster with star-studded names finally get something going.
And of course, Mexi on ENTROPIQ having some success as well here. James, you choose for them to have the start here, and if they can make this dream run here, it could mean that they could go to PGC again.
I'm totally okay with this because, again, he is on my 30-second crafted team.
Okay.
30-second crafted
team.
That
first game, I'm going to be honest. But yeah, I mean, it really is clear that for him joining the roster, it's given them a new perspective, and I think it's paying off so far.
Alright
guys, we're gonna have a short break. Once we get back, we're gonna go to Tego for our 3rd match of the day, so stay tuned while we take this one.
Short break.
What? Let's just... Yeah, you gotta have to match the speed up. Just in front of the paces, there's an opportunity here for them to get some cleanup. With the vehicle being forced to focus up high, but I assume on
round finds one.
Both team's going to go blow for blow here. This is going to benefit, after all. They're going to jump on this in the chaos. Klim is coming up. Do they know PGS is there? They must, right? But like they're peeking to the other ridge, which is a little bit scary. He does get up though. Nixie actually with a double nade on towards them. They're making them.
Welcome to the update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing arcade points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Nice, dobar update, sviđa mi se. Sonic! Babadi.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Okay. Marko!
A?
Poplavija ti se Herceg Novi, be?
Tam.
A?
Kogod hoće da ide na surfovanje, može.
Pa će idemo li kod tebe na more?
Može.
Kad?
Hoćeš.
Ja imam slobodno od 10. septembra do 17.
Septembra, de uzmi avgust je boga tu. Ja idem dolje od 4. do 24. 25.
Avgusta.
Da, dobro.
And welcome back here to the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers desk here, and of course I'm joined by Toby and James.
Od 14. do 20.
It was fantastic. I've inhaled 6 sandwiches. No, it wasn't 6.
It was 12.
Yeah, it was a monstrous amount of sandwiches.
Što ideš od 4. do?
Fantastic. All right, guys, it's going to be shortly going over to Tego here, Toby. Are you excited get things going.
Yeah. I am, and again, I mean, I'll say it every time we get onto a Taeko. I've still yet to be disappointed by a Taeko finish, because I feel like they play out incredibly evenly. There's no one team with that perfect position to deal with everyone else. Once it gets out into the open, it's open for everyone. Thus, people make up their own colors. So please just keep it that way, game. Don't disappoint.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it is a map that the guys are not, used to just yet. So they have to be able to adapt here, James. They have to, find those new dips on the line. We saw multiple times, like, it felt like, teams were driving over like, oh, this dip is pretty good up here in this area that I've never been before. So let me try it out.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about how those fields work. We talked about, how teams were able to kind of capitalize on those names, obviously, in that lower bracket. But for the most part, it's nice to see how many teams can coexist in some of those hillsides as well, because a lot of those hills have more dips than you expect. And as you say, with some teams kind of slowly discovering all of those dips, even maybe mid-tournament, it's exciting.
Yeah, and it feels like some of the teams, that are one of the teams usually adapting and trying out new stuff, like Twisted Minds, for example, here, Toby, is one of the teams that could, come out and really find those newer spots, do those kind of adaptive things here, and let's see if they're able to continue to kind of innovate once we get to Taeko.
Definitely, and I think one of the things that might have caught some people, not off guard, but might have deceived them a bit, is that in general, the dips aren't as, like, bally or deep as on Miramar. But as we talked about during the last Miramar game as well, James, we don't need that because the terrain difference isn't as big. Like, you don't have that one team that is at 300 meters above everyone else. Thus, you only need like a somewhat human height ridge line in order to be safe, because you don't have that one team sitting far above, look down at you.
Well, what human height are we talking about? Are we talking about your
James,
two human height?
Not talking your James, just you're not part of that.
Never mind.
Okay. I mean, yeah, as long as I love you guys discussing, I would love it even more in real life, when you stand next to each other. All right, guys, we're obviously going to be going over to Taeko very shortly here. Super excited to see how the drops turns out here, Toby.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I would expect, again, I mean, considering the fact that it's just 18 games and we have a top two up for grabs, I would not expect to see any hot drops, but let's see how it unfolds.
All right, guys, again, this is going to be Taeko starting just shortly here. It is PGS 2 NBA qualifiers. That's third game of the day. We're going to be playing 3 days. It's Friday today, of course, so we're going to be playing a total of 18 here. And guys, we're going to be starting shortly, so have fun with it.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, there's only one opportunity to say this each day. It's time to Taeko, baby, as we are here for the PGS2 qualifiers, and my eyes go straight to Hosan and how the teams around there potentially drop. Obviously, it's kind of a hot spot. Maybe we'll see a team kind of deviate away, but kind of maybe trash loot near it. What do you think?
I've been thinking about something that's not...
Najbolja mapa, ljudi, Taeko je ubedljivo najbolja mapa.
Hosan could definitely become a hot spot in this one too, despite the fact that the plane isn't exactly over there. But James, could you do your "It's time to Taeko" baby with more of a Mike Myers, Austin Powers accent to it?
Maybe tomorrow. I've got to say,
I would like to.
Okay.
If you nail that one, I might be on board with it.
I'll write it down.
I would love to hear everyone else try and do it the same way.
I'll write it down or someone remind me. There we go.
Ovo je naša mapa, bre!
Jel tebi ona najbolja mapa?
Baš mi se sviđa na Skrimo, ovo iskreno.
But with this plane being incredibly...
A svi smo ih hitali na početku.
Nisam, ja nikad nisam hitao.
Ja, jesam.
Meni je od uvijek bila cool.
Bit of stretch, to say the least. So wouldn't expect to see too much commotion around there. And as we see, there isn't really any big engagements. It's only out there contesting vehicles, as they always do.
Yes, both Howl and Sarvam slowly moving towards where I was thinking maybe something would occur, but it looks like Ruin is kind of close to some players, and a big west circle even, I should say.
Wait. I'm just thinking 6 seconds back to the plane path. Yeah, this is as much on the edge, if not even off edge,
off the plane path. Yeah, it is. It's off. It doesn't. For some reason, it doesn't conform to what we know on Taeko.
That's just making things even.
On ne zna, to je, brate.
We are adding variety.
I on je komentator. Mater vam jebem u pičku.
We had it actually happen.
Realno, Fuzi ti ja bi bilo bolje iskreno.
Yeah.
I to mnogo.
Again, I mean, for those of you guys who don't understand what we're talking about, on a regular Miramar, the first circle, just to make things a little less wild, I suppose.
High percentage.
They usually connect the first circle, kind of touches the plane path in one way or another. Whereas here, this one seems, if not off, because I don't remember the exact line the plane went with, then very close to it.
Yeah. So for now, though, Howl is going to be rotating past Zarvum. This is kind of the conflict I was hoping to eventually potentially see, but of course, you know, with the plane path the way it was and kind of how these teams are having to move around from one another, it's not going to be the case. Exalt, likewise, was also north of Howl's movements, as Fairest has already gotten over here, and Howl is very close to this. These teams are not shy of taking these first early skirmishes, these first early scraps. But Fairest is kind of on his lonesome, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah. To be smart about this one, Exalt's already
Fairest, moj problem je tvoj.
Want to have it start off 3 times in a row in the same fashion, so got to be smart about it. Twisted Minds rotate on over, down towards Fishing Camp. There you go. Scout on forward, of course. Twisted Minds way. Do not go over aggressive if danger presents itself. So, smart about it.
Be smart about it.
They are pushing up on it against Fairest. Fairest now, how are you going to deal with it? He's headed up towards the roof, looking for an opportunity to get one. We'll start things off already with the K2. The second one as well. Reinforcements are on the way, Toby.
Yeah. I mean, he should be coming out alive in this one, unless the Bruin has something to say about it. Actually gets him with the nade up high, but Molodok instantly there to respond, and now it's just him left alive.
Molodok Fuzi.
3. Oh, so say that! Oh my god, he got the double! No, it's a 1v1!
Oh my god, if Bruin's able to do this off of that, that is huge.
Gledat će ga flasha, znaš?
Realizing exactly where Fate is. Goes for a nade.
Dobro.
Oh, Fairest! Oh my
Dobro je, spašavaj ga. Za Malka minus pojeni jebe mu sve.
Ali, brate, jeste li vidjeli Nejda? Halo. Da, evo ga, Saloma, Tulin se nameračio, nanjušio krv. Samo da perfektnih uzme kill, alo.
I da nije Molodok.
I da nije Molodok, ja mislim da je to fair. Ne, javi mu tamo, Fuzi, šalji mu nas.
They really want to get back on this 4, but Twisted Minds isn't going to allow them
Nemam perfektica, imam Sašu.
Gle Mitra što drive by.
Destruction Derby.
Pa jok.
He's just trying to run away from all of the ADs on the hunt
Mita
as
lud.
well. They're pouncing on this.
Mišu žito se sakrio, pogledaj ga, hahaha.
Usually, I mean, again, this does not happen on Rankle or Miramar. The average for teams to have to rotate in this match in particular is way above and beyond what we usually see. So everyone's trying to send it towards the center now, and now...
Mish mali, Jesse, Mish.
Close of it as Hewitt lands a perfect nade in the middle.
Yeah, brutal way to start this game here, as you say, with everyone trying to really kind of bomb it towards where they need to be. And DA now is going to be just completely circling on this. Misa's gone, unfortunately, for him. No more bloodhounding for good old Misa. But where is the rest of Monarch? They're kind of circling around towards the south of everything that was going on.
Yeah, once they hear that there's an entire team pulling up and they ain't around fast enough, it's one of those, well, you're on your own, buddy. Try and see how many you can get down with you, because we're already circle center, and it's simply too dangerous to try and spread out and take more control.
Definitely dangerous.
Dobro,
good way to put it.
složit se da je malo dosadno da ima šta rade naši.
Like, reinforcing that was miles away anyway, but...
Anyway,
beyond all of that, Twisted Minds is still on the lookout for an Exalt here who have recovered, and there are some crates here.
Drop!
Late games where we've watched
Džabe. Gle, oni ne znaju za njih, brat. Oni nemaju pojma za njih.
Srce mi je stalo, ali nema veze, ide gašćina.
Ode ovo, bato, ode.
Bok! Bok stari, ali ko je zaboravio nik da napiše ljubi ga majka? Anonimni bok.
Yes, a Groza, let's go! And might not work out.
Ma, GG. Minus pojeni. Jebem ti.
Somebody to make that meme as the first bullet starts flying.
Čekaj.
Swear word.
Perfectix uzo kill na Molodok.
In any case, Exalt, well, again, I mean,
Tu
even
sam ja
if this
dobio
game has
plus.
gone against them, 4 points secured already. Of course, you're never really full-on prepared for like full pull-up this early on in the game, especially in an area of the map where you thought you'd be safe earlier. But in this case, the fact that they get 4 already should be all right.
Ko je da poslao? Šaljite, ko je donirao?
Yeah, it's tough as well for Exalt because I mean, now that kind of Twisted Minds have sprung the trap on them, Exalt is really not as geared up as they would like to be. Yes, they've got stuff, right? It's not like they're completely devoid of gear, but a lot of these players would arguably not would rather something than a K2 in these situations. So Twisted Minds is kind of just putting in the vice grip now, slowly wrapping around on this as Perfectix to shut down Exalt and just get them out of the lobby.
But also for Twisted Minds, I mean, they have to be wise about it because they can't just sit around and keep looking towards this crossroads and take shots, and eventually they'll get shot from behind themselves. And if they're very strict while doing so and one of them gets knocked, they're going to be in trouble, maybe even from Exalt.
Ja sam baj. Ja sam baj.
Nemo da otvaram PayPal I da expozam anonimno.
Or leave him be and start looking like around you, which is kind of what you're seeing Spirit do now, not just looking towards the compound, but also looking north, knowing there's teams coming closer.
Yeah, extra threats are always something you should be paying attention to here for them. But this is also a kind of a reason that Twisted Minds are so scary in this scenario. It's they will play it slow against you, and for the 2 remaining members of Exalt, they don't know how much of a wraparound Twisted Minds has got on them at the moment, and unfortunately they have to play it very slowly themselves, which is just losing them time to get more gear on the board. Yes, if they get Nox cool, they can try and trade off against that.
Monika.
Yeah, it's tough.
Bog stara, kaj se dela? Kako ne ide? Kak si on rekla, kak je kaj?
Decent amount of space right now with the on one side and
kak ste kaj?
Wrapping in on the other.
Kak ste kaj?
Not the same thing can be said for After All, who are coming on the southern side, and they're going straight up towards a very, very warm Entropiq.
Warm but split with the 2-2.
True.
So maybe there's an opportunity, but I mean,
opportunity.
A lot of teams are going to considering everyone's safe, everyone's situated. Well, everyone's safe apart from Exalt, I suppose.
Kakav
we've talked to a lot.
Ne gledaj kaj Jurici, ali ja da ne dobiješ bonus.
These hills kind of split a little bit themselves to have a little bit of a look around.
Just go south, sir. For the sake of us seeing something new, go south. Or hard shift north, that would also be kind of interesting. Imagine. Let's see where we're going. Center. In any case, still new areas to explore.
Centralno pa će malo jugić.
Ali izvalite da niko nije van zone.
So we're going to be a bit of a stalemate here for some moments as Navi does see DA, who's just going to be moving on through. Not many wheels on that car, though. Drive safe.
Ja ga senda Luki.
Ja, ode.
Indeed.
Pazi, ne Lukić.
He now realizes that there's an entire team set here
stiže Jovica,
waiting
stiže konjica.
Kako ga ne nokao?
Stiže konjica.
Actually catches Fix with a nade in hand, but not able to find any damage.
Yeah, only a little bit. Just kind of a tickling, as it were. And when you
Beste
capture a
face,
player like that,
ne
and they're
znate ko
charging
vas
some
juri.
utility, it'd be best to try and get the best trade you possibly
Ga
can.
noko iz Narnije.
Whipping a few of those.
Ovaj ne igra igricu, ovaj
Jeans now holding the angle. Jurex is sending in some more damage as well. Entropiq is kind of falling apart here at the seams as FaZe is now trying to buckle down on this. There was a lot of blue zone nades coming on in here to try and push Entropiq into uncomfortable locations, corners of this building.
Ali gledaj, njemu ništa ni na...
De laži ove, de laži, de igrice, molim te, tenda, tenda jača od života, tenda jača od života, druže. Pa šta je ovo, pa jel treba da legne na bombu?
And now we're seeing all these teams intertwined.
Uninstall PUBG.
Your vision through blue zone nades as well.
Ajde me pucajte Navi, jebem be pa vas usta. Ljubo, jebem te usta. U Beograd si živea toliko, jebem ti pleme, pucajte be!
Melman is actually watching this entire fight going down.
Just
biding his time with his trigger finger, waiting for the perfect opportunity to
čekali da flashav.
Jao,
dođite da pušate, dođite da pušate!
Pušaj bre sada ko
Dođi!
Malagano bre, Miloš, Mihajlo ga Miloš.
Ne daj Bože Miloš.
Yeah, if you're able to get it on the second floor of a building, you can see the entire building getting engulfed by it.
Ej, jebi ga, ne lupeti nogu.
Nije nok,
It is
brat, no
difficult
flash.
now for them to deal with this. Here comes
Nije
an onto the
flashbang,
roof,
Nokić je.
realizing he's there. The rest of Twisted Minds has been fed this information. Fate needs to provide some extremely good covering fire, but he's going to go down straight away. And now they know where Fate is as well. They were looking towards that warehouse as soon as the knock came out, looking for if the spotting fire was going to come.
Yeah, exactly. They had to be fast about it because as
Uzi, lupi me po guzi.
O, sa zadovoljstvom.
They can't really risk losing players in a position this good in the circle right now, and I think his days are kind of counted.
Jao, to ćete pušat
whether or not they want to fully take out Exalt, or they're gonna leave this snake to himself out by the warehouse.
Yeah, you would think they would try and clear it up so that they've got this entire location kind of clean for them. As Fate is now running between buildings.
Bilo je riski je bilo, ali respekt.
Must have just seen the corner of that. Him and Perfectix are on the move now, realizing exactly where he's gone. Oh, nice knock on Batulins though, but the nade. No mercy.
Not so much you can do that one. Smokes instantly
ko je bacio nade? Ugaći tu Rexiju i nije umro.
And they should be able to get that as the new circle pops. So we're going Sender once more on Sabin.
Sendaj, Luka, molim te, Sendaj, please.
Pa gdje će Senda bez Sendam te u...
Pa što deće ušak boga kruga jebu u centar zone.
Didn't look warm, and still I don't think are warm. So they've not had to take too many shots at some teams. They've taken a few shots over towards Twisted Minds, of course, but I feel like they need to, you know, get those trigger fingers moving.
Evo, dadem u glavu. Zbiraj damage, 100 damage i 1 poen.
Now it's kind of an interesting situation where we have a city out towards the east with 4 teams in it who are technically all inside the circle, therefore not having to move. But then we have a west which is very unexplored with a lot of teams on the southern side in both, well, I guess it's half Navi, after all, in question mark, and then up towards the north we have Wu having to rotate in as well. But where do they opt to go? Because how much vision does Sabam have properly? But no one's playing. It's got to be because
after all se namerači ozbiljno.
Yeah, a bit difficult for me to see everything that's going on kind of southeast of here, but I mean, we know that they do have lines of sight on Twisted Minds. They might have a little bit of a line of sight on towards Exhalation from here. So again, you can see from even the Wu's perspective, looking into the circle, still quite flat-ish. I'm not going to say it's flat, there are some rolling hills here and there.
Zato su oni vama dali svidio Grujiću umjesto da vježbam finu.
After all, is doing a big send here through to the middle.
It's one of those situations where if we were to, from a year from now, look back at this exact situation and go, why didn't they just go to that dip? Why didn't they just go to that dip that we all know is really good to play from? Like, why didn't they just go to the Kinkwind dip on a wrangle of this type of situation? Because we haven't found them yet. So teams ain't willing to risk potentially dying on rotation to go to a spot they don't even know where it is. But it's kind of funny seeing how everyone is being so scared of going center. Of course, now we're just so after all doing it. But I'm sure there is 2, 3, maybe even 4 spots that are completely unoccupied right now, which a year down the line will go.
Navi, daj Bože da ih mi...
Ma gle, Exhalation što ga udara u... V.
And you're just like, why is it called that? Well, you know.
A long time ago, there was this team. Yeah, that would be interesting. Also, we've yet to really coin things on Tego. I guess we'll get that from PGS too.
This is a huge push. Just making sure they get this last and cause no threats towards their backside. Is down. They should be able to get the Kiara's making an aggressive move for this though. Maybe that's the opportunity that he needs here to try and
flash double
push. But the global army from the distance, we were talking about their lines of sights and how much they can see. I mean, eventually the Wu cleans up. Schiller actually hits Kiano. So whilst the Wu is making this push on Exhalation,
ne ukradnaš im sve kilove. Baron Pico kroz smoga noko.
Now the city is out, now the entire south is out, and what do they have to play for is going to be what we're about to find out. Because I'd imagine we're going to see a hell of a lot of people die outside. What is the news? Hello, my bad, pulls up, knows there's points of grabs, finds double. Scav shoots mouse.
Ja navijam za Nixi, ali samo ako ENTROPIQ ispane. Jebi ga.
Fully aware of why he did such a thing.
Nije naša
Yeah,
ekipa.
maybe just as you said, stop
Ali
him
navijam
kind
za
of
Nixija,
running in a
ako
certain direction or
individualno.
whatever. But he is kind of facing south, so I'm not sure. But
I ja navijam da ga ukreša sad Luka.
I mean, regardless,
Da ga
it's going completely
nakecamo.
awry for them. After all, is now making a big move. They have to try and get themselves some location in the middle of all of this. Scav takes a few pot shots at them. They find themselves a little bit of a shack, but I mean, look in the distance. Twisted Minds is going to be laughing that they were able to take this compound, shut down Exol, and play the game from here.
Now, I'm seeing a lot of Saban players look
Twisted
towards
Minds je
Absol, look
crashao.
up towards that
E
northwest.
vidite,
but God,
Twisted
really
Minds je
tough
crashao
to
kamp u
towards
prvoj
southeast.
zoni i tu ideš
So many players reaping that direction
Saldo
as
pa tu
Vad
i
now
next
finds... I call it an easy one, but it definitely isn't for us.
Benchan ti je s razlogom.
Pa normalno. Tu je ako treba da zasije.
Og's a big gun, and speaking of Bestolosh, he's in the kill feed as well, getting himself Asku. Question mark moved aggressively from that southwest up to the west side here to try and dislodge Monarch, and then from there probably play the spot where Scav's got himself back, or whatever they want to play on the side of this
Gdje će Entropiq?
Ako nestaje mjesta, jebi ga. Ja kad sa polod idu, su išli. Sad moraju da aktiviraju Jole Beast. Ide Jole Beast sad, guys. Halo? Ma se kokar igra, barone. Nemoj da ulazi.
Navi's rocking up as well here. All of these teams trying to crash into the middle. There's not that many rocks to be able to play from Melman, along with them, the fragger of the team, able to take down Yepa. Cars exploding everywhere. DA is in range of some utility here, so they're going to send over some nades to try and get them down and done.
Ko i Marko. A gdje će?
Ne, Mića. Nakecaši mi Mićicu, be.
A dižu ga Miću, ajde.
Full save Mića.
Full save Mića. Joj, ali bombarduju Turki.
The problem for the teams in the middle is, unless you're lying down or crouched, there are so many lines of sights for teams like Savm and Twisted Minds.
A zašto ne gledamo malo naši?
So you've got to be very careful. Lay low in these
Dobar, kvalitetan. Salo, kvalitetna zona. Kvalitetna sala, gledaj.
Ali ne izgleda kakav BAM. BAM. I ovoga zapališ.
Ajoj, Spiro on fire. Jel mi perfektnik suzo kill, sam to reci. Nije perfektnik suzo Jesa ja izabrojiva se i perfektica. Dva brata najpasivnija nas.
Na najlupa može si igra, be.
As they are now number one in the lobby.
Može.
And turning their attention now south.
Ajmo guys, 100%. Ne smo to
Savon still has this compound. They're getting hot. They've been shooting it a lot. It was my one concern that I think they've kind of alleviated it at the moment.
Nix je solo, on će umre.
You say shooting at a lot, but only one kill so far. So I guess you might get placement points off of this position, but if you can't really turn it into more, it will just stay at Nux. Baron continuing to somehow been able to sit on the roof and find Nux all over the place.
Mali
CC now finding one as well.
Ti Baron cepa ono i snajperom. Malo muši gume, malo cepa, gledaj.
Tako reći.
This is exactly what I wanted. Even if you're not getting the kills, just constantly firing, constantly getting knocked will keep you in a great spot for eventually when those crashes come. The roof of this house is perfect for Baron Peak. It gives him some cover from 2 angles, and as long as you've got other people covering you on the other sides, you're going to be totally fine. The Wu, though, here, being pushed up against by Foot, who are on all angles here. Nixie has got a lot of work to do.
Najlup noko vejcija. I Nixie noko odbimio, bravo.
Bravo, Nixie.
As Beamy falls now, just T-Bone here, trying to make the push on forward. Hellsvart further back.
Daj upiti ovog i Varda da dobijemo kill. A ne, ukrad.
Nixie je ostatak servera protiv futbolista.
They're so confident about the flex out from that little town that they were able to take. It's really strong play here from Twisted Minds at the moment.
I ukrade Ecija.
Again, 2 out of 3 games, Twisted Minds has been able to shut down the world champions.
Ovaj Nixie kill ne napravio sad u tepa ovog jebot.
Way out of range for that though, I think. Somehow he survives against
Foot.
Da. I kjela kaj ure. Bem ti bosan čaro sa glupog.
Loče kaver napravio ih. Ušao autom unutra. Ajmo, Spiro.
I Nixa umre.
Brate, uj, perfektnih 3 kila ima, halo. Gle, brate, 14 kilova ljudi. Nema veze, ljudi. I dobro je da Twisted bude prvi, jer ništa to ne znači. Onda ne ide top 2 u top 3, da znate.
from this side, this was the perfect opportunity for them as well. They had to dislodge Monarch, take control of this area. It's a great place for them to play, considering all the other places were completely tied up.
A imaš jednog, šta, ajde umrije.
Pa da, di je?
Ovo ekstra za naš.
Extra za naš. Technically, Sarvam can see this location, but I think that it was kind of looking elsewhere, maybe towards the north, to make sure that they can try and eventually greet Twisted Minds when eventually that fight may break down.
Also, you gotta keep in fact that Sarvam, while they get knocks, they get damage, no chance of getting extra loot.
Malkice su problem, kad bi na primjer uzeli Rich.
Baron is using a bolt because had he using a PMI, probably be out of ammo.
Dinajte, nemaju šta, dinajte. Ne dajte poen. Ili nek daju Virtusu poen. Nek daju Virtusu poen.
They have to be a little conservative with how they engage in it, because even though they get knocks, they can't bring it out there to claim the loot.
Big sprays from
towards
ENTROPIQ, and he is now switching over when it comes to guns and ammo and things like that, because he was running kind of low himself, realizes he needed a bit more for his MK12 and has some crates available to him straight away.
Pogodi ga ovaj posljednji hit, niču je.
To je karma PUBG-a. Kaman misliš da si seješ dobiješ glavić.
Nije 32. Op, nokat, eto ti, dođi da pucaš sada.
Jel ima... Koliko smokova imaju, brat? Kako je glupava grafika, brate? Će li staviti ikad to u informaciju?
Pa mora klikne na našu.
Ajmo Jole, na body glavicu, Jole.
Pej jebote, gle svih pucaju mater gijeba.
I don't mind the use of deployable cover, but it sort of
tako je da bi pucao na...
on the edge of that global army. In the distance, going to be shooting at ENTROPIQ as well. I mean, they're dead to rights here. It's so difficult for them to get out of the spot that they're in. Likewise, Ascend down towards the south. Going to be completely here by question mark. The Bolty. Let's go.
He's just continuing through the smoke
now as well. Da pogine, a ne ovo se smokovi.
He's looking at the deployable cover. Perfectix is trying to find it before he does, but right now it's just a contest of who gets it first, and it will be Sheila. So Sarvam, while the kill count has only gotten 6, they've kept all 4 alive. I feel like this is
problem je što Sarvan ima 4 up, ima dobru zonu, naš. Ali se nadam da će Twisted Minds sa Alobatulin da razriješi sve to.
So we will see. As time goes on here,
sad navijamo za Twisted Minds,
the Bolty, if you're able
to
force teams to have to come your way, then maybe there's an opportunity for you to shut that down with the Bolt. Tries for it on against Lou.
Mu stoji u mesto, brat. Mu stoji mu u mesto, on ne može pogoditi, me zajebavaš.
He's the Baron of the Peak. And right now,
evo, sad treba QM da umre. Ali ne pogađaju braća. To krešete ih.
Baron Peak with the Bolty on Bestolosh here. That's a big gun hitting the big boy.
Indeed it is.
Zašto kažu Bestolosh, nervira me, nije li Bestolosh?
Bestolosh.
Zašto loh?
Pa zašto loš?
Zato što nije dobar.
Maybe spare some ammo for when opponents get closer, then you'll get some loot. I'm not sure what the play is here. When you only got 12 bullets to work with, I'm not sure how much else in the M4 on the back of it, but
Gleda je levo između auta.
Close, but if you don't have bullets to shoot at your opponents coming into you, then...
A imaju pojma da je tu.
Imaju. Opo.
Dobar.
That is actually kind of wild, considering...
4 kola već eksplodirana. Gle koliko mu se dobro namestilo je ovo.
And in the circle. Awesome. So I mean,
that's always kind of the
age-old problem, right? Having a compound, the circle coming towards you, and eventually you're able to, yes, oh great, we're able to shoot everything, and then it's wait a minute, oh no, we're able to shoot everything, and now...
Ali dobro, oni će uzmu sad gdje je ovo mesto i Twisted je najjači tu, brat.
Let's call it a first world problem that...
Normalno da je, samo da nešto ne prodaju.
I'd still take this scenario.
Global Army just swapped his M4 for an Uzi. That's when you know that there are ammo issues. So he'll just say, oh, you know what, that gives me another 30 shots for my mini.
Za
I'm
pare.
good. I got my Uzi in case they get close.
Mnogo prosto.
Odgovor se sam nameći.
15 spare bullets in the mini as well, and now he runs back.
Dobro je 600.000 prvo mesto, vrat. I da platiš taksu. Ajde, ubijajte ga. Ja, Perfectix, jebote, Perfectix. Duliću. Evo, iće ga flašaju. Jebem te, glupa.
Jebem ti, reta. A nema, ja moram glasa za lika koji ispane iz auta i pogine, pa to.
Dobro, Batulinić je vratio.
For Twisted Minds, who they got 2 inside the circle in the dip here on the other side, and if things go out the way that you could imagine it going, with Twisted Minds maybe getting killed 2 more, closing in on 20.
Ma brate, ne slušaju te kaj kažeš.
Saw them do it previously, but if they were to do it 2 times within 2 tournaments, that'd be insane.
Yeah, it definitely would. And I mean, there's opportunity here. That's the crazy thing about it. CCNX now shutting down question mark on the flank as Dante is trying to move forwards. It's only a doozy left, and then it will be what it feels like destiny almost, that it would be Twisted Minds going up against Sarvam in these final moments. They had such strong positions, both of them, and they've been able to clean up the struggles.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds netting it off of course, registering that there's a fight going on between Howl and Exalt earlier.
Spiro, nice move, Spiro, respect.
And get to play it in, and also, I mean, play it wisely from the north, being slow about it, but always looking for kills at a distance. Constantly shooting. We saw them take out half of Foot Esports in a fight that had nothing to do with it. They were doing a lot of damage towards ENTROPIQ as well. Didn't really have a position where they could do anything to them. So a lot of the kills that Twisted has gotten in this game has come with very little risk involved.
Ljudi, ko se ne nalazi ovdje, ne zaslužuje da se nalazi ovdje.
Nismo ovdje.
Najbolji
deployable terrain, but I mean,
to su oni već kvalifikovani.
We're going to see how
Svako ima šansu.
Play this out.
Svako ima
technically
šansu.
they'll have the manpower.
Top 8, ne prolazi malo timova. Top 8 prolazi. I zapera izgleda, znači šansa je tu.
There's no reason for Twisted Minds to really get super aggy on this. And for a doozy, he's going to be almost a difference maker maybe against Sarvam.
Ja sam glasao za Twisted da će pobedi u 4. zonu, sećaš se?
It's gonna go quiet for a little while as everyone
is inside
this one. Towards him, and I think
3-3 imamo, brat.
maybe it's the second game now that we're gonna see a doozy question mark just going, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna die to blue, because there is no reason for me to try and run into this one knowing that there's 6 players looking at me.
Brate, dobra stvar je što i Sarvam nisu uzeli 7 kilova. A ja ubio ovaj lik luku na kraju.
There's just nowhere for him to go. Oh, he's dead.
He's
Global Army.
Global Army with 3.
This is where ammo comes into play. 34 on the backhand of Baron Peak. Of course, the...
A šta čekaju ovi iz Global Armija, bre? Izađi jedan iz kampa. U stvari, samo čekajte, braću. Ekstra.
Global Army. He might have swapped his mini as well now, so he's playing Uzi and shotgun. That's not a combo you see too often in situations. And then we have the UMP, no extra bullets, MK. So, not exactly optimal weaponry here for Sarvam, but can never count out a good SMG fight. Who needs a 2x anyway?
These aren't loadouts you would see late game, but let's do it, you know? Twisted Minds...
Što me ovaj sinče pita, be, normalno li?
In terms of loadout and stuff, they hold all the cards, but...
Može li live tabela da pratim iz kafića?
I don't know, man. This could go either way in a bizarre world, in bizarre world.
Ne, ali što on misli da live tabela je kad bude kill da se menja, razumeš? Kao ovaj levo.
De, banuj ga, ej.
Da be, na moji 4 gledalca ne banujem nikog. Ti na tvoj možeš.
Global Army should be able to find at least the first one and then swap over to the mini. Instant flush, and there you go. First nut comes through. Let's see if Sarvam makes a play on this.
Yeah, a big move potentially here. They do still have some utility available. They still have some nades. This could be absolutely crucial. Hit Spiro as Lou has to move away from it. Here comes some mollies in as well. They didn't allow any teams to get up close to them to have to utilize the utility, so this is perfect for them as the push is coming through. What is going on here? Spray through the smoke with an Uzi.
You'd imagine that even Twisted Minds is a bit confused by the sounds they're hearing. Lou somehow still alive inside that smoke as he loves to flash and out to try and stay put for even longer. But he's buying time for the rest to come through, buying time for the heals to come through.
No
way. Nađi ga Patulino.
For the spray here. Rock, but actually Global Arm has already been shutting him down. Patulins is actually done in by Baron Peak as well. It's all on Spiro to try and make this work on out.
Tako, on lua flasha.
Oh no, it's Luke.
Let's go.
Whatever at this point.
UMP shotgun against the barrel. Now who will come out victorious?
Da, 3 sat.
Salvem claims themselves a win on
Pa,
Takeover with 11.
Ko je prodao? Ko je bio noka? Fuzi, fullali smo ovu.
It's all about revving that engine.
Jao, promašili smo, brati. Imao li je neku chat server?
A prodao je, ne, ja mislim da nije Luke prodao. Ko je prodao?
Nije, Spiro je prvi umreo je. Imao je dobru ideju. Kaj da priđe do ovaj centralni kamen.
Spiro kikan.
20% od plata ovaj mjesec.
Takeover has yet to disappoint. It was phenomenal watch from start to finish, and as you said too, huge and crucial really that Salvem was as aggressive in their position as they were. Because had they just sat around like some of the teams just kind of waited it out, they would have been pushed and probably gone down.
I can't wait for a devil's advocate in the chat being like, but if they weren't aggressive, they would have had all their bullets ready to go for the final game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because in the end they're able to make it work with scraps of utility and scraps of a loadout here. Baron Peak kind of having huge implications on the lobby with that Bolty as everyone's trying to move around them. I mean, admittedly, we said it at the beginning, Twisted Minds and Salvem had huge positions of power here to be able to try and exert their dominance on the lobby. Indeed, they did, and then it came down to the Twisted Minds versus Salvem.
And welcome back here to the PGS 2 EMEA
Guys. Gledamo isto su sad išli na exit ono...
28
kids,
of the kills, Toby, going
I
to
was
Twisted
there
Minds
before.
and Salvem alone.
Yeah, in somewhat different fashion too, I'd like to
Sljedeća
say,
godina je naša.
well, you can say Twisted Minds engaging on it a bit earlier and then racking up all the way through the mid game, and Salvem just sitting there in the end when everyone was scrambling for cover, and Baron Peak finding players from, I mean, a million years away.
Baja se Twisted Minds nije otišao pre rano, nego je Spiro prodao.
He was on one with the bolt today.
That compound proved to be extremely strong here, James, for Salvem, obviously, them being able to hold it down, get the kills, the amount of kills that they got, but also win the game in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, you see teams having those compounds, and I am a little bit concerned sometimes, and it's like, okay, yeah, but how many fights are you going to take? Again, are you going to be warm going into those final moments? And yeah, I mean, they were. It's not a small feat to be able to take out a Twisted Minds who technically had a slight circle advantage, but not by much as they were able to move on aggressively.
A little bit of a rich and one rock to play with and a ton of smoke here, Toby. It wasn't enough for them, and obviously with the amount of utility that Salvem had stored up, it's easy for them to kind of push with that. And also, you know, funny guns coming into play in the lane game.
Yeah, not too often you see the WMP combo work out in your favor. But again, I mean, Salvem, they hadn't really had to use any utility. They spent that early on. It really worked out for them. They got to isolate the Twisted Minds players, and the perfect execution really from Salvem and coming out victorious there.
And another decent game here from Christian Mark. Again, he has 7 kills for the Aim Gems.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Brilliant. I can't believe it. All things considered here. I think, you know, my picks were doing all right, and then you showed me that you had Lou on your team as well.
You're like, yeah, Lou's breaking out. Maybe I can catch up. I have Lou as well. Did you captain him though? That's the difference maker.
No, I didn't. Oh no.
That's unfortunate. Well, I
don't
think it's anywhere to be seen because obviously Saga is going to be in the bottom. So Twisted Minds end up being number 1 here with that, obviously because of their kills that they were able to rack. 23 total. Salvem close by here, 21, but Christian Mark with 12. In total here
imaju firepower.
Excuse me. And yeah, that's gonna put them even further up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's wild.
Bitno je da kad dobiju zonu da vinaju, i to je to.
It's pretty clear what the game plan is for Twisted Minds here. They don't just wanna make grand finals. They don't just wanna make a PGS2. They really want a lot of PGC points.
And with this, James, it means if Twisted Minds is able to hold on to this, it actually means that it goes to the 2nd and 3rd place, which is right now ENTROPIQ and Ace.
Yeah, that'd be a big deal.
I sad su imali 18, 17.
Able to be a Twisted Minds looking this good, and as you say, in a lot of tournaments, they're a day 2, day 3 team, and right now in day number 1, that's terrifying.
Day number 1, and only half of our games played so far. 47 points. That is scary to see here. This is super strong stuff for them. They're a little bit slow.
Ljudi, ko je sa mnom u mrtvu trku, znaš da je zajebo nešto debelo.
Turn that momentum around and get off a strong start in day number 1 here in the grand final.
Yeah, it's as you're saying, when we used to having other teams get at least a bit of a head start.
Brate, kako ti si ispred mene?
But then again, the flip side of it where we see them fall off, it's just not something we've seen in the past.
Ko je bi imao Global Army bez Eva, ali me neko.
You know, Navi in
still 8
points here,
Ko?
James, it is not looking good for them because they need the PGC points from this tournament and from PGC fall, of course. Otherwise, it could end up them not going to PGC unless, of course,
Ti si poslednji, be, noob.
I mean, quite unfortunate for them that 2 out of 3 games they come up against Twisted Minds, right? Sometimes that's just how it works out. Now, across 18 games, is that always going to be the case? Probably not. So, if they're not going up against literally the lobby leaders, maybe there's an opportunity here for Navi to get something done. But yeah, we'll see.
The question is really, of course, how many more extra baskets they just drive through the lobby and they're like, oh, another one here, another one there, and they're like, push all the way through. But yeah, of course, we're going over to Wrangle now. We're going to 3 Wrangles now that we're halfway done. What an insane start to it, though, Toby. Here, of course, Miramar, Tego, obviously not where the most players and the most teams are most used to it. So let's see how kind of evens out. My question is really, are we going to continue to see the same teams being strong here, or are we going to see, some of the bottom teams catch up a little bit?
Možda nije bila najbolja ideja, but...
Who's the ones out there performing. Again, we haven't seen Wrangle
yet with this 16 teams. So
I think there's definitely going to be teams that haven't performed yet that will be only 3 games into 18-game finals. I wouldn't be surprised to see Twisted Minds stay in and around the top throughout the entire tournament. But I would be tested by some of the teams who right now might not sit too happy.
Yeah, of course, with the teams as Entropiq and as we've seen with these emergency pickup games, that could be a team, just literally pulling up with the emergency pickup, getting straight into a compound that's open, like we saw FaZe do in the Miramar game as well. And again, the Goldilocks zone here, if you're able to get that...
Jao, kad otvorim Steam, pojebem se što otvaram Steam. Friends.
You're able to get into one of those compounds that end up being, game-winning positions. There's a huge difference because you're not going to use all your utility.
Jovic.
Helmets and all that. You're literally coming in fresh here. You're going to be in a super strong position from that.
Yeah, Erangel can have that kind of same dynamic play out here. And I mean, especially when we've seen circle shifts for some of those northern teams or some of those southern teams. Like, for example, if you're a northern team and all of a sudden it's a military game, okay, sometimes maybe it is worth popping it a little earlier than that kind of lovely mid-game position to be able to get down there and how that's going to work out. But I mean, it really depends. It really depends on how the playing path is, how the circle is, and how it all unfolds.
Coming in over here to, of course, we're halfway through, Toby. Kind of turns out as you expected, or some surprises so far in leaderboard?
No, I mean, again, as we've said, Twisted Minds coming off to a strong start, not something we've seen them do. Not that we're not expecting them to be able to do so, but also, of course, they have played against the upper bracket teams. They've seen the matches in the lower bracket teams, so it's not like they're coming into this with no info on the teams they're going up against. So you could kind of consider this as second or third stages going through in a tournament like this. So I guess not really too many all that surprising moments here in the first one.
And it definitely feels like, the longer stages, as we've seen them, perform before, the longer stages, if it's group stage, winner bracket, lower bracket, or stuff like this that we've also seen in PGS and PGC, so it definitely feels like Twisted Minds is that they are the ones that benefit from that, and now, is it going to be the way that they're able to kind of continue that? That's really the question.
I mean, yeah, definitely you'd hope for them, for the fans that they're going to be able to work through. And also, I mean, while they are very much in the PGC race, they're not guaranteed as they're not into the 1,000 point margin yet. So clearly they are.
And James, they're a team that right now also is looking pretty decent in terms of PGS points. So if they can kind of bring this form into PGC, it would be great.
I think also, as the only team here that is technically a Saudi org, they're especially going to be incentivized to do well when it comes to not only here, but then qualifying through to PGS2 and doing well at PGS2 as well, right? There's actually something going on that maybe some PUBG fans aren't aware of, where organizations across all games at Gamers 8 accrue points, and if you're an organization that's fielded in multiple games, you win a lot of money, potentially, for your organization. So for Twisted Minds, they might be looking to do even better for their org too.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's $5 million prize pool across all the titles down there. Yeah. That's accrued, and it's only for the organization. So if you're able to have teams that are able to go for multiple different titles, that's going to be huge for them, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Twisted Minds in other games as well has picked up players specifically for this reason, to accrue more points. So yeah, there's a lot up for grabs at Gamers 8.
Yeah, smart stuff. Of course, this is PGS2 here, EMEA qualifiers. I'm super excited to be bringing you along these two lovely gentlemen over to Wrangle. We're halfway through the day so far, and it has been insane. Twisted Minds being able to step up on day one is really scary stuff, because it means if you run into them, first of all, they're already a team, Toby, that is going in to be, you know, they're already PGS too, but they are coming here for PGC points too.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is, I mean, on the minds of everyone, so it makes perfect sense that they would want to rag up a ton of them here as well, which has a look right now.
Iskreno bi volio da gledam 2-2-2, ne
2-1.
Volio bi da se igraju 2 take.
Guys, take it away.
Šta ti misliš, Fuzi?
Da, ja kažem, baš je zanimljivo da tega.
For this one as we look at the serene
Samo da ne bude military I
look at that rock.
Ne želim military.
Isn't it majestic?
Ooh, it's absolutely amazing.
Ma da.
That's what you get from me.
Vjerovatno I neće ovaj avion. Ma da nema više veze s avionom, sad sve zone ne moraju da diraju.
Everyone's used to it,
Ovaj zona ide gatka.
Interesting thing this time around is there's a little more eastern skew when
Kakva best night. Miltica bat.
Nisu lutali, ja znaju na scream.
Ne ba.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Ja ideš.
A while here.
Može nis.
We do have
Miltu power, jel?
not too much being
Da, power face I luta obično.
of course, heading
Radi
towards
isu.
the
No.
too many people trying to challenge for that here in this lobby for the moment. And you know
Sad kad
what?
legnemo
FaZe
da u
is happy
foteljku,
that
stolicu,
they're dropping at this particular angle against where Navi is. What do you think about that?
I mean, even if they weren't dropping here, I think they'd still be very
Neko je pikao,
considerate of
ko je pikao
going in
Varda,
the
Marko je
direction
pikao
of
Varda,
Navi
ja
vehicles,
mislim.
knowing
Ili
as to what happened last
Što?
But, yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if we saw any proper fights.
Jasnaja, Poljana.
Okay, so last
Jo,
week we
Maru,
said that we kind
vidi,
of hope for
Mari,
Jasnaja ending,
sutra
it's been a
pre
little while. This
streama
one
dođeš Discord,
might
brate, da ja
just give us
prepišem od tebe ove predikcije
I
I
was
timove I
hoping
to
for
sve.
A. I remember now. I like my Yasnaya
Ubude, brat,
finishes,
zonu.
because I like Yasnaya in general, because I think it just, I think it's a bit crazy, man. It's a
Are we
crazy
talking from an
place.
architect perspective, or what are we? Where are we going with this?
Yeah, I think the fusion of the architecture in general,
Spomeni me.
kind of influences from the
Ne mogu što da mu
1920s
uzimate,
and the
pleme
1940s.
jebem.
No, I have a clue. It's just, it's a big city. I like fights in it. I'm not a big fan of the apartments up in the top right when I'm down to that, because it just kind of stalemates for a little while. But yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It sure is. And right now, Wu are the ones to claim it. Uncontested, we've seen plenty of times that two teams can loot. I think we've even one point seen up to 4 teams actually loot Yasnaya, and all of them get out of there
Jebote,
without
ovaj
having to
Twisted
fight one
Minds
another.
dominira.
So definitely shareable.
Otkad je
For now,
PUBG-a.
Wu
Isti
will
line-up,
get
sve isto.
looted all on their own. And then we have
5
Saban.
godina, brate,
It's so
5
interesting
godina
to me how we,
dominiraju.
for the longest time, have had these established orgs
Tako je trebao bi,
kind
ja
of
to
get
volim.
to claim Pachinki and
Pa treba,
Picado
da.
forever, it feels like. And then as they depart, other teams come and say, oh, now it's
Još
ours.
sve
So
Rusi.
we always go back to the Pachinki and Picado looting teams as the ones that are the most like consistent. And now
Mislim, brate, dođe ovako je neki debilković, znači retardski, I lutav ti najbolji spot u igricu I hoću da se kontestao, razumeš, jer su glupi.
We bring this back for our region.
Na koga,
back
šta
to
pričaš?
the
Pa to inače kažem, nebitno. Dođe ti neki retardiran tim I sad imaš 2 najbolja tima. I umjesto neko njih da luča Pekado, Počinki, Terminal, oni ostanu tu, razumeš.
Dobro, ali nije više...
Gledale kode Marko Dead. Ili znaju za njega.
Koji kod Marko je za tije, u Havali je dead. Havali je solo, vjerojatno.
Ma, ja sam mislio da ovaj sam čide. I jebi ga.
Ovo je respekt.
Your favorite gun in the game, and while it's done some tippy-toe damage, not a whole lot more has come off of it. 9 HP.
Će se zapali sam?
Does have one first aid to work with, but he needs the cavalry.
Respekt, ljudi, 6-6 na šotku. Ovo, odavno nisam.
Skočimo na glavu sad.
Confused me. The scope on the DBS. It didn't
I
look as
hold
normal
us.
to me. That's what confused me, but there you go.
Odlično odigrao. A Vojdo je taman dovoljno da dođe ekipa. Da stigne konjica.
Marko being flashed. Now they realize maybe they might be the ones trapped here for a second. The rest of the reinforcements from Howl on the way.
Sad se lovac pretvori u lovinu.
Here.
Is in the problem.
Bit close.
A very, very entangled engagement here, as we have all of them sort of intertwined with one another. Ruin does have a chance to jump off, get to safety, and I like the way that Howl is actually positioned themselves here, because they have set up in a way that they don't have to engage on this. Their cars are parked on the backside. They can jump off, maybe get out to them. Because with how much they're shooting and how early on in the game it is, it's very inviting, I would say, for other teams to come and
so agresivni, bro.
With the ka-chong, but unfortunately, not much done with it just yet. Both teams would love to have Alamo here. I mean, it's going to take a little while for the stalemate to work on out. Neither team working with a huge amount of gear.
Ovo je najgora
here
šotka.
and there. You're seeing level 1 helmets. You're seeing more shotguns. Well, I mean, shotguns aren't exactly scrappy. They're kind of useful sometimes in this situation, but some shots coming in here and there. Howl holds the
Da su ostavili jednog samo na hill tu iznad od ovoj building. Ovo on im skočio.
Brate, ovaj...
Rujem,
ako se predugo zadrži ovdje nekog partija.
Plenty of teams here with a chance to engage. And now, speaking of engaging...
Vi samo umiru retardi. Benchovanje molodog, brate, upada ovaj. Ko je drugi mi je bio sub?
Kind of stuck up here at the moment. Goes for the shotgun to try and hold the stairs. Or is he actually gonna try for this res? No, he's gonna go for the play.
Whoa!
Oh, but Aiden is there, ready and waiting. That's a full cleanup here against the Exalt boys in this building.
One down.
Exalt još nije kao što
in a second now, and that's once again the Exalt in trouble.
Pobegošovi,
casualties a few times already this game, or this day of games, and this is no different. And Howl actually gets to wrap around. I love to see this. As much as we've seen Howl do these chaotic currently 3 games in, there are 2 points. They've got nothing going their way, and here they say, you know what? Yes, we could take a YOLO fight against DA, who they don't know that it is, because no knocks had come through. But we could also just be smart. We push up on the backside. We allow you to jump across the roofs to get to us. We just did. We get out of there before it gets too chaotic. Because even if we win, the likes of Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, FaZe, Wu, Exalt, all these teams around us are just going to third party and kill us. So let's play it smart.
Especially when there's no assurances that that is a great compound for this circle, right? It's phase 1. Who knows where this circle's going to go? Why are we battling over a compound that may or may not be in circles later on? So, yeah, I think it's smart play, mature play. As always, I love to see those kind of moves, considering you don't have to fight every fight in PUBG.
Fight u prvoj zoni za najjači kamp na planeti je potpuno.
I feel like it took Howl a while.
I u prvoj i u drugoj.
And seeing them now actively disengage in these situations where, sure, they don't have the upper hand, but it was a fight they could have very well, or very likely.
Osim ako drugi krug nije takav da je ono 40% kruga u zoni, pa ono znaš ti ide krug sljedeći.
So do I. It does show some patience.
Ajmo, perfekt, izbaci jednoga, brat, šta je to tebi? Pa to je to, idemo lagani kill i bot za mene.
Ponega krešašava.
That's the sales pitch that it needed. Sure is. We'll see if Voldemort safety the losses there with
vrlo lagano i opušteno. Ja se tu uopšte ne bojim.
Now Twisted Minds, while they were looking to maybe third party a fight towards the east, they now have to come back and fortify the west.
And they threw on the angle. Ooh, very quick reaction times to just duck out of there when Medibay had the peak as advantage. After a few shots, tried to wild this straight at the window, but still in this fight though. Here's Twisted Minds, slowly moving through these buildings. These windows are actually kind of important. Yeah, you can see from window to window through these buildings, even though there's a little gap. So very important to try and kind of hold those. Medibay, great shot on Perfectix, but he will be hit by a Spiro with the nade.
Koliko dobro mesto za motor, da ne možeš kroz prozor ti upad.
So far no one's eating the bait.
Bravo, ne bi se toga nikad sjetio.
They can't really get to Perfectix right now, but Lewis got full aggro on this.
Yeah, I see it's a smart play here. They might not be expecting this angle, and it's a perfect play! Odin goes down. Now they realize he's up there, so Thendalos will actually take him down for the moment. But again,
nije trebalo da ide za flash.
For Twisted Minds to be a little bit aggressive. Batulins hits on Thendalos. Voldemort's the only one left up.
Batulinić mora ga te poje. Ete, dobri po pičku.
Now, I was just gonna say, Exaltation is a team that could potentially engage on this if they want to, and seems to me like they've opted to do that at least for now.
A šta znači, što oni svi mogu da se dignu, brate, čak i Batulin koji ti zove kutice.
On the like Volcano Hill as well, they could potentially wrap on over here too.
Više se svi digraše stvarno. Batulinić ne može.
Brate, je ga Batulinić.
Ne.
Pretpostavljam.
Ma jo, ne. Oni su ga čuli, više se ne pomere.
poking forward. Both players know they're here, and it will be Perfectix that's getting the better end of that.
Šta je ovo, brate? Kakav pik. Nije ni Lino, jesi skonto da nije Lino uopšte.
Možda baguje, mora da Lino.
That's gonna be Yepa down to 2 alive.
Mislim da je izbagalo.
Kudos to both teams here. A right scrap trying to get people up and good to go into this fight.
Zašto se nije ni mrnula nokova ga odmah? Aj na nas ist.
Ajde,
Wow,
Oti, ludila, pa druže 20% šans, 10% šans.
Push that angle once again. Lou did it once. It could open things up later on, but they're being patient about it at the moment.
And to make this fight feel even more brutal, even more worthless, the circle has just hard shifted up towards the northwest, which should at least mean that we're going to be miles away from this compound by the end of this game. So both of you, get out of there, see if you can claim better territory, because this ain't worth fighting for no more.
No, definitely not. I mean,
još je rano džabeti, je to.
Why the howl move was so important as well against DA, because why would you want to be fighting over that kind of compound? That you can see DA on the move in the distance.
Howl može prvi biti do
pushing up against this. There are flashes being charged here for Spiro. Does hit, does actually catch him. He lies down, but it's perfect moves here by Twisted Minds to clean it up. And actually ducks into the bathroom, realizing that the shots are going to come through. That's Twisted Minds here on the 4-for-1 trade.
Victorious at the last.
Jebote koliko je teško igrati protiv njih. Nokana su im bila 3 lika i tamo jedan umru.
A team that's shying away from playing Edge, so the fact that they now got kind of leaped by everyone else isn't
to nije pucao Navi, halo. Vi su bili u poziciji, bili u rasporu. Nisam vidio da li je Navi bio u raskorak, da li nisu stigli do pale.
To se ga izvadi home.
And for the most part, I mean, this is one of those circles where there is a lot of open terrain. DA is pitching up to try and start their campaign from here.
I feel like with how much everyone is just fully committed to rotate northwest due to the fact that obviously in phase 4 we're shifting away from the water, I feel like we should just hard shift back towards straight southeast now. And then Exile will be like, yeah, why did you guys, why were you in such a hurry? We were just sat here waiting the southern side of Yasnaya. And look what happened.
Malo zbog naših, malo da bude zanimljiviji.
I would like to see that as well for the chaos factor here. As Aduzi is able to hit Keanu, he goes down. I liked DA's car positioning, considering the dip that they're trying to take, trying to protect the wheels as possible.
My
question mark is ripping the Woo apart.
Yeah, they tried to make their way up, but once again, it's a... I don't want to say Woo is too slow, because they were the ones in and around this area. They were the ones that were, I feel like, supposed to be ready for fights to come their way, but in this case, just not ready for it. Now they have to back off.
Rough stuff. Rough stuff indeed. Nixie and Ibi are all in Yaz. And Sarvam is slowly encroaching up on their west side here, alongside Yasnaya Pond. But FaZe, James for the most part was looking towards Quist's remark. Getting shots here and there, but there's not too much urgency about
bolja mi ova zona nego da im je ošlo u centar tamo ka Liquidu.
Right now it's just waiting for the next circle, because we have the circle, the lake in the very, I mean not very center, but close enough. The next circle should most definitely guarantee us where we're seeing
FaZe. So much can
be foretold with this next circle shift that I think it only makes sense to stick around.
Da, to volio kad igra, da.
Now it's going to do the same thing, jump around as the plane comes in and then potentially
ima je prosto čak i dode shift vam, oni opet
we'll see now though where this next one takes us.
Pa da, i sad North sljedeći, to je to. Imaju dobar spot. Ako uđu između QM i FaZe tu gore.
Guaranteed that no lane's going to be taken. Don't know about going there.
Ja sad, da sam njihov IGL, ja tražio da idu ovdje na cestu. Ovdje ima kamen, tu bi igrali cestu.
It might be shot at though, there's a lot of teams in the vicinity, and actually the entire lobby starts opening up on them. Will they be able to land in time? Mozart, oh, very close to death, but actually gets down.
So far so good, as now we see Navi kind of trying to save
the
blockade of DA players, and so far not successful. As Navi is taken down.
Trying their best here to send on through to a position, but again, you know, with how open this area is, we've talked about it so many times, it is difficult to find yourself a bit of a foothold in it, unless you've already got Junkyard, unless you've already got the little shack that Artix has found himself in, the dip that DA kind of has to a degree. Howl is alongside Yaz Pond. He's gone.
Da, ja też kažem da će Vina.
Koja Ragnu?
Very impressive place for sure. They not get the wipe on them, a little more space to maneuver.
Sad u ovoj fazi se pozicioniraš da vinaš meč.
Navi players. In the meantime, you'd have to imagine. I mean, yeah, they have to be aware that Sabam's just over the hill. See EB from down below.
Ajde, Nixi na kecagi.
Ajde, Nixi se brate.
Over the shoulder of Nixi, but now I would imagine him having to come out and help out closer. Now he's been seen, so won't really be
on mora da nađe
a
ovdje
surprise element.
Frag, jedan ili dva brza. Co tuše, dosta mu je jedan, još poprilično streča. Malo me zabrinjava što Ibiza trenutno luta, a ovaj Nixi gore krvari.
Mene me zabrinjava što Global Army gleda baš tu, brate.
Ko vina, niste rekli? Fuzji, ko vina, brzi.
Ja sam rekao Entropiq.
Kažem Entropiq, ja kažem... Ajde bre, odumiraj se. Ja kažem...
EB as bait now potentially. Someone peeks forward, goes for a shot, allowing for Nixi to find one quickly.
Havel.
Could be a strategy as he's just
doing
a 180 and going back down to the city.
Havel. Ko je taj tim?
Force them to peek a bit too far forward. And then have Nixi spring up and maybe find the double, but wasn't to be. Salvin doesn't jump.
Ti kaj 6, dobro. Pišite da vidimo. Morate se pripremati za sutra.
A dozi ga video. A dozi ga video, važi ustate i jebem ruska ja.
Može on samo da ga gleda, sad će Jole da mu pošalje glavić.
I mean, you never know. That tire might be the deciding factor in whether or not their next
question mark
or not, as we see what should be a northern circle. Let's see 3, 2, 1.
Normalno.
Bravo, bre!
Normalno, to smo znali doći šta se tereš.
All that is open land, pretty much around the compound that Monarch is currently possession of, is practically unplayable.
Znaš ko će vidjeti na kraj stvarno? Ili Eiku ili MNC. MNC. Ej, uzede ovo što sam ja teo Entropiq digra. Ali sad FaZe kad udari na QM, pa mi kad udarimo na njima. Ne mogu slušati više uvijek komentatori, moram malo se hajpujemo.
Twisted Mind already knows that there's the barrier team of Howl in a position where they can push up against Yaz Pond, so needing a knock at least, but then Exlish would shoot at them, it's rough. Ooh, P90.
Ja sam znao. Ma ja znam, brate, ko je vino, hoću da vam kažem ko je vino. Pa Entropiq.
Defend against, or I have to keep their eyes on, but there's just so many angles they have to worry about. And look at that once again.
Scary gun, very scary. Code Marco running away with his tail between his legs. The entirety of Monarch shooting at him there for the moment, and he actually does manage to somehow get through and start healing on up. But Ascend will know where he's perched up in terms of noise.
Jao, Rusići gle kude idu, brate. Četvrta će boli me luzo, što on fut...
Možda ima
Flaša ga, Niki. To, Flašić, pozdrav. Ja.
As he goes down, actually gets stolen away by Scab here as well. The fact that they have that compound is so strong.
Abi FaZe živa.
All the Exhalation players moving on past.
FaZe je tamo desno ispod Entropiq.
FaZe mora da se fajta sa QM.
Ali nek se fajta. Treba FaZe čisti da preživljavaju. Kako, ne znamo treba.
Twisted Mind's wide wrap around the southern side. They were set on the west side. They realized there's simply nothing to play out there. But how about those mountains out towards the east? We'll take our fight in that direction rather than going the other way. They have lost one earlier.
Ali stvarno, brate, Twisted nema gde ono. Gdje je, bote?
Gdje? Nema gdje. Utepa ga. Kude ga spasi Spiro Perfectixa?
I don't mind going for plan B.
Ovaj se vozika, ja ne znam. Ovo je uživanje gledat, šta ovi ljudi izvlače. Koji je to tim?
Still the kind of the rich lion play, as you said.
Gle shift, bato, gle shift. Nortić. Nortić. Šalim se, ide na MNC.
To je to, brate.
Vili mislite ja vas lažem, bre!
Kad je bal, neke Vidovdan.
Kad je bal, neke sezonu.
How many P90s are there active here? What's going on?
Quite a few.
Yeah, T-Bone and Perfectings here.
Će me diskvalifikuješ li za sutra, brate, što znam sve ko će pobedi.
Ljudi, Uzi ne igra sutra.
Guys, I threw a smoke here. You're not supposed to be able to hit me, but Scav goes, nah, I don't care about that. I'll find you anyway.
Jao, gledaj ti Bonić.
Sniffing them out here.
Sneaky, picky like.
And they're able to sniff them out. Scav's able to get some
Ujebote.
And headshots him too. They're just doing him dirty. Nothing you can do to stay afloat here. Is Howl again applying more pressure, fending them off. Defense is
Ode ti Perfectix. Ma kako Faze udara, a ti dobro, Twisted je ispod njih, dobro. Kiljaka je ubio oba navije. Znaš što bi voleo da ubace?
The stability of this gun is terrifying.
Da, Run, eto ti ga tvoj predikt. U lobby.
Turkaj.
Gledaj, mrtvi, a ovaj će mu da nema healove. Ništa je pozdrav. Ajde će padne shield zonu.
Brate, gledaj Lua što se tenka dolje u petu zonu. Lik ima 17 prstova.
Knowing that Monarch still sits in that compound, knowing that they'll probably
start
on this direction, heal as long as possible to try and get a few more placement points if other fights go down.
Pa nema više ni heala. Imaš dosta stvari. Uće, nađe ovdje još 5. Lutaj. To, kurac, nema heala. Iće, mnogo je ovo. Dobro. Evo, fajta se FaZe i QM, dolazi ENTROPIQ na glavu, ubija sve i win a game. To ste čuli ovdje. Jebi ga. Pojeba Gilu. Iće umre od zonu. Feel first može. I ENTROPIQ je dobio drop. By the way! Ma kakav Ivasov Glavić, bete na Mićin Glavić. Da. Brate, Ivas je požrtvovan igrač. Njemu to ne treba. Ona sve kući.
7 kills off of what they already have is a big victory here. And now Monarch is pushing out to the east side here to try and take this fight themselves.
Nortić!
Just have worked out for them.
True.
We'll see how much they can make of it.
Kad bi Luka ubio Krisa.
Teams battling on both their sides and send up towards the north against ENTROPIQ.
Ako se question mark digne gore, bilo bi dobro kad bi ENTROPIQ ispušao question mark.
I think question mark is saying, how are you still alive, Spiro, here? How are you still alive, James? As they're healing up, trying to keep themselves alive, or at least James is in the blue. Absolutely bamboozled by Chris there. He slowly snuck up to that.
Mora neko da ga nokuje.
Try and get that across the way.
Spasi ga najljubi, si vidi ovo?
Daj, ovaj posljednji promaši.
Spasi ga najljubi.
Lijebik.
Chris was just allowed to.
Ajde, Mićo.
Pretty open run up that hillside. That to me is a bit of a mistake on the side of ENTROPIQ, but they will see if they can somehow recover as 2 players knocked down below.
Especially with quite the split in terms of like trying to gather information, trying to hold off different angles wherever they may be. Let's finish his nail up. As I said, the 2 down.
Kuzi, velika je šansa da Ivas bude sam.
Pa on vina kad je sam. 5x10 pojena.
Ajde, Ivas se dni sa džabe kapitena uzo.
Well, they're doing alright so far in second place. Quite lagging behind Twisted Minds, but that's no folly of their own. I mean, Twisted Minds are looking excellent. And Monarch now pushing up against the after all position, who, as you say, the send through was great. To be able to get themselves this wizard tower has paid off.
What can they do with it now that they have it? It's you can only really see downhill. Look up.
Da vidim šta ste pisali. Izgleda da niko neće pogoditi minera.
Up high before you're seeing anyone with Nate's now coming in as well. After all, while they might have gotten 2 kills in top 5 guaranteed,
Question
not
mark
sure
Krofa is
what more they can gain from this position.
Marko i Krof. A Marko to se ne računa. Znači, kad budemo igrali sutra, samo jedan pik, ne može ovako.
I mean, when it comes to these tournaments and how things go down, if they don't get one on the board at least, then I'd be having some
Fuzi je rekao Iku, još neko rekao Iku i vas pratu uzo centar.
Moving on up. Mexi is able to hit a doozy from distance here up at the top as well. That's actually going to put a bit of a nail in Question Mark's campaign for the moment. Can they get a doozy back up? I think they might try and move up there. It's difficult though. It's kind of open against Mexi's angle.
Entropiq 0 kills.
Respect Mexi, probaj, respect.
Pa teo.
Fall to this one as well.
Ivas nam je ušao u centar.
Ivas centrić.
Neće vinat, ali može da izvuče nešto.
Not sure how much cover he has proning down there between the rocks.
Yeah, they're very separated. Very indeed. Question Mark now. I feel like I cursed them with a doozy going down just after going on that little tirade about the obligatory Question Mark win, but we'll see how it goes here, as their big threat that they need to deal with is Monarch here on the west side. They're slowly pushing up these rocks, but Monarch's very open to ascend to some Question Mark angles, and eventually, after all, it's going to try and deal with them as well. So, yeah. Everybody's looking at Monarch right now.
Yeah, and as you say that, they're the ones who don't have to move. I feel like right now is...
Znaš kakav je ovo sad? Fajtaju se, brate, QM i Ace, MNC dolazi na leđa i ubijaju QM ubija MNC. I Ivas ubija posljednjeg. Ko je after all? Oni će sjedi na evo zonu.
Čuče dva brata u šeku.
I Ivas ga u pogodi. Jebi ga, ništa od toga. Znaju za njega. Aj, zdravo. Eto ti win, jebote win.
Nice try.
Does see Question Mark in the distance with the MK12.
Ko je napisao Entropiq? GG Kleinemann.
Ko je rekao Entropiq, bravo.
Ko je rekao bravo.
Yeah, you're right.
5 bodova odmah fuziju, damo, ja bi to uradio. Trudio se.
It might just have been the 1 second
that
they weren't looking at the peak on over, but
if
that's the case, it's just incredibly unlucky.
Ili možda je s neku.
And unlucky for Ascend at the moment because Question Mark's got the knock
ostala je Ragnova ekipa Ace i ostala je Krofa ekipa Question Mark.
Which is a good time to do it. Kiliakai is trying to get the res off. Fresco moved into the middle. But Smokes are going down to try and cover that angle whilst they deal with the two.
Vidi ovo druže. Evo, ovo nemaš svaki dan da se vidi, vidiš. Lik se na bajs popio, kakva reklama za bajs.
Kako ne gori? Što je ovo bogovao? Na bajs!
Milijardu!
Doktore, ovo svi će rade. Bravo.
They are. That's the kind of the counter table. You know, it goes around in a circle. Fire is strong against fire. Something else like trees, for example. Trees are strong against bikes.
Kakva reklama za bajs, ljudi? Kakva reklama za bajs? Ovo ni kosilica ne znam.
As the push comes on forward, Question Mark didn't get all they wanted. They did manage to take down Chris, but Brax and Kiliakai stay alive. Nice recovery there from Kiliakai to be able to buy enough time. And now actually with Nux coming through on the other side, to run further forward, 800 damage for Kiliakai already in this game.
I'm pumping at the moment here. Monarch though, I don't know. It feels like, yeah, okay, they might have these positions, but I'm not sure how much they're doing with it. The push up against After All is good to be able to try and dislodge them and get a few more points on the board.
But it's kind of blow for blow
for them.
Sve je sad ta pitanje tajminga. Ko će kome?
I mean, Ascent right now is in a perfect position to just wait this one out. They don't have to take any of this fight in and around the Wizard Tower. And Question Mark are the ones who have to decide, do we want to take the fight against Ascent up here? We know we've wounded them. They should also know that they're down to 2 if they kept track of the kill feed. So I would favor this fight up here, but they have to be fast about it, or else there's a chance that they get pushed on from behind.
Still a push on and a dislodge move coming in from Question Mark. They realize that they want to hold them dead to rights on this angle. A flash, a blind. They're gonna, yeah, as you say, they're playing it slow.
Bestalog again has to respect the fact that there's 4 players sat right below them that could push up. I don't want to say at any given moment, but definitely could try and make an aggressive play forward. KillierKite lops the pan forward. Phil first picks it up. Does he throw it back or does he say thanks for the cover?
Dante online hero.
For the cover. As KillierKite is continuing to try and suppress, but seems like regardless of how many bullets he's firing, Question Mark has made up their mind. They want this fight.
Here we go. Big shots in from Scav here against KillierKite as well. That might wound them enough for Question Mark to start pushing up on this. And yes, indeed, they're jumping at the opportunity here. Brexco's going to try and bail. Try and get to another Rock's cover here if you can. Finish off a steal from that. Vascu takes out Brexco as he was trying to move on around from Monarch. It's on them on the low ground and Question Mark on the high.
Honestly, I think that was KillierKite trying to give the point to Monarch or who they're currently battling.
Abe, kako se zove? Ja, MNC?
Two spots, we've seen it time and time again go down to just 1 point. The fact that he got knocked from down below.
Pa zato i preživeo ovaj, brate, zato što veruje u Boga.
Let's give that point away to a team that might not think is a threat for a top.
Evo Ivasov out. Zapravo Ivas je pomogao
Question Mark here is looking for trying to negate threats, but a big spray coming in from Vascu. He's holding a perfect angle against this. As Dante goes down, likewise so does Phil first. It's all on Bestalosh. What gun does he have today? It's the Groza. What's he going to be able to do with it? It's a good gun, but goes for the spray. It's not going to be enough. Monarch with the win. It's 12 kills going their way after holding down no lean. It was a perfect opportunity for them to get a win.
Na ovim streamovima, razočaran sam i u sebe i u vas.
The no lean compound, the compound just on the northwestern side of his eye. Ain't too hard to maintain control of, but it's the push out of it. It's being able to get up on the hillside.
Monarch iz crkve, direkt.
Yes, they did. Very well done. Patient about it as well. I was concerned sometimes about their patience on the south side.
Čekaj, da vidimo da li izgubio poeni Ragnar sad.
They know it better than me, man.
Si Seha je izgubio. Gledaj sad neki Cix prvi, brate, on je znao koliko imamo poena ušao, brate. Što ti si obrisao to? Da nema invite.
You saw the sprays against Question Mark at the end from that Wizard Tower.
Ali odmah da znate, ko nema naše u tim ne računa se.
Once again, it's Yepa who is kind of in the mix of, or the midst of all this early game shenaniganry, as they took it to Twisted Minds. Then again, Force has teams kind of all the way through the open. This area of Wrangle is so difficult to maneuver without vehicles, without cover.
Yeah, properly rough from the scene here as well. Yeah, I mean, we saw the end of Entropiq here, or kind of the death throes of Entropiq here in these moments, and I have to agree with you. I felt like there was a better opportunity for them to do something with it, but I mean, I guess that swings and roundabouts. I guess, you know, in the previous games they were able to do a lot, but in this one, not so much.
Welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers disc. What a fantastic game, what a great cast, guys. And again, as you said here, Monarch being able to hold on to the compound, stay 4 guys strong, Toby, here, and also push out of the compound and actually stay 4 guys strong throughout that is obviously the game-winning condition for them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they waited for the right moment to get to leave the compound. They knew there was going to be a lot of players kind of coming in from behind, but until they had dealt with Foot and Howl down on that side of the circle, they knew that they couldn't make a play. So as much as there were probably earlier times that could have been better, they know if we go up that hillside with people being able to shoot us from behind, we won't make it. So they waited out, they sat on the edge of blue, and then played in the end of it.
And James here, another great game for Question Mark here. Of course, 9 kills for them and another good placement points. Twisted Minds, in a sense, still got some kills and placement points for themselves, but still, this is huge games for them here.
Yeah, I mean, had the circle gone a little differently, maybe they convert and actually get themselves a full win off of this. But, I mean, considering how they had to try and somehow make it down that hillside, how are you supposed to do that? There's no way to do that against the bullets that are trained on you from the likes of Vascu and Monarch here. So, for them, it's not a win, but it's enough points to consider this game a win, considering the circle.
Yeah, and with Ascend moving out, obviously they had the northern side there for some time. They knew they were just going to move away from water there, Toby, here in this case. But Entropiq played a little bit of a kind of a slowdown on them. I feel like if they had a little bit more time or control, it could have ended up better for them.
I just don't think they gave Ascent the respect that they needed to do. I mean, they were very focused on what was happening down towards the south, but they were like, nah, Ascent won't push out in the open. Chris would never go for a ballsy solo play to get a double kill, would he? Well, I mean, it's Chris, and he does things like that.
Yeah, unfortunate for Entropiq. It's still looking good for them. They're still in the top 4 here, but that was a game it could have been 10 points for them in this case here. Of course, Monarch here being able to get the 12th and the win here, James, that's going to be huge for them, but we need to see them continue to performance. Otherwise, you know, it's not going to be a top 2 for them if they don't have big games like this all the time.
Yeah, it's especially in these lobbies when it's 18 games, it's okay, cool that you get yourself this win off of that compound, off of that push up to the cliffside and stuff like that. You're sort of expected to do okay in those games. It's what you do in the games where adversity hits you that's really going to test if you can stay in the top 5 against the rest of these teams. Whether Monarch can right now, I don't know. I think a lot of us probably don't know if they can or not, but no, time will tell.
Yeah, and another case here for Foot, for example, Toby, where, you know, the sooner you realize that you're not going to be able to get into the circle, let's just focus everything that you can on getting the kills. They did quite early on, and they're able to get 6 kills off it in a game that for other teams would have been, you know, 1 or 2 points or kills only because they just, you know, did not get enough circles.
Exactly, and in a, 18 match series, that's what you need to be able to convert. You cannot go out and have these 0-1 point games, especially not when you're...
Ne dawaj be, to i vidjeli koliko vode ima, pa sve ko ima više on ulazi.
Which teams finish up in the top?
Razumeš?
A top 2 position,
Ja ti kažem.
a lot of points or to maximize points with every game, and only getting 6 here,
da biste ušli na private leaderboard kod nas, morate imati manje bodova od mene ili od Fuzije. Ne primam ove više, znači Šeha Kikan, Ragnar Kikan, Cix Kikan.
Circle shifts for them really didn't help.
Prestigao sam te G-Bail, veliki pozdrav za tebe.
Yes, you can throw down all the smokes you want in the world, but if question marks looking at you at a great angle, if Twisted Mind somehow, some way still has 1 or 2 alive and is putting in little cheeky shots at you from the west, I don't know how you're supposed to do that space. So they've done great so far throughout the day, but this game was not theirs.
Barat Perfectix ispoštovo. Kiljaka je ispoštovo, realno, jako prodosan.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot more to it than that you just said. It's they got in, they got blasted, and as other teams made their way close. I like the idea of adding a little bit of extra usable cover where there was none, bringing the bike upstairs to prevent more damage from going through. Of course, these pro players will find a lot of interesting ways to mitigate damage and make games in their favor. So I think now everyone's going to be
Grujiću.
Maybe, of course, Grujiću. 22 total points here, James, another great game, 15 there. We ascended 11, and as you guys were talking about this, like the fight for the top is super important.
Ja imam 4 igrača,
the whole day and the rest of the day, the whole weekend, we're going to see more, you know, strategically giving up your, you know, flush to other teams that you're not directly competing with.
Yeah, I mean,
zašto imaš sutra još jednoga?
Sutra ću još jednoga dodam, brate. Nije fair, ja 4 igrača. Ljudi, vas možda ne nabada kilove, ali je brat moj najljepši.
They haven't got a win yet. Like there's been no victory. There's been second places with a boatload of kills.
Ima najbolji motor.
Can you imagine what happens if they actually do convert on a win? They would be miles ahead.
To je dovoljno što.
They got 1 win and 3 second places on the upper bracket in day 2. Like, it's crazy to see. So if this is the new day 1 Twisted Minds, I don't mind. Bring that to PGS2 all the way to make sure we in Europe here get another PGS spot for this. But again, as it looks right now, Twisted Minds, with their performance, Toby, it would mean that it would be 2nd and 3rd place that would be fighting for those PGS spots.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, it's pretty damn close at that too. So curious to see if the race is going to be between Ascent and question mark all the way through. I doubt it. Again, as I said earlier, there's definitely going to be other teams that are currently a bit further down the list that will have impressive performances. But looking at Howl and how they were our PEC spring winners, the team that we sent through to PGS1, currently at 4 points, 4 games in, that is just not good.
Yeah, at the bottom here, James, you know, Na'Vi in 10 points, Howl in the bottom here. It's not looking great for these teams that need. Howl might not need it as much as Na'Vi does here in terms of PTC points, but yeah, it's looking rough after 4 games.
I can't even remember how Na'Vi went out in this game. I was like really keeping track from game to game.
On the west side.
West side.
Rotating in, dying.
Oh, yes, I remember, over kind of east of Junkyard. And yeah, that's... Yeah, I mean, what do you do, right? Like, when these circles are shifting away from them and they're trying to make these big sends, it's really not working out.
All right, guys, that is 4 games done here for the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers. We got 2 more angles coming off after this short break, so stay tuned.
Kakav be short break, jebem ve uz to guzicu. Čekaj, aj dok je break. Može li neko da mi pomogne tamo od stream da rešimo asocijaciju? Oliva, spanać.
si Bado.
Odgovarao neko. Šta?
Zabao si.
Nije, neće ovo što si mi rekao, Bađo. Oliva spanać!
Pišite ljudi, oliva spanač, ta asocijacija. Neće niko ne piše, brate, čuli su.
Neki ne priča s tebe.
Nikši, brate, 4 lika riješi. Sad je bilo.
Niko ne može pomogne, a? Puh.
You will now be informed about your arcade journey, including your AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed.
Koliko ne volim trudnice kad se slikaju, brate, koliko mi to gadno.
We're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Ekstri, sviđa mi se.
Što ti se sviđa?
Peč novi.
A što sam teo da ti kažem, video li si... Šta se dere ovoliko? Video li si ko će nam dođu u Partizana, be?
Ne.
Kostas Lukas, bato!
Je znam Bjakost?
A? Raskine ugovor. Mislim, ponudili mu 4 miliona za 2 godine ovi Fenerbahče, a toliko možemo ponudimo i mi, plus imamo Željka Obradovića, tako da... Jasna je odluka. Da ne će tamo.
Željko Obradović donosi zapravo.
Pa koliko su igrača zbog njega došlo samo i sad ostala, Panter i Ledej, samo zbog njega su ostale. A znaš što je fora? Što su svi produžili ugovor na 2 godine, a Obradoviću ističe sljedeće godine ugovor.
Pa gdje će on otići sad?
On može doći.
Pa mislim može, on može doći.
A Ataman prešao u Panathinaikos i tamo pravi ekipu i bem ga usta ga jeba.
Welcome back. It's the desk here at the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers. Here, of course, I'm joined by Toby and by Kylaris. As guys, we have covered 4 amazing games and we've got 2 more to go. And obviously, it's been a Twisted Minds kind of day here, James.
definitely has, yeah. Unless you're kind of, you know, like the floor is lava and you're balancing on a bike to try and avoid it and stuff like that. It's all about Twisted Minds at the moment. And what points they've been able to rack up. Double second place, 17 kills in one, 11 kills in the other. And even in this game, where they're kind of salvaging things, what, it was like 7 or 8 kills? So
still 7 kills, yeah. It's been looking really good for them. And obviously, again, as we've been talking about throughout the day so far, if they're able to hold on to that, that means that it's going to be second and third place. And in our upper bracket, Toby, it was extremely close for our top teams here. And obviously, as probably it's just going to be used to being, it's probably going to come down to the few last games here, but you have to be consistent from the very go. Otherwise, you're not going to be in the running of those, you know, 2, 3, 4 teams that's going to be in the contention.
Yeah, we see a good example of that, I feel like, in this game from the likes of both Foot and Twisted Minds, as we said in the show coming into the break just now. I mean, being able to rack up a lot of extra points, even when you're back against the wall, when your in-game leader is scrolling through the playbook, unable to find anything that kind of accounts for the situation you're in. The fact that you're still able to go out and get another 3, maybe 4 points on the board, so it's not a big fat 0 coming into the next game, also means that I think from a mental perspective, we moved up on the leaderboard. We kept going while other teams might have gotten nothing. A 4-point finish is, I mean, what? 6th, 7th place?
Ovaj game već kasni 10 minuta.
So many teams that get 0-1 point. I mean, it's not
Piše je trebao 9:55.
Exactly. And on top of that, you know, moving into this, we have these teams that are, of course, coming from only lower bracket, James, here. And they have to show up. And now Monarch, they did. They have to stay consistent to be one of those teams that could end up in the top.
Yeah, I mean, them and Savum, like, the fact that they've been able to kind of burrow into that top 8 the way that they have is decent stuff. Again, both have kind of come off the fact that strong compounds have been utilized.
Right.
And when it comes to testing yourself and your metal against some of these top teams, it's going to require more than that to be able to get top 1 or podium finishes here for the tournament. So we need to see them
Alo.
and then prevail in them.
Alo.
Može neko da mi pomogne da rešim asocijaciju? Ponuđena su mi oliva i spanać polja, brate, igram ove slagalicu.
Alright guys, we have 2 more games to go here at the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers.
Popeye.
2 more of the beautiful wrangles, so make sure you figure out who's going to be the winner. And also, of course, make sure you check out your fantasy team, because right now, guys, it's looking pretty good for me. How about yours, James?
Oh, okay, let me take a look here. But anyway, let's get ready. It's the penultimate game. I beat Martin to the penultimate game, maybe, at least, as I refresh my team and see how it's going. He's still 50 points ahead of me. Toby.
I'm catching up to you, James. I'm glad.
Oh, you're not? Oh, God, maybe you are a little bit.
I am. I was like 100 points behind you when we started the day. So.
Well, let's bear in mind that...
Ja, molim te Nortić, molim te Nortić. Nikako jug, samo Nortić.
Ma nama odgovara military.
Ma negu volim da ga ne vidim.
On je ovdje u Nova Detroit.
Ma znam, ali da negu vidim, brate, toliko me smara.
Yeah, I'm not going to be complaining about that. That is their favorites, but one of few teams I feel like who actually...
Mogla bi jedna gatka zona, a?
Ne. Neće dođemo nikako do nju.
Ma i neće.
Kudos to them. I guess it gives them an easy access to military when that's of the essence, and now it might be of the essence with this southern playpath.
Maybe. Where are we going? Probably military. That's where we're probably going. We've had so many.
This one is
probably going.
Because we've been there so many times in this final.
Nemo military, nećemo military da gledamo. Dusa gaming.
Nortić. Da nas nije dige jučer reportu.
Kad je ovaj Inan, brate?
Mrš!
50-50.
Ma koja, jug 100%.
Gleda Inan im je uzeo brod.
Jebe mu pleme u pičku.
James, quiz time. Alongside Chat and James, how many teams once phase 2 pups are not
Ljudi, ste viđali vi potez ovaj?
Viš gledaj njegove da su pali, brate. Kakav govnar jebot. Šta radi,
uzeo
brate?
im je brod lik, brate.
Da Bog da mu uzeli kuću takoj, brate. Kuću da mu gu uzme, da mu gu otme.
To se meni desilo jučer.
Kuću da ti otme.
Full screen. Poslije imam pojma, ništa sam restao kompi i radilo, ne znam.
I'll say 4.
Na Tinder što sam se mečovao s neku žensku, brate, bombetina, ali ne mogu da upišem, brate, zato što je fake 100%.
Možda sam ja.
Okay. Well, I suspect that if there are going to be some of those teams that are going to stay, it's likely to be those northern kind of teams, right? Like, maybe after all, unless they use Ainan's boat that he's actually found to maybe move on around to Novo or south of Novo. Foot could be one that comes in because they usually come in quite late. So they could be coming in and sitting around on the north land for a while. We'll see. We'll see.
We will see indeed. And also, I mean, with how far southern the plane was, it's only now that we were making their way to Yasnaya. It's only now that Foot have gone all the way up to George Pole. So the really far northern routing teams that we sometimes have in these military circles, they aren't really here to the same extent that they have been in the past. But the one thing we do know is that FaZe do like to rotate early on these sort of circles, and this time it's no different. And also, I would be very surprised if Ascent did not play Observatory, because they do tend to get triple trillion kill games from there.
Yeah, I was watching on the minimap as Chris is...
Dva komadića prolaze, dva komadića bato moj.
Trenutno 3.
Trenutno 3 zato što Twisted je partner on. Mislim top 3, ne 3. Dva ukupno prolaze, ali top 3.
Legenda.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to a
Jebi ga, jebi gić.
All of them hop on a boat, sail their way towards the south. Owl now making their way into Milta as well. As question mark, they're getting, I don't want to say pulled up on by, because I don't think Scav was expecting there to be anyone here, but now that he sees that the hard spawn isn't taken, he's like, wait a minute, guys. If I sit here for a little while longer...
Ja, gledaj trče liko, šta je ovo? Me zajebava neko? Veoma goleme rođeni. Veoma goleme šanse. Samo vi da krene da umiraju Rusi, ogavni, onlinersi.
Volio bi da prođu ENTROPIQ i Ace. To bi volio da vidim. To su mi dvije omiljene ekipice.
The eventual crosses, but they're not afraid to swim it either. So even if they did or did not have a boat, they are not entirely
Ja bih voleo da prođe
the problems that would arise.
sam ENTROPIQ.
But they're just going to sit on here for now. I think this is actually
Svi neko Rusi ostane.
Likewise, Zeppa. I mean, if they're sitting around here and then eventually
idu na trajekt.
their choice based on
Ova najbolja stvar je.
Kolima, ja. Like, I don't, as much as you could take the ferry super early, I don't think there's need to. Just position yourselves, and eventually, if you need to, then do later on, you know?
Yeah, stick around for a while, wait this one out, see what's gonna happen.
Sosnovka Islandić.
Make your play. They did just miss it, but I guess that ain't really an issue, because there's still another 4.5 minutes until the circle is closed all the way in. So just
ferry
parking the cars up
kuha,
nicely, getting ready to go, and waiting this one out. That's the job that I wanted to have when I was a kid. The guy on the ferry that guides.
I sutra i u nedjelju se igra.
The guides boats onto a ferry. You mean
Da, 3 dana zaredom.
Yeah, exactly. That was my dream job when I was a like a little kid. Yeah.
So, firstly, I'm scared of the idea of driving across
18 gema top 2, malo je zajebano, ali jebi ga.
I wouldn't want to drive it. I just like did the waving thing with the hand and told the car.
Zajebano i ovaj.
And now, well, what I thought was going to be a -3 to Vesterlog.
Okrutno.
The chat is not quite the case, because Monarch showed themselves. Now they get to rotate back around. Should be all good. And
a vidite koja je razlika između top 8 i bottom 8.
They could hold that hillside, which is northeast of Primorsk, which is actually not a bad place to hold against teams moving around in Primorsk, but yeah. No, the car's positioning over on ferry reminded me so much of my little excursion to England. You know, when I went on the Channel Tunnel and yeah, exactly. It was cool. Like, but you get your car positioned right, and then you get in the little train that takes you around.
Naši.
I want to do it again. It was really fun.
I mean, I'm sure they'd hire you, James.
Naši su i dalje. Naši su izjebali. Što su im uzeli brod, realno, ali... Oni mogu plivati. Ali mislim da će čekati da vide shift iskreno.
Pa ovaj Inan retardiran, možda imaju i ovaj...
U Milticu, a?
Možda imaju i emergency.
Možda imaju i emergency.
No, in the train tunnel you're talking about. In any case,
Zipline under the sea.
Esports we go. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Foot Esports, not in a hurry. They're going to be coming in from the west side, of course. Little do they know that there is literally no one in front of them. We know that. That makes it easier for us to say, why are you just rotating? And well, it seems like they might know too, because they're not exactly slowing down right now. Yeah, they are bombing it.
Da li neko možda objasni ovome gospodinu Tobiju da u ovoj zoni ovdje niko neće biti u ovom ovaj timing? Ili mu treba podići platu za 5.000 još da bi si iscimo oko toga?
Malo da prouči.
Da proučimo.
You know what I like, James? Yeah? The fact that no one's dead yet. 8 minutes in, we're back to well-orchestrated, well-calculated EMEA PUBG, where no one takes unnecessary risks. I haven't liked the shenaniganery that we've been seeing from some teams in the earlier stages of these ones. They know what's on the line. They know what needs to be done in order to come up victorious, which is keep all four alive. Yes, you can find some points early. Play it safely. Even Gustav is expecting there to be opponents nearby, as he's now proned on down inside a wizard tower for reasons unknown to him.
A gledaj, ispala je sad kad vrati zonu ovamo. Ovi se voze autima.
You'd have to wait a long time for the ferry to come back. 3.5 minutes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, that's fine. Just move now. They can always take the ferry back. You could, yeah. Yeah, you just leave the I mean, it's gonna be a minute before the ferry gets all the way down there anyway. So, might as well just take the ferry back again. Yep. Not too bad, especially with nobody in that compound down to the south. We had the crazy holdout in the lower bracket, which really didn't work out. I think it was Frexel actually.
Nisam znao da se možda može, ne dime, Jesse ne dime. Jel imaju još koju šansu ili ovo zadnji turnir?
Kind of learning from the mistakes of lingering around there for too long.
But also it's a different dynamic, right? The circle is very different. You want to be able to eventually somehow transition. Ne znam koliko ima ovih kvalija, nam pojma.
You don't want to be sat around there. A lot of teams opting to stay up on that northern side though, as we look over towards Melman, who's currently not in position of a helmet. Why is that, you may ask? Well, he lost it before, as Sabim took it off his head. So maybe running around a little bit, looking for another one, maybe one in the neighboring house. That would be a pleasant upgrade. In the meantime, for esports, I feel like this kind of turning around is just maybe baiting some attention, seeing if anyone is still around here without risking too much. As Svart does a bit of 180 and makes his way back towards the south.
Evo, oni su imali brod, ali su došli iz 2 broda. Kakvi retardi. Ode south.
Did we go north? I don't know. No. We did quite the opposite. In the meantime, Beamy up high.
A Luka već preplivava. Tako je bre, ubijaj bre Ruse bre. Bravo Beamy. Beamy sutra nastupa kide kaj vete ide da na klupicu.
See what's going to go down. The shots rain in, and it will be, to be honest, Yepa is really benefiting from this. The fact that the circle's moved the way it has, they're going to be coming in from that south side. Everybody's jostling for position here now, with Hal trying to make it across. Veselosh taking big pot shots here at Foot, who are trying to wildly move down towards this bridge wherever they may, but the fight's going to continue. You can't cross this bridge at the same time. Vard's moving forwards quickly here. Who's going to get shot at? But able to dodge and weave, get behind the building, maybe fast enough, able to get out behind the now. In the meantime, he'll wait for the rest of his teammates to get around.
Vadigi bre Vardiću.
Ima li Polish Powera negdje, ima u rankedu. Nema ispod.
They're outside the circle if they stick around on the bridge. So I'd say if I'm question mark here, sitting in third overall, just keep going. There's way more to fight for than a potential couple of points in a bridge game. Yeah, take the hill kind of northwest of Sosnovka military base, and maybe from there see what you can actually get done with it. Although that being said, they're going to move a little bit further south than that, try and scout that out, and then maybe make that transition eventually. Foot and question mark did not take any more shots at each other whilst they were crossing that bridge, so both get relatively unscathed, but Lazar is very close to my bad. He's normally hitting the shots, along with the boom is able to take out Lazar. The rest of the whole is lurking. They have not been doing well here throughout the day. We'll take the boom.
Poznali su za bombu.
To the finals here at the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers. Saloma Bat pushes on forward. They have the boom knocked down, as you said. Oh, heard footsteps on the other side, but can't connect the single shot despite spraying straight through where Skokel was positioned.
Unfortunate to not hit any of those. Hello, my bad. Finishes off the ruin to get things going.
Ja će ga flash ako preživi.
It is close right now. Hobber's going to throw in the
Neće
nade
bombe mu
here. Just a bit
baci.
collateral damage if he's not careful. But just wanting to get that finish off as quickly as possible. Hit Schofield.
Ladno će da ubije bombu, ovoga svog neće flashat. Respekt.
Exalt can finish this.
Meantime, Matt able to find one. Let's zoom down, and there comes Misa from way
Čuti,
down.
paša gi bez svi iznad na kraju.
Pharmacy, nursery, small hospital, whatever you want to call it.
Ubiš ove
Mrtav.
jedno.
The last, and that is once again going
I preživje Halo. Kako?
Kiljaka ga nađe.
Nije. Bravo Kiljakaj, ti si trebao da uzmeš kill, tako je, slažem se. Opo!
Those two teams not able to do too much. Twisted Minds now being battered. It's Navi's opportunity.
Jao, Rusija na Ukrajinu, jao.
Rusija na Ukrajinu.
Ja.
Ovo su Rusi u Navi sve. Sva četvorica. Jedan je Gruzijac samo.
Navi's a little bit apprehensive about the push.
Da te ne bi karli u šupak, sva četvrca momentalno. Gledaj, smo preplivali kola smo našli na kraj. Molim lepo. Kad te oče očite. Jao, iz zona. Full clear. Pa ne valja Isenčevina.
Ma nema veze. Valja, dobro je za naš, ajde.
Što je dobro?
Evo ali nas hoće zona, ej.
Još
samo da to krunišemo.
Evo sad će ubijemo ove što krade brodovi, bet. Brodokradice sad će da umru. Vadi gi, vadi gi. Tako je, bre, ubije i question mark. To, Turska. To, Turci, noganje.
Maybe they need to reinforce it earlier rather than later against teams that are going to try and wrestle for it, because that technically has more of an anchor hold towards the center of the circle, even though it doesn't provide as much opportunity to shoot everything.
Ovo što može se ključa telefon sad...
Za kog ti navijaš? Ja za Entropiq. Za Entropiq. A Entropiq je dobio shift ponik. Bez obzira što Ascent dobio shift, dobio ga i Entropiq.
Dobi i ti. Ja. Na 1000 metra ga pogledaj.
Oga, izvrnu, GG. Ne valja, ne valja. Bježte se, ne možete vi to tako.
Ukrade ga Brexić.
And Lou's like, wait, what just happened? Did an entire army just shoot at me? Yes, an entire army just did.
It's rough that when hundreds of guns are trained down on your position. And then it was stolen away by Brexco. One man against an army. Okay.
I mean, that's what you
get. Znači, dam se ovaj spot. Bolje da je on u rupicu za iskreno.
Hajde, ubijete ga. Ne, to. To, neka umire.
Odlično. Ovaj je 16.
Koje mode.
Joj, free killovi za ove metebe. Ne mogu dok te, brat. Kroz granu.
Coming around that corner was like the ultimate PUBG jump scare. I was like, wait a minute, what's happening here? But Metralius is going to be firing from a distance, trying to finish off a few, get himself a few steals wherever he
Ovo je fight možda i za najgori šek u igrici.
DA hasn't really done too
kvalitetno
much in this game so far. Metralius has 2 on the board. He's firing at some wheels to make sure that it's going to make it even.
Alo. Šta pišete to, bre? Nemoj da reagujem. Ja navijam za Entropiq. Kad imaš šansu, kad nemaš šansu za Ascent. A prije svega navijam za Virtus.
Where Lyron currently is, there's a good chance that there's going to be quite a few teams that don't see any
Nixić drop dobije.
Rapping on the western side of military base, and DA might just get kind of overrun in that situation.
Yeah, there's some weird situations
pada opasna škvadra. Na Discord se okuplja. Ide ranked ko djeca iz škole.
Kuda?
From across the runway and stuff like that. So you get this weird scenario where some teams are pitching up and trying to fight it out. Some teams go 2-2, as you were saying. it will get a bit dicey down there as for now Metropolis is being shot at by Exalt. And they've got an alright spot, but Fard unfortunately falls down to Lyran, who is in absolute no man's land and will be gone.
But huge for DA to see that rotation. As I said, a lot of teams will see no other option and try and just kind of push into the middle of the military base itself. And for DA to now know, or at least for now know, they're playing with plenty of space. That's really, really good for them. As Vex now, in the meantime, finds Example that should allow for FaZe to push further forward.
Tries for the nade, slightly off the mark.
Najlupić, evo ovo kradica, brodokradica. Ej, jebi ga.
To finish off Example wherever he can. Ali is trying to swing around a little bit, but Curexi might be the insurance against that in terms of the angles. Depends on how it's going to go down. Melman's already been spotted behind the rock, goes for a little bit of a spray. Uber actually hits Gustav. FaZe off Example. Melman on this angle is going to have to weather the storm.
Gonna try and see if he can wait this one out. I don't think, I think FaZe at this point, they know. They have to take the fight, especially with Perfectix finding Uber now as well. They know that it's a 4v2 as long as they can get the rest back up to Gustav. Issue is
Dignali smo se.
From behind, and a solo player could do so much. And oh, well here, really wanted one, but swung too early.
Not enough, not enough. How much more can they do? Na'Vi's really not getting the better end of the stick in some of these games. They are losing out fights to the big dogs constantly. Or just having to send through and not really getting much traction from it. Melman is down and alone. Likewise, so is Beamy here, but he's laying in a few shots here and there.
Beamy.
Cheeky little scamp.
You'd imagine that FaZe is well aware of the fact that Footy Sports is down to just one, which is why I think you're seeing them go full aggressive on this position. They know that there's just one solo player, I should say,
down here,
and as long as they're maintaining control of both angles, it should be practically impossible for Beamy to come out victorious here.
Look at this hold on the angle. Out in the middle of nowhere. Nose is covered against everything else. Just hold the right side of the rock.
Moro, čistimo, ej. Daj taj fight da gledamo. Jebem vam pleme u pičku.
Brate, mi gledamo jednog Bimija protiv 4, a ne gledamo fight 4-4. Pa gdje ovo ima, ovo nema usvijet ovaj kast. Bravo, i šta sad, daj prebaci, jeboga dan i godina. Pa ne to, jebote, tu ga izbaci iz auta, daj najlupa prebaci. Bravo, Jovica, ajde.
Ja, gledaj sad cvijet. Ne, to. Ajde me nek ti ne stane u metkovi. Bravo, dok ga usta ga jebe.
Jebote, svi na health gledaju.
Da. Ali nekoga pogodi 2 puta.
Ovo bit će ovo težak push, ali dobro, ajde imaju jednog igrača prednosti, samo smokajte nešto. Težak push. Ko imaju bombice, brate, malo da ih nagrade.
I'm like looking at the map feed now. There's not really anywhere they can go but straight into Apple. A wrap around the southern side would be
nikad bi ubili Ekstrić.
Or suicidal even. So they have to take this proper to Apple.
Nima ništa ne znači. Ovaj se ubi sam. Kako on nije izgubio health?
Nemaju nade, makar nema Joli.
Skroz desno kad bi mogao prođe najlup. Znaš koliko bi bilo dobro? Baš to što radi. Znaš koliko dobro bi bilo?
Ma ubit će ih, brate.
Najlup, da. Kako je znao da će tu dođe? Dobar, ne idi, kako?
A ne, a brate, baš nemoj sreće s ovim bombama. Pa šta je ovo?
Gledaj na glavu mu pade 11, kako?
Jebote, 11. Bravo, znaju da je nokan.
Jahape, ali on se vratio da ga digne.
Bravo, Miki.
Bravo, Ascent si išao da puša, jebem gi pleme. Bravo, retardi.
Ajde, Luka.
Because they're not faster about it, they both will fall in the end of this one. Standman now tries to just dodge and weave as best as he can, make himself as small as possible. And who knows, maybe he outlives one more team and gets a placement point with it, but outside of that, I don't see what he can amount to.
Full cleanup, gone and gone. Ascend in this area on this battleground. You do not
A ne valja, brate, ovaj DJ i fraga sa. Odakle DJ i fraga? Gdje je DJ?
But they're certainly making it look good in the east.
Yeah, same thing up towards the north goes for FaZe. Back up to 4 alive, finally getting to deal with Na'Vi as well. As they try and make more space for themselves, which they've been successful in doing. Now, Fex has the ankle. Wants a spirit, but just a bit too far away.
Joj, da su riješili ovdje fight. I opet su dobili shift. Sere ih zona, brate, samo treba malo bolje poziciju.
At least they can continue to play this north of the road. Of course, there will still be Monarch, there will still be...
Vidi Vua, brate, Kvizija solo tamo, nisam ga ni skonto. On bi mogao ići za sjebe.
Pa neka ih sjebe, bem gi...
A sad bi stvarno valjalo da ih sjebe neko, zato što su na 10 bodova od Entropiju. 13.
Još imaju sreću, brate, svaki šut na njoj.
How do you approach this one? There are some riches they could potentially play, but I think they would much rather be able to cross over and take the fight to FaZe.
Ubij ga, Kvizi.
Hajde, noga, flash. I ove dva su sad! Bravo! I bomba. Ajde, doktore. Jao, koji Nate.
Samo s druge strane. Treba je s druge strane. Treba je s druge strane, brate, pa ne. On je išao da flasha bombom nokanog. Ne bacio s druge strane i kudest.
Oh yeah, definitely looking here. I mean, that's really their only threat right now. They have
Ace ima dobar spot, Ace ima rupu dolje igra.
As soon as Navi's last player died, I believe it was Melman.
Na lijevo ima.
No one else who can engage on them from there. So right now, they can focus all their attention towards that eastern side and try and make this cross on over as hard as possible for them.
And speaking of a cross, Monarch is deciding to throw down the entirety of the smokes that they have available to them here to try and make this move against DA, who was controlling those hangers for a little while.
Dobro, FaZe i Twisted bi trebalo da su sad...
A da, problem je DA. DA je problem. DA ima 26 pojena. Ako vinaju ovo, razumiješ, prestižno je drop. Već imaju 6 killova.
Sve.
I feel like Monarch had a chance to flex out, take control of this exact hill earlier, but the fact that DA gets to get up here and take it from them.
Dobro je bilo da kad bi FaZe očistio DA-u.
Man, you could have been cinematic. You could have said their walls become their tomb. Ooh, that would have been spooky.
Misliš sada?
Spooky. Da, sad kad bi FaZe fino očistio DA. Ko je bre?
Teams is down to low HP though, but so is Scope Marco. They both have the throne down, both have the heal on up.
Dikile kaj umir.
To je dobro. Da, sad treba nam da Ace umre i da DA umre.
On Fex na drugu stranu tepa, vrat.
Ali dobro, ubio je Spyra i to je nebitno.
Pa nebitno je to. I Čurek si mrt. Ne, GG, DA će vin.
DA će vin.
Deal with him and they need to deal with him now. Ascent? One on his feet as Ascent has started to cross on over. That's what I was saying before. They really wanted a foot in on the western side, and with FaZe forced to take the fight to DA and them not being able to execute it as fast as they would have wanted, things...
Kako se ljudi ovako donirao, be?
Sko has made landfall and here's the rest of the team joining him.
If Ascend wins another game in this area, I will...
Oh, they just know how to play it.
They know.
Know how to play it. They know how to pressure. They know which buttons to push in order to force teams to go into the directions they want.
Yes, jebi ga, respekt. Meni se isto najviše sviđa kako Ascend igra već. Sigurno pola godine.
Ko ovo, brate, mnogo lepo tu provalio, ko gde ide, šta radi. I sad gi samo pričavate.
Usually the buttons they are pressing are Shift W, but for the moment here they're looking very good in the center of the circle at the moment. Fectic's taking the fight against Exol.
I to bi bilo neki skill zbog Nate.
But Twisted Minds likewise also down as well. It's up to the 3 teams in the north of this circle. DA
Boga mi meni i bez obzira što
can they do it from the west?
This is huge for
Face ima poziciju, ali da DA ima najviše šanse.
Primo Reach, jedino ako im ne otkine Fex jednog.
but Face also a team
Fix
that's going
baš
to be
može
guaranteed
napravi
to go
problem.
through. So all the points that
I
Ascent
volio
are
bi da
accumulating
napravi
right
problem.
now is points they're
Ili jednim ili
separating
drugim,
themselves
ali
from every other
više bi
team
volio da
trying to
napravi
rag on the
DA-u,
PGS.
znaš. I se
Yes,
polako
true.
odbije,
Question mark right now,
odvaja.
39. You're putting yourself almost 20
Bolje
points
da se
ahead
Ace odvoji nego
on
da
day
se
number
DA
one of a
približi.
3-day event.
Ma, ima ga vremena.
Fantastic.
A ima i
2023
vremena.
for them
Još
so
13
far. It's been
game-a,
an
vrati.
absolute blinder.
And considering how no one really expected them to be the ones to claim one of the two spots in the first PGS event, for them to just go back down, of course, I mean, the tournament is far from over, but to come off to such a
Da
strong
onih svih
start
bačenih nejdova nisu, pa je svidio, vrati. Bacili su im u rupu tamo 5 nejdova, nijedan nije ubio, a padaju pored njih nejdovi.
That's right. I was watching some.
Not a bad word to Kobo at all, but I feel like also just from a playing perspective, they definitely stepped up.
Oh no, absolutely. But yeah, it's clear that changes were made, right? Like from year to year, and they're just looking fantastic. They're working for it. It's very evident. And what a great roster as a whole. Looking forward to seeing some of them in PNC, surely.
Yep, we'll see how and who is gonna get the pleasure of going, as once again the speed has slowed down a bit. And that's what I like with Ascent. There was a time where when they went aggressive, when things started going their way, they just like they were sharks in the water, spilling blood everywhere, and they just kept on pushing to their own downfall. Now they just put the foot on the brake, change the throw completely, and here we are once more. DA, Ascent, up here in the second of the
There is an opportunity here for Ascent to get it. Like DA, they're great. They've got themselves 9 on the board. Oh, blinded at the moment. That's a lot of flashes being thrown on across.
Abe, Real kupio ovog Turčina, najtalentovanijeg fudbalera na svetu kao.
Kojega?
Arda onaj.
Ne prati ja to. Samo gledam utakmice.
It's not as wide as I thought it may be. Never mind.
Of booby traps they have to run through DA in order to make this play unfold, because Braxco is the first threat they have to deal with. As I said, the first surprise they have to deal with. Micah might be the second, and then you have Killikai to kind of play the protector from behind. They are outnumbered, but I'm actually really loving the push that DA is setting up here. Just like only allow for Ascent to get one angle. The issue could become that them playing down low is going to allow for Ascent, once they realize that they've wrapped underneath, to utilize the entire ridge line above. This, though, I think is the right approach that DA is setting up currently.
I think Killiakai knows that's the problem. I think Killiakai has been keeping an eye on this ever since he eliminated Fex on this angle. He's been sat down here and does realize that that is currently encroaching. If they get an arm knock straight away, then the door's fully open. Brexco, on Byron, straight away. Hearth will trade against it. It's 2v3 at the moment.
Yeah, the thing is, every trade that goes 1 for 1 here is a trade in DA's favor, as they are the ones outnumbering the opposition. But here comes the Turkish team pushing on forward, but Killiakai is still not out of this one. Micah still hasn't found the angle from where he's fully, I'd say, effective down here, but it's a 2v2 now. 13 kills and counting for Ascent, but they want even more as Hewitt finds Killiakai.
It's all on Micah. He's not been able to do too much here compared to the rest of the boys during this game, but he's looking for it. Hearth will actually have the information now because the down player goes for the spray, able to get it, but it's not enough. DA does round it out. The numbers difference impactful here for Digital Athletics.
Huge game for DA as well. They wrapped it on the west side. They played it slow and as to kind of go back to what you were saying earlier, James. DA does DA things. This game
Šesti meč, win. To je to. Vinali smo prvi, vinat ćemo šesti, guys. Dobro, ajde da sad pokazuje, daj neki highlights.
Transitions were good here from this game for game 5 of the tournament so far. I mean, looking at how they moved from military through to the hangars, making sure no one's coming in from the south as well as southwest, knowing that their back is free, making the transition eventually across the road.
Ali ovi nejdovi su bili brutalni.
Across the board were strong to be able to get this win.
Yeah, they just never let anything up to chance. I mean, they cleared everything. They slowly pushed their way, and then the threats that came close, they either dealt with or forced to go elsewhere. And then in the end here, they were able to. I like the way again that they spread up. They know that they have the numbers advantage, so force a 2v1 somewhere. Like if you're split 2-2, you're gonna force a 2v1 eventually. And once they read where the threat was, they pretty much just punctured Ascent in doing so.
Yeah, I love it. I like the way the teams are moving around for this kind of.
Jebote, lik je ubio Najlopa Iron Sightom. Ja ste to tek sad to skonto.
That being said,
Koliko težak kill.
From Novo coming in from the west side. Martin joining us once again.
Thanks so much, guys, and welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA qualifiers test here. Guys, what a fantastic games. And again, as you've been so saying and praising here, Toby, Ascent just knows how to play this and how to attack this, because DA here in a situation where you just have to force this, like being one more player, being 1 versus 2, being 2 versus 3 in this situation. And I'm just sad sitting here, and sad in general, that Code Marco had to kind of crawl for information because he was on my fantasy team.
I felt that that's where we were going with the start of that sentence. But no, I agree with you. I mean, not only does DA play it well, but Ascent in understanding that they have to push towards phase. They need phase to, I don't want to say make a mistake, but commit to the fight against DA further on the southern side. And once they did, again, Ascent instantly there. Nothing DA could do to respond. The only way they come out victorious phase is if they instantly take out DA. And DA, the victors of this game, just proved that they weren't to be tribal with.
And let's get a little bit nitty-gritty here, because we started talking, or you guys started talking a little bit about the Nations Cup here, and DA with this performance here, considering Hull is currently in 16th, guys, is really opening up the whole Nations Cup play, right? Because we have so many talented players coming out of Turkey, James. And in this case here, you have to consider, since you have Hull, top 2 PGS or top 2 PC going to PGS as well, doing kind of well there. There's some things going into play that now DA being able to get right now in top 4. Could that maybe shuffle some players around and mean that DA might have some players on the Nations Cup team?
Man, who would be the dream Turkish Nation Cup team? I'm looking at
a hard one, yeah.
There's great players on HAL, great players in Digital Athletics. Savum is making an argument for themselves at present, right? Like, it could be a sick roster.
The only way, like, I don't see a world where Code Marco doesn't go. Like, he is just such a talented player, and I feel like he's like, if it's 3 HAL players, then I feel like it's definitely Code Marco going from the next. But here, Toby, 22 points from DA, but 20 and 16 from Ascent and FaZe.
Yep, on the hunt as well, and Ascent doing all they can to make sure to separate themselves from the rest of the non-GPT teams, I suppose we can call it. So they rack up there on the top 6, just 3.
Look at that.
Twisted Minds.
In this case as well, James, Twisted Minds first, FaZe third. That would mean that Ascend and DA on 4th would be, or in 2nd and 4th would be the teams to go. But again, it is extremely close still, and of course not tied out at all.
I mean, at this rate, we're definitely going to be in a situation where, the 2 teams that go are in 2nd or 3rd or 2nd and 4th or something like that, right? Considering how strong Twisted Minds is looking, FaZe is looking pretty decent. You know, you've got these teams that are struggling for it. I was about to say, I was like looking at the 3rd one. It's Na'Vi. Let's not talk about them. You know, it's going all right for some of the partner teams.
Right. Yeah, they're happy that they're able to step up. And yeah, 12 points so far in 5 games for Na'Vi, man. Toby, they need the PGC points unless they just count on either winning PGS2 or winning PC Fall, where there's a guaranteed spot to PGC at this point.
Yeah, they definitely do. I see Na'Vi in some weird spots where usually they wouldn't find themselves. It's as if they allow too many holes to be kind of plugged in their boat and it just sinks, where normally they're able to fill those holes by just, either, as we kind of said with DA earlier as well, either they kill teams that come towards them or they force them to leave. It's as if the fear of Na'Vi, we shouldn't go there, Na'Vi is there, that kind of ain't really there anymore. So people are starting to poke them a bit more, and thus Na'Vi just fall apart, not because they can't deal with one team, but because they're being allowed to take fights with 3 teams at the same time.
Yeah, and in this case as well, like even if you're playing ranked and you lose a 1 versus 3 versus Phosphase in Power Grid, James here, that's not the Na'Vi I want to see. That actually happened today. He 1v3'd Na'Vi when they were playing. I think it was a full team, but that was pretty fun to see, at least no matter what. Here, they were actually in a pretty good spot. They were in between FaZe Clan and like north of Twisted Minds at one point. And pretty close to they could have either contested the hill that Twisted Mind ended up on, or they could have crashed into Monarch and they would have been fine. But they ended up in a scrappy fight, and yeah, it just didn't work out as they kind of was hoping for here, James.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And you know, I think things can iron out a little bit further as time goes on for teams like Monarch, for example, who come in from that west side. And also, as a provisor, was he playing on Shotgun Templar? If so, no one beats the Shotgun Templar. Let's be real.
No, he changed his name to Hentai and Ubu Kawai or something like that.
Oh, god damn it. Never mind.
But yeah, obviously here again, Monarch tried to get a compound center, Toby, and tried to really work it out, but they didn't go out and push that hill as you were talking about during the caster. And I completely agree. They need to take over that hill. They need to be the team coming in from that western side, making sure the hill is theirs, and kind of gatekeeping the teams coming out from military at that point.
Yeah, maybe that's paying too much respect to the opponent you're up against them, and you have Twisted Mind sat on the hill, you have Face just above them, kind of looking down in your direction too, going, oh guys, we can't go up against them. They're pretty dangerous teams, we just wait around here. But then you have DA sneaking in underneath and going, well, if they're not going to take the hill, we're going to do it. Because obviously DA, like Twisted, is looking the other direction, and when they do, because your Monarch sat in that position, you just ain't getting out of there, because all of a sudden, where you had maybe 15-20 seconds to make that play and you didn't, now you have 3 teams looking in your direction where before it was 0. So I think it's them misreading the situation, maybe feeling more pressured by the kind of titans that were sat around them, but little did they know none of those players were looking that direction.
And then on the other end, James, we had, Entropiq and after all kind of stalling a fight that took so long that Ascend realized, okay, there's knocks going on and there's knocks on the other sides, and then it's more teams kind of joining in, and then Ascend, all right, we're going to push out here and we're going to try to clean it up, getting some kind of somewhat easy points.
Yeah, it's an easy place to exploit as well, unless you've got like a FaZe who did have Overwatch over what was going on there, but from a distance, so it's not exactly easy to hit those shots. It's the perfect move out from Ascend, because once you clean that up, chances are, if it's the team that survives on the high ground, they might push in towards you anyway, considering that there's really not that many options for them to actually move. So take the fight to them before they take the fight to you.
Alo?
Yeah, and again, it just talks to how
Će
strong
počne li ovaj da nas be?
when they start up there, Toby, like they succeed even getting off of it quite easily, and yeah, they managed to stay a long time alive, and with a lot of guys alive, that they're able to kind of push out a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost as if they've figured out how to observatory, and this time around was no different. So everyone should keep their eyes peeled should they make it into PGS 2, how they're going to fare should games go in that direction.
Yeah, if you can bet on them winning military games, there's a very low chance of winning, because it's looking pretty good so far. But guys, we're ready for the last game here of day number 1. We got 2 more days. It's going to be tomorrow and of course Sunday, where we're going to be figuring out who's going to be the top 2 or the 2 teams joining our GPT teams going to Riyadh for PGS 2. Guys, take it away and have fun with it.
The last chance to dance for the day here as we go onto the grassy pastures once again, and it does bear the question when we see Ascend almost winning out that game. What would have happened if it's Chris was alive against Quizzy, the cheeky snake, right? If it had been a 4v4, maybe it would have been an Ascend win again in a position like that. And with a playing path like this, Toby, could quite easily be military again.
Yeah, there is a chance, but it could also be a Saki ending, James. And that is pretty much my only I mean, I guess now with Takeo coming in, it's unfair because my bucket list has been completely destroyed. But it was my only bucket list match that I've never gotten to cast a proper Saki finish, which with this playing path could happen. Will it? Very unlikely.
Naša zona, ono što go igramo. A jebote, iščupa nešto.
I feel like it hasn't happened before. Like I'm not talking about the forest on the eastern side, but proper in Saki ending. I think there was a Korean game at one point that ended there, but out of that I haven't seen it. With that said, these playing paths have given us a bit of
ENTROPIQ što luta, ba to!
Today, in terms of we've seen far southern ones, far eastern ones, and now this one we found towards the west as well.
Duliću, pedaru.
To play a bit alternative than what they used to. And speaking of alternative, that is... Does he get to run away with that? Nope. Last side string around.
Let's see how much he can do.
And
oh.
Once against the Jeppa. I'm sorry, but I mean, things are only random so many times, and now it's once again it's Jeppa out here. Fight. I know you wooed the circle. We'll see it in a second.
Ma da, znao sam.
Circle. But once again, it's Jeppa.
Znao sam da je naša zona, bre, rekao sam. Samo što ga nema ovi Dulić ili mu. Duliću, pederu, nabuši se severu.
Where teams don't abide by the gentleman rules and all that stuff. It seems like Jeppa is kind of trying to play Wild West PUBG in a very solidified lobby where teams just don't allow for that to work.
It's funny because it's all the Turkish teams going up against the Turkish teams as well, and it's like the Turkish mentality that okay, they join different teams and stuff like that, but they stick to similar drops. Like even though they've all kind of previously been on the same teams as each other, and kind of like the mix-up and the differences and stuff like that. So they all kind of know how everybody plays in the region, and as such, they have these kind of conflicting positions that do kind of intertwine.
There's just no reason for. I mean, when you look at the map right now, of where Howl is, of how Yepa is currently split, there's no reason for Yepa. Oh, on the roof? No. There's no reason for Yepa to feel the need to send one player down to steal a vehicle off of a 4-man split when you could just go send. I know that Gatka doesn't exactly give you the best vehicles, but still, even then,
ENTROPIQ.
there should be areas of the map you can go where it would be contested.
ENTROPIQ luta ono što mi lutamo na skrimce. Ha, nisam ništa rekao, kunem se. Nisam odao takt.
Okay, alright, calm down. Maybe the Blitzkrieg reminding the Germans of what happened, but anyway, we're going I'm sure Ascend will do well, regardless. But yes, the Panzerfaust and Mortar are going to be an interesting addition to the game, I think is fair to say.
Yeah. I feel like there might be players... This might be the first time we'll see players do it. We know it's in the game, but let's just all agree to not use it.
Oh,
couldn't that be something where they just all, like, the first one that uses a Panzerfaust or a Mortar at PGS 2, they'll just get, I guess, hated on, and then they'll laugh and go, well, sucks. But it could be fun if they all agree, and then we'll see who's the first one to not follow those rules that they make for themselves.
Oh yeah, in real life hazing. If you use a Panzerfaust or Mortar, yeah, that makes sense. Yep. That's gonna work out, yeah.
They're really gonna be upset. Oh, they're gonna be upset if they do that. Yep.
Ja, samo prvi shift da bude Nord.
Absolutely livid. Well, we'll see.
I sve okej.
People are gonna use them.
I da bude South imamo mi George.
Ma će se napuniti i footage će uzmet, to je pravi problem.
So let's see how quickly Sarvum gets killed.
Nema vaše.
They're able to spot Ruin as well as Howl, who are kind of ditching from this position. And Yepa is close to all of this as well, so I think a lot of shots are going to come in. Ruin trying to duck and weave, dodge and dodge. What can he get away with? And he does get away. Ooh, okay.
But then he didn't want to get away. So he drove back, actually stopping to heal. I think also his vehicle was on fire. So it makes sense that he ain't exactly in a hurry. Also kind of unlucky considering that there ain't a whole lot of teams in this area yet, but they're all where he is, and it's all the Turkish teams set down here. Sarvum, Yepa.
Ja, ovo je dobar spotić, brat. Ovo je spotić dobar.
Turkish organization anyway. All set in and around here on the southern side of Georgia.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking, guys.
Dropping in,
Nema nikog ni dole, to je kampistvo bolje.
Just bombing it in.
Brate, tebi nešto...
Close proximity to one another.
Što napred? Jao, Exhalation skače na hospital krov.
Game 6 of an incredibly important tournament. I don't want to see Game 6 before Game 6 of Day 3. People have to be able to keep their mental all the way through this. And speaking of mental, well, there's a fire going on in the hospital as Exhalation have just fully crashed in to the hospital, which I don't think was ready for.
Yeah, big fan of this.
Emergency promijenili već.
They really
ne mogu da verujem da dalje ljudi ne očekuju.
T-Bone as well as Beamy here are actually driving in the opposite directions, looking for somewhere else.
Pa jebi ga, navika bat.
Getting 8
Ja, pre-fire. Loš flash. Užasan flash.
Fell behind a chair.
Yeah, didn't work out the way he wanted it to, and I feel like now it's Beamy and T-Bone's time to just go, well, I guess we'll try and see how much we can make of this game. Foot currently 29 points, ain't the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, also because Ascent and Twisted Minds have been able to rack up so many points. I mean, you're just currently what? You're 11 points out of as it stands right now, qualifying through to PGS 2. So it's very close, and we wouldn't want to have it any other way now, would we?
No, I would rather it be close. You are correct. You are correct. There is this weird dichotomy of, like, for some teams, they're really happy that Twisted Minds and FaZe is getting a lot of points. It's a weird scenario that we're kind of in. As long as you avoid them on the battlefield and you don't become their points, it makes it a little bit closer for those teams up towards the top to be able to try and strike out at, depending on second, third, fourth, wherever, you know, those two partner teams end up. Because there's no prize money on the line.
A lot of
PGC points. A lot of PGC points. Which all these teams, of course, are fighting for.
Dobar, samo što prvo nedostaje.
Face and get the loot they want. Seems like Vex with the loot of that shack rounded up being well satisfied with what he was. Or is he also gonna loot this shack?
It was the difference maker.
No, he considered. Yep, I think so. He seemed happy. Yeah, he seemed happy, and he didn't even flip his car. We were on his camera. He was fine. He could drive without fail.
You're not Batulins. What's this?
This is not right. Batulins, get up on this mountain right away.
I don't like this.
Yeah, it's not Miramar. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Spiro can look. They're going through these whole like, what if Batulins dies?
Bi torta bilo 6-7, ali.
Kind of practice. So
trebalo bi, znaš kako, u 1 je prijem gostiju, to bude do 2, pola 3. Večera u 6 i poslije večera u tortu u 7. To je idealka.
Wild and radical.
Biće to i ranije, brat. Može kad idemo na dječji rođendan ili tort, ti već bude ono oko 4-5.
They have a long way to go.
Pa da, ali ovo su Amerikanci, uzeli su Royal salu, ona ti je među 3 najveće sale u gradu, brate. I vjerojatno će imaju 200 gosti. Ma... Što?
Biće parica.
Pa samo to.
What do you actually want to theory craft?
I would say this, considering the fact that there is actually still a decent amount of space up towards the north end, not that it's, I mean, percentage-wise chance to go there, there's only, what, 1.5 team currently set on the northern side of George Paul River. Should this swing, not necessarily full north, but just include the river to any extent, we're gonna see half the server play in and around Georgia Pole, like South George, and inside containers, because there's going to be nowhere else to play on that southern side. As long as 2 teams already, as we see here, up on the hillsides, the teams that are currently far south now, it's going to be a hellhole for them to try and make anything happen towards South George proper.
Well, I'm going to theorycraft, and I'm going to say it's guaranteed to go into George, so let's do it. But sprays coming out from Fate. Noticeably, it's Na'Vi.
Yo!
Whilst this fight goes down as well, Morlock actually hits Jeems. Trexie, though, is able to trade for it.
Ovaj Morlock.
Instantly shut it down as well.
Zamenjen je. Mogu li sada ga zamenim pre nego da počne ove vete? Mamu ti jebem, minus pojeni mi sve uzeli.
So this dip is not exactly fully safe.
Yeah, no, it's not. I think FaZe wants to get out of here as fast as they can, but of course, need to get teams back on his feet first. The circle up towards George Paul, and not because
Lele, gde se vrna zona? Jebem ti sranje.
Dobro, Lona moj.
Ma jeste, ali gde će da ovaj zona, be, brate? Znaš gde se ovo završava? Na ugao između ove dve kućice preko puta George, između to, hangari i George, onaj tu story, veliki wizard, tu je ending.
Misliš da ne može i North, brate?
Ne.
I'll take it. But very, very scary to deal with here, because now you've got FaZe trying to sit in this compound, wait for the rotations past them, and just kind of weather the storm as they're taking fights with them. But again, when you're in a compound like this, okay, you might be able to take some fights, but how are you going to transition north? Is it even going to stay south of the river? Is another question that a lot of these teams are going to be asking themselves. But for now,
udari ga, ajde ubije ga sad. On pokušava da pobegne, ne da puca.
Oh no, is Ruin and the Mad actually go down?
Tries to get the flush on him too, but can't quite stop.
On ide da svoga.
Evo ti ide Mixi, tu završava zona i nove kuće. Na taj put. Ma jo be, na taj put. Tu smo jednom pobedili u istoriji i opet ćemo.
After all, and half of the northern side of the river, and again, keep in mind this next circle can still swing north because we don't have to shift away from water before phase 4. But the remaining 14 teams are all trying to make space for themselves down towards the south, and that space is getting reduced by this.
Ceo grad igramo.
And here's the Wu trying to move down towards the south to get things going. The only team north of the river is After All at the moment, who is kind of hard gambling on the north. In fact, Aenan far north on the circle is just shooting, kind of ruffling his feathers a little bit, but there's nobody up there. So they don't have to be concerned about too much, as the Wu is kind of perching themselves in this compound as well as over towards Cube by the look of things, just to potentially enable that transition if they need it.
I do like the fact that they're, I mean, keeping in mind that there's a chance for it to happen, because there is one of those where yeah, we could just sit down on the southern side and look south as everyone else kind of is, but we now have the chance to go north. We've been up here forever, so we know that there's no threats around. We might as well just account for it, because what if it does happen? We'll be in a perfect position. And if you're in the Woos case right now, 12 points, you're not a GPT team, which means you do need top 2 in order to qualify for PGS 2. Optimize everything and play to the max effect. And right now, that is having 2 players in Cube.
And we saw their kind of strives towards that in the later stages of the lower bracket, right? Like the earlier stages, along with the upper bracket, really didn't look that great. Last day of the lower bracket, though, damn, looking really spicy. So they're definitely capable. It has this question mark here on the west side, who have slowly made their way into George, whilst all the other teams are kind of scrapping to the south of George.
I just really want the circle to swing north now.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Just send her up on the river. Send her up on the river so we don't even know where it's going next. Well, Ascent ready to go up towards the bridge. Waiting for this next one to pop. I'm not seeing anyone anywhere near emergency pickups as this one goes.
Ma marš, što je ovo?
Right now, Keanu's position is looking good, but because I'm not seeing any players in vehicles yet, this has me worried. You have to commit. You cannot stay 2-2 split when you have almost the 2 only compounds available on the eastern side.
Samo da požure da ih ne hvataju.
Yeah, they're spotting fire from Quizzy as well as the other player down there needs to be really on point.
Oni kempaju, može biti dobro iskreno.
It's actually taking a lot of shots at Ascent here on the bridge and absolutely slaughtering them as they try and make the transition. What a perfect couple of shots coming in from the Woo to be able to shut down Ascend.
Issue is they didn't take him out fully, so there is still the limited opportunity for them to really group up right now, as long as there's still one alive in between him. Of course, Killikat did go a bit further away, so they should be alright for now, but I would really want to see them group up as soon as possible. Sabem are flying in towards the northern side, fully committing to the hope that it's gonna swing up in this direction.
Gdje ubija Exalt? Šta je? Oni su stali pa su se čekali. A ne, gledaj gdje je došao. QM je bio.
Pushing here on towards DA as well as Monarch, but they're gonna get obliterated.
Ma da, nego QM je bio ono iza Entrop.
And meanwhile, Yep is also making a big send through as well. It's getting chaotic here.
Samo vidiš ide su, ja ih ne.
Koga? QM?
Pa naš kudiš, da.
A naš je kempaju most.
A QM li je stao u grad? Kao znaju.
A ne znaju nego su ih vidjeli, jer naši drže pumpu, drže taver kod mosta.
They really want Code Marco to try and make that transition.
Dobre, nije ovo loše
stay there for the moment, but Foot likewise is down here too.
They've made landfall. They should just sit around and really just.
Da, ali QM ako bi mu ekstra.
QM je 5 je, to je baš dobar call. Kako sada isto prvi post mene ide top 2. 18 mečeva, top 2 ide na PGS.
Glava mu se video.
Mi smo sad 5, ali to sve dobro.
They're getting sandwiched completely here. Na'Vi cannot catch a break. They're either fighting Twisted Minds or fighting FaZe or fighting both at the same time. Because now Uber here is down. The person that is normally that tip of the spear here for Na'Vi, really kind of moving forwards, is not able to make something happen. Na'Vi's getting completely destroyed, completely crushed by the compactor here that is Twisted Minds and FaZe.
It's as if they're playing without that kind of oomph factor. They're not playing as daringly as normally. They're not dictating the space around them, not forcing teams to either die to them or leave. They're just kind of sitting around, allowing other teams to do what they want.
Na glavu mu skoči egzempel, da?
Getting picked apart now.
Jao, gledaj zone. Gledaj zone, gledaj da smo prešli. Da, pa vidjeli su Ginš na drugu stranu.
Izgleda to Nord ipak.
Pa ja rekao na početak da idem Nord. I ono me na kraju poslušala. Na kraju full Nord ode.
Trying to take the east side of Georgia Pole. DA is trying to send it through, but they're going to get blasted on entry. It is going to be havoc here in the south.
This circle is absolutely horrendous, and one of the few teams who are really being happy with the ship is Sabem. They parachuted up towards the north side compound, hope that it was going to go their way.
Ja, koliko krv.
Oj,
The knock coming through as well as Phil first finds the double.
Phil first, what a prodigy, man, able to hit these shots the way he does.
Face 4 up, gore na planinicu I dalje.
Just caught in a terrible position.
Šalio sam se.
And whilst we got a little lull here for the moment, I love that Sava made this send. It goes back to the idea of like, you make a rotate because you know that there's so many teams on your side of the circle. We don't know any information about what's going on in the north. Let's just make it anyway, and it does work out. But FaZe is gone.
Žaba, neće mož ga dignuti.
Prevail here once again on day number 1.
You say prevail, but literally the second before Gustav falls, he gets the knock onto the face, and now because they won't be able to get him back alive.
Navy Seals.
One there now. Spirit's just gonna jump off the cliff. Like, yeah, our vehicles are gone. We're not gonna be able to get north of the river in this one, that's for sure.
There was a small hope in me that was like, oh, okay, maybe they can like try and make something happen, but no, not to be. Question mark is hightailing it. I wouldn't be surprised if they just crashed these cars into the water and tried to make it for the north, but we'll see how this is going to go. Big spray come through from Misa, not really able to hit too much.
To smo čuli, jao, dođite, braćo. To smo čuli, braćo. Možda nećemo.
A brate, trebalo bi naši da uzmu kući cetu, znaju da je question mark. Trebalo bi naši da krosaju cestu, makar će sa 2 liga.
Ja mislim.
Da imaju auto do duša.
Evo ti Nelopić.
Bravo, Jovice.
Evo, ide i vas. Na kućice ga pošaljite, alo?
Lots of smokes going down to try and cover them from that south side as they'll try and buy some time here.
A little quiet once again, like the use of smokes.
Prevent
the vision. Also, I don't want to say I was expecting to see ENTROPIQ try and push on this, but they do have a chance here. Their way.
Risk je, brate.
Jao, koliko promaši moj brat.
Mogu da, ja igram nešto njega.
I na kraju umre Lu od straha. Od straha umre. I ko je nakica bez stoloća? A nije ga dizao uopšte. Tek sad ga diže.
On this bridge, unfortunately for them, they didn't really anticipate question mark.
Volio bi da naši malo uzimaju više centra.
Been able to have a really good line of sight on all the teams trying to across from where this bridge sits.
Beamy just not allowing question mark to get anywhere close up. More damage coming through as they really want to deal with Vesterloch. Should be able to do it, even if it does shoot him there. Yep. Bleeding out in the water, not a whole lot that Beamy can do to get back on his feet. Now Yep is down here too with Monarch on the other side. Truly becoming a quite the interesting hotspot for these teams, and I don't think any of them would have wanted to be around here at all.
Oh, everybody's jumping off like lemmings into the chasm. There goes Monarch. So now they're going to be the next.
Ko toliko skuplja poeni, brate, jebeni question mark.
Going for the swim. This is smart in terms of transitioning against this. If you don't want to be seen for the moment, and come up with a surprise attack, but a doozy is just laying in the shots anyway.
He is withstanding all the pressure despite there being 5 teams around, and nice to say that he does fall.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tima na 2 kocke.
Especially in the later parts of the game, but Nixie peeks on over. That's one snake dealt with. Still 2 more to go.
Dobar nade.
Carnage location. We've just seen. I mean, the Wu still alive.
4 kila do sad.
Were one of the teams that gambled big. Monarch's gone. They were one of the teams that gambled big. They had 2 cube, 2 across the river as well. That's worked out for them. Meanwhile, Sava was 4 alive. After all, played the casino slot machine to a T and was way up here, way in time. So they controlled a lot of space.
U ovom meču jedno što je loše, ako ima išta loše za naše, uzeli su ice, viš, dobro je, bravo. Jedno što je loše je možda situacija gdje i DA i question mark svi su tu. Kada bi bilo dobro, jedan clean win s dosta killova.
Što? Bravo.
Still hitting the shots wherever he may go. He is in the blue now though, so he's going to try and heal up through these smokes, but I mean, it's all but assured in terms of destruction here for
Sam pa rekao, što oni puni su bili još u utorak.
Likewise, that nade might even hit a doozy. Yes, it does. He can't heal through that. He'll be done. And that's question mark out, but a valiant effort for them, considering they had to send it into the river.
Knowing what teams sat around them on the leaderboard, trying to deny those points in the end, able to do so too. Huge as they is eliminated as well, and now
svi
teams are eliminated.
Na privat.
Teams further down the list. Really?
Na ovom bottom nikad ne molju, ja ne znam zašto, nije ne peo loš. Mixi ima zone X-Extrić, kad bi mi mogli da uzmemo, Keano će ne pojebe, znaš li? Keano može pokvari sve. Duliću. Mrtav je, bravo Nelupić. Sad ne može. To sam ti teo kažem, to je treba se uzme. I da imamo crossfire sa Mixija, ali Ivas da ne umre. Nemoj najlup problem. Ne, misliš da me zoveš? Ne, to... Maj. Ma bege po pičku, mat.
Ali dobro imaju šansu dalje.
Prima i dalje životinjice.
I dalje imaju taj dobar split među Luke i Mexija.
Hungry, ravenous for these points right now. Likewise, so is ENTROPIQ to regain former glory. But it's been, as we say, a slow game for them so far. Ivas is bled out. Lukarooks up against this hillside. Can survive for a little bit longer, but by the time the circle crunches down on him, I think he's going to be in the firing line.
Pa oni nisu toliko ono... I na kraju, brate, ostali smo s 0 boda. Jebem ti igricu, ti jebem. S 1 bod u stvari.
Mexi solo player left alive here for ENTROPIQ. So once again, ENTROPIQ makes their way into late game. This time round though, not really the amount of kills they've been able to pick up.
Luka I Mića.
Klim hitting the shots. Doesn't have many more shots actually on his MK12.
Ne znam da li ima glavu, znam da ima buggy, ali će ga nakjecav.
Any shots in it so far, so that means he's going to be working with just 80 bullets unless we get a little trade going on between the members.
A zašto smoke?
After all was here very early, similar to being, you know, having ammo issues.
Abi Mexi našao neki ugao. Ali ne smije da pika, Mexi ne smije pikat ove desno, da će ga ovi ubiti Turci.
After all's probably not working with much, and they haven't been able to eliminate people and get their body boxes as well, so they got to conserve some resources.
Moving buggy, trying to make his way uphill, but -1 tire. Lukarooks needs to go downhill, maybe gain some speed, and then try and wrap around. We'll see if he comes out victorious here. Not with the shots that we saw him hit just before. I doubt he's going to make it anywhere near Mexi's position. And nope, not happening at all. As half the server is trying to take him out, and then after all, will claim the point. So ENTROPIQ still alive with Mexi, but after all, now knowing they have done as much damage to ENTROPIQ as they could prior to now having to make the move. And actually doing so before having to.
I like this.
We'll see if that comes out victorious. I like this. One behind. Use the bait for the vehicle. Take him out.
Well, after all, ali će se približiti.
Yeah, they've wrestled this position away great. In a great manner. Now it's going to be up to Sarvum, very much on them that they have to take. They have to try and do something here. They might try wrap north, but even that is very open against the position that after all was taken.
There's a bit of a ball they can play up there, but that's very much on the edge. So we'll see how things unfold here as Hibanko jumps up on the roof. I saw him with an... bring, 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 bring. There you go. Very much in sync. I like it. Thank you, James. He was playing down there with 30 bullets in his organ, no spare ammo. So hopefully Mexi had something for him. If not, then I'm not sure what they're going to do. The good thing about the bike is that while it might look dumb, it's very mute.
Yes.
It's very hard to hear, so...
No way.
They might not catch the Tour de France.
Imali su oni dobru rotaciju I killovi.
He's jumping
Što radi ovaj?
What is he doing? Is he going for the crate now as well? Is that what's happening?
I mean,
is he just trolling? Is he just baiting attention?
Well, so the thing is that the only way you have angles north is having control of the compound that after all has, right? So it really shows how much control they have over the circle at the moment and how little Sarvum has in terms of even line of sight. They realize he's driving around now. Technically a lot of spots that he can take cover on.
Bravo za dečka.
And that's exactly because the one position that
Jo, nastavi da pucaš u tojbe.
is effectively what he has just taken away. That ball up north, you can see here that would have been a rich time for them to work with on the edge of the circle, sure, but that would have been a place for them
Ako Sarven vina, preskaču Entropiq,
now,
jel
as
da?
you can see here, they're not inside the circle yet.
Sigur.
This rotation from Danimon on a bike.
Ako After Alt vina, približavaju se nam.
Wait, is he the BMX master? Was he
Ali dobro,
was he the one
42
avoiding the
poena
molly in
za
the wizard
prvi
tower?
dan Ekstrić. Ako svaki dan
He's the
uzeo
BMX
tako, recimo,
god, Danimon.
mislim da ne bi
What a
bilo problema.
legend.
160 će ti, ne 160, pa toliko, 130 pojena će ti treba za top 4.
Clem has 9 bullets left total.
I dobra stvar je što su i Twisted i Face top na trenutno. Ako ostane ovako, Ace i DA idu dalje. Sad po ovoj tablici. Kada je to dobro za nas. To više partnera gore, dobro.
36, 30, 42, pa dobro, nema veze.
36, 42, dobre.
Će bude bolje, ali samo nama.
A great win for them. They gambled on the north and they are able to reap the rewards. That and
Bolje će se krlje.
Danimon himself opening up extra angles for them to be able to shut this down. It was good by Sarvam overall to be able to go for the emergency drop and take the north position when they did, and getting them a second place, bagging them that and a few kills. But after all, awesome, great game for them.
Nije loš bio gaming, but aj čao. Nije bilo loše, Brđo, hvala svim što ste bili, aj čao.